Hey, hello, thank you very much for starting the Offensive Security Pathway course. My name is Jarno Baselier and I will be your instructor during this course. As you may have guessed by now, English is not my native language. I'm from the Netherlands, so Dutch is, so I'll try to speak English to the best of my abilities and I'll hope you'll bear with me. I'll work in the offensive security industry for like 14 years now. I perform pen tests and red team engagement for all different kinds of companies. And as of 4 years, I am also teaching different courses, but I'll usually teach the courses in Dutch. And I have decided to create this course in English because I wanted to reach a broad audience. I wanted to share the knowledge to a lot of aspiring ethical hackers like yourself. And besides that, I think this course is pretty unique because there is no course starting from the very basics. When you start an ethical hacking course, you usually need some prior knowledge in networking, Windows, Linux knowledge, etc. But you do not need to be a full-time developer, network specialist, or anything else to get your to get started in the offensive security industry, but you'll need to know a lot of things about all of these fields before you can start. And I will take you by the hand to learn only all the things you will really need to do your job very good. So that being said, back to myself. I'm married, I have 2 kids, a son and a daughter, I have a dog, I have a rabbit, so that's my pretty little family. And besides that, in my spare time, I like to fly with drones, racing drones, like to ride a bike, I'll sport and like to game. So really, I do have too little time in the day to do all of these things. No matter, I really enjoy work, I really enjoy computers, and I really love offensive security. So I'll also have a Dutch YouTube channel. You can check it out if you want. I'm creating videos for a long time now. I'm even longer time. I have a website, a blog where I write articles, but again, they're all in Dutch. That is, as far as I'm concerned, enough about myself. Let's get back to the course because, as I told you, we will start at the very basics in this course. I have divided the course up in 6 different levels, and at each level I'll add more information and more hacking techniques. So if you already think you know the basics, sure, you can start at level 1 or at level 2, and that's entirely up to you. But if you have no prior knowledge, please start at level 1. And as of the slides, I really like to minimize the number of slides, but sometimes we do need the slides to clarify an example or to make it easier for you to look back on some information later on. So it's easier to look back into the slides than it is to scroll up and down a video. So that's why there are some slides, and the slides at level 1, there will be more slides at level 1 than there will be slides at higher levels, because at higher levels we have some more practical examples we can show, and at the lower levels we just have a lot of theory we need to explain, and for that we also need some slides. So know that I'll try to minimize them as good as I can. Another thing that I'll try to minimize is my face talking to you. So personally, I am not a big fan of courses that always show the instructor on the lower right corner. That's not me. I don't think that there's any value in doing so. So surely you will hear my voice a lot, but you will see my face a little less during this course. That all being said, I hope you will have a lot of fun following this course, because essentially that is why we learn new things, right? Because you want to change your career, you want to learn new things, and all of that should be pretty fun. So first of all, I'll hope you learn a lot. I'll hope this will kickstart your cybersecurity career, but most of all, I'll hope you have a lot of fun. At least, let's start the offensive security pathway. Again, thank you so much for being here and choosing this course. And let's finish this video by again saying, have a lot of fun, enjoy, and let's start learning. Okay, as promised, let's start learning. Welcome for the last time. Let's start with level 1, the first
part of the first chapter. At least level 1 is the first part of the 6-page complete course, but let's start with the first chapter, and before doing so, let's get rid of all of the basic and introductions. I already did introduce myself, but again, who am I? My name is Jarno Basselier. I live in the Netherlands. I'm a system engineer, or I was a system engineer, and for like the last 10 to 15 years, I work in the offensive security sector. I perform pen tests and red team operations. I have a little specialization in industrial automation simply because of the fact that I work in a lot of industrial environments. I have quite a lot of certifications. So, well, for everything about my certifications, you can check my LinkedIn profile. Not to brag, but this took me quite a bit of time, and I'm pretty proud of it, obviously. And I think that because you are following this course, all of these certificates are in range for you after completing this course. So you have a very, very good basis to start with any of these. Of course, the Certified Ethical Hacker and the OSCP certifications will be pretty easy in your reach after this, but also for the offensive security, EP, WE and ED certifications, those are also pretty easy for you to grasp if you fully understand everything we are talking about during this complete course. But more about this course in the next slides. Again, private but work related. I'm a security blogger. I make video content. I train. Training is something I do for the last few years. I perform a lot of capture the flags, or at least I did in the past. Currently, I don't have the time to do a lot of capture the flag challenges, but I still love them. And I plan to do those a little bit more in the future again. And I have written or co-written a few books about hacking. I'm married, I have 2 children, a rabbit, a dog. I like music, drones, gaming, motorbikes, jiu-jitsu. I like a lot of things, so there's really not enough time in the day to do everything I like. So my main focus is hacking. That's not only my job, that's also my hobby. And I think it's important that that your work is your hobby, so you will never have the 9-to-5 mentality, but you don't mind to spend your free time investigating and getting better at your job and at your hobby. And I think for the most guys working in the hacking industry, in the offensive security industry, this is the case. Enough about me. Let's take a look at all of the things that are required for you to fully work with me through this course, to perform some demos, to click through the same things I am clicking through, etc. So you will need a computer, simple as that. You can of course follow these videos on your phone, but to work through these courses you really need a computer, and it needs to be quite powerful. Maybe you don't understand exactly what all of these specifications are, but if you don't, then ask your vendor if these specifications are available in your computer. You need at least 16 gigabytes of internal RAM, of internal storage and processing. And then you need an 8-core processor, so a processor with at least 8 cores on it. And for the internal storage, you need a 100 gigabytes hard disk drive. You need a few Windows licenses, or you can use Windows with a 180-day trial version. This counts for the server versions. For the client versions of Windows, I don't know if there's a trial period, or you simply have a watermark on your desktop and that's it. I'm not pretty sure about it, but you can use the client versions for at least 180 days with a watermark on it that you need to register them. But basically you can use most of the Windows features just by using these evaluation versions, these trial versions. So, but if you want to register your Windows instances, you need those licenses. An Azure subscription, of course, might become in handy when we are going to talk about Azure. So you need a subscription and a tenant, but I'll give you more information about those later in the course. And I think this is the most important thing. You need to have the desire to learn and to embrace the journey, because this will take you a lot of time investment and a lot of your free time. But I'm absolutely certain that with this course and with your desire to learn, you can become an amazing hacker. And when you reach the end of the 6th chapter, I promise you, you will be a skilled hacker already. The only thing left is to invest more time for research and to become better and better. But again, this course will be really a complete course. I can teach you all the things you need to know to become a good hacker, but in the end, it's up to you to invest your time to study the things I am teaching you and to practice them. And well, that's fully up to you, and you will do those things once you have the desire to learn. So I'll hope you have that one, all these things in order. At least you have a powerful computer and maybe a few Windows licenses, and you absolutely have the desire to learn. So for what you can expect during this level 1 chapter, I will first tell you what you can expect. That's the first thing I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you who this course is for, and I guess you have a pretty good idea for who this course really is meant for, but I will tell you again. And then when that's out of the way, I'm going to give you an introduction to offensive security. I'm going to explain you what offensive security really is and what you can expect from the job in offensive security yourself. And then we're going to start with learning the basic skills about what a computer is, what Linux is, networking basics, virtualization, etc. So we are really in this level 1. We're going to teach you all of the basics. So after this first level, you will have a pretty good understanding about what a computer is and what the important components are that we are going to work with as hackers. And then finally, when that's out of the way, we're going to set up our demo lab environment. So I'm going to run through every installation of every machine in my demo environment, and you are free to follow my steps and clone the environment yourself. More about the demo lab later on. Let's start with what you can expect and who this course is designed for. As you already know, this is a 6-part course pathway. This is a course divided in 6 different parts, 6 different levels, and they are designed to take you from a beginner level to an intermediate level, even if you have no prior experience with computers. In my offensive security pathway, each level corresponds to a distinct rank, with the offensive security general as the highest achievement in this course. So you will be the offensive security general once you completed and understood chapter 6. And it's a flexible learning path. Each course level requires 10 to 20 hours to complete, depending on your commitment, hands-on practice, and time spent exploring tools and your demo environment. So, well, you can be done with watching the videos in less hours, but do you really understand everything that's been taught during those videos? And if you do, that's great, right? If you understood everything I said, amazing, and you can continue to the next chapter. But keep note for yourself about the things that you don't fully understand or you need to research a little bit better. And do those things. Do your research, because if you don't, in the next levels you will start to understand less and less. So everything becomes more difficult if you don't cover your basics. This pathway will guide you in developing the skills to become an exceptional, knowledgeable, ethical hacker, confident in applying what you've learned in real-world context. And that's absolutely the truth for this course. So it's all flexible, but again, you need to invest your time in the things I am teaching. And well, this might not be a sales pitch, but Becoming a skilled ethical hacker just takes time. I can't make you a skilled ethical hacker overnight. Why? There are many courses that tell you, well, if you follow these 4 hours of video, you will be an ethical hacker. And well, I dare to debate that, right? Because there's no way you can become a great ethical hacker in just a few hours. It takes some people many years to become skilled enough to work in the field. And in this course, I invested all of my knowledge, and I designed the course in a way that I think is best for you to teach all those topics. And what's really unique again is that we will start at the beginning. So even if you have no prior knowledge, you can start this course, and that's why we are here. So again, for who is this course meant? If you have no experience with computers and with hacking at all, just start here at level 1. Just follow this course, investigate all of the topics we're talking about, and in the end, when you are confident enough to go to the next level, to level 2, you will reach the offensive security recruit rank, and you have finished the first level. Then if you have beginner knowledge with basic computer knowledge, you can start at level 2. So if you already know what a computer is, what it does, what the basic networking things are, what Linux is, etc. If you all know these things, you can start at level 2. And then if you have intermediate computer skills and basic hacking knowledge, start at level 3, and then things become more skilled, right? So then for level 4 you need intermediate hacking skills, level 5 intermediate hacking knowledge and practical experience, which is very important. Practical experience teaches you so much, and if you have those, well, then start at level 5. And with level 6 you really need to have some advanced knowledge and experience, well, because we will discuss some advanced topics you may not yet know. So for those advanced topics, start at level 6. But if you bought this complete course, I guess you will not buy the complete course only for level 6. So depending on your knowledge, start at the level that you feel confident in, but I'll advise you to just start at this level, see what you already know, and continue based on the knowledge you've gained. And if you know everything at the end of this at this level, just continue to level 2. Now, who should take this course? This course is designed for anyone, and I say it again, for anyone passionate about ethical hacking and dedicated to learning the craft. So, no prior knowledge needed, but you need to have a passion for ethical hacking, and again, you just have to invest your time in it. I keep saying those things because they are really important. What you can expect from this course: expect a significant time investment and commitment. You really need this because you can run through the videos till you reach the end of level 6 and you can say, okay, I've reached the highest level, I'm a great ethical hacker, but you're only fooling yourself. If you manage to get a job in the offensive cybersecurity, and on your first day, they will see that you are not skilled at all, not as you pretended at least. So you might know a thing or two, but again, if you invest the time, you will become a really good ethical hacker at the end of level 6, but you really need to know the things that has been taught. So again, what to expect more? It's a hands-on, challenge-driven approach focused on building real practical skills, meaning during this course I will show you a few things hands-on. You can follow them on screen, you can do them yourself. We will probably not show everything because there are quite a lot of slides and quite a lot of information in it. So sometimes you need to handle the information simply as a sort of cheat sheet. And you can practice all these things yourselves, but I'm not going to run through every command. Let's say we are discussing Linux commands, for instance, and I will give you a lot of interesting commands and what they do. I will not show every single command on the screen to show you what it does, because that would take a lot of time, and in the end you will see the things that I already told you that they would show. So really, I will show you a lot of things, and you need to follow a lot of things to fully grasp the full potential of, well, the things I'm learning you, but not everything is shown, so you have to know that as well. And you will get a streamlined slide format to emphasize core concepts alongside video content. Sure, we will use this PowerPoint, we will use a lot of slides. First, so I will not forget anything, and second, so you will have a guide. When we're done with the videos, you will have a guide to look back into. So let's say you have gained a foothold into a network and you want to start enumerating that specific machine for information. You may want to get back on the slides to see where you can start and what's the best thing for you to do. So it's kind of a sort of knowledge base for you. So yes, the slides are pretty complete and full of text and information, but I guess they will help you in the long run. So you don't have to scroll backwards and forwards through all of the videos. You will simply be able to reach for your slides, and it's easy to search in a slide than it is to search in a video. The encouragement to explore relevant topics beyond the course content. No course covers everything, and this is so true. I try to teach you so many things, but there is no course in the world that covers every single thing. So once we are working on a specific topic and you might need to investigate something that is related to it or something about the topic yourself, and I'm not telling you, then research it yourself. So you have to explore relevant topics while you're working through this course. It will help you again in the long run. So getting back to the first bullet, it will take a significant time investment and commitment, and this will probably not be the last time I will say this, but it really is. It's important. Now that's out of the way, let's start with an introduction to offensive cybersecurity. Offensive security focuses on actively probing, testing and identifying vulnerabilities within systems, networks and applications. And this is, in one sentence, what offensive security actually is. And we can have a lot of key elements in offensive security. So what does it actually behold? And I have chosen 4, and those are ethical hacking, penetration testing, red teaming and exploitation skills. For me, those are the basic parts of offensive security. Ethical hacking: authorized attempts to breach security controls to uncover and fix vulnerabilities. Penetration testing, which is a simulated cyber attack that assesses how well systems and applications holds up under threat. And a penetration test usually is really scoped. It's a test on one or maybe a few applications or systems, but beyond that, nothing else is tested. And usually in a penetration test, we can assume breach, which means that, well, to get to this application, we might need to be inside of the internal network. So let's assume breach. Let's assume that I'm an attacker inside of the internal network and I have access to the application. And if that is the case, what can I do with that specific application? So assume breach. And red teaming, which is simulating real-world attacks to challenge and strengthen an organization's security while performing a red team and while simulating an advanced persistent threat or an hacker group. We don't have all of these constraints. There is also no assume breach, at least not at the start of it. And we have a lot of less scoping, so almost everything is allowed in a red team engagement. But a red team engagement can only be done at the moment that an organization is cybersecurity mature enough to perform the red team assessment, and an organization has to perform a lot of penetration tests and also has to have a security operating system like a blue team checking the traffic, etc. And only then, when an organization is mature enough, then a red team might be a really good thing to do. But before you are mature enough to perform a red team, a penetration test is always valuable and gives a lot of insights. And as the fourth bullet, exploitation skills, understanding and using tools, techniques, and coding to exploit vulnerabilities ethically. And this is also one of the core parts of offensive security. Now, why offensive security? Why would you even bother about offensive security? For proactive defense, because by discovering and addressing weaknesses in advance, organizations can significantly reduce the risk of breaches. And also for building strong defenses. Identifying weaknesses from an attacker's perspective is key to creating robust and resilient cybersecurity structures. And as the third part, it's essentially for ethical hackers, because offensive security skills are at the heart of ethical hacking itself, making them essential for everyone aspiring to become a skilled, responsible cybersecurity professional. And talking about offensive security, we also have to talk about a few concepts, and one of the concepts that we usually see is the CIA triad, the confidentiality, integrity, and availability triad. And the three foundational goals of cybersecurity is ensuring data is private, accurate, and accessible to authorized users. So for the availability, data has to be available on specific moments. Let's say for your incident response plans, they have to be available at the time of when there's an issue in the network work. They have to be available when there's, how do you say it in English, when there is I don't know the word in English, so I'm sorry for that, but when there's an issue inside of the network, when everything is down, you need to have your incident response plans available. If you don't have those available, well, then you have a real issue. Also, when the confidentiality of documents is breached and documents are available to users who should not have the access to see those documents, you also have a problem on your hands. And for the integrity, when we use data for important decisions or to steer for deciding how machines in the factory should act, etc. When the integrity of that specific data is breached, well, there is another problem. And usually when this data is breached, it is possible that accidents might really happen. But when availability is when there's no availability of data, you have another problem on your hands, and incidents take a lot longer, for instance. And when the confidentiality is breached, you have other kinds of problems. For instance, when data of your organization is became available to the competitor, well, you have an issue with all of your internally developed plans and techniques, etc. So every triad is really important when it comes to data, and none of these three key items for data should be affected, because then if they are, we have a problem. And you hear me talking about vulnerabilities, threats, etc. a lot during these courses. So for an understanding on what those really are, a threat is a risk related to a specific cause, because we can have a lot of threats, right? When we look at our data, we have a lot of threats, and a lot of those time those are humans, right? A human is a threat actor, but also a machine that uses this specific data can potentially be a threat for that specific data. So a threat is a risk related to a specific cause. A vulnerability is a weakness or flaw that allows a threat to cause harm. So a threat on itself would cause no harm at all when there were no vulnerabilities. When let's say, for instance, a human again, when there's a human threat where a human might be able to alter permissions on a file. That's a potential threat, but when the system doesn't allow the human to change the permissions on a specific file, there is no threat at all. So it's a potential threat, but in the end, there is no risk. But when there's a vulnerability and the person can change the permissions on the specific file, well, then that might be a potential vulnerability. So a vulnerability, a weakness or flaw that allows a threat to cause harm. The risk is the likelihood of a cyber attack or event occurring. So, and there's a little calculation to calculate the real risk. That's the probability probability, I don't know how you say this in English, but this sign, it's not multiply, it's not, it's, how do you say this? Come on. I don't know. You guys probably know probability and the impact together forms the risk. And then for an exploit is the act of taking advantage of a vulnerability. So there might be a vulnerability, there might be a threat, but when there's no exploit, when there's no act of taking advantage of the vulnerability, nothing still happens. So let's say a human can change the permissions on a file. So there's a vulnerability and a threat actor. And because of this, the risk might be pretty big. But then again, if there's no exploit, if the human doesn't exploit the vulnerability, in the end, nothing will happen. So you need all of those for an issue to happen, right? You need to have a vulnerability in the system. You need to have a threat that threatens this vulnerability. And in the end, you need to have an exploit to really exploit the vulnerability. And when that's done, well, we have a problem. Some other terms. Authentication is verifying the identity of users or devices before granting access. And I guess you all know what authentication is, right? We have to log in into so many applications and tools. And by logging in, by giving them our username and our password and maybe our multi-factor authentication, we are authenticating ourselves and we are telling the system that the person we claim to be, we prove that we really are that specific person. And then there's authorization, and authorization is defining and enforcing what is authenticated users can access and do with systems. So once I log in, I am a specific user belonging to a specific group, and I will have specific rights in the system. And before I access a feature in the system, the authorization takes place, and the authorization will tell if I really have access to that specific feature or if I don't have access and I cannot access that feature. So authorization has everything to do with access in a system and access based on the user I am authenticated with. Then there is no repudiation, and no repudiation is ensuring that actions taken within a system can be attributed to a specific user, often through logging. Then we have threats and vulnerabilities. And there are lots of threats and vulnerabilities, right? And I guess you already know many of them, which the most well-known term might be malware. Malware is malicious software such as viruses, worms, trojans, and ransomware designed to disrupt, damage, and gain unauthorized access to systems. So malware is the thing as a red teamer we use ourselves to test systems, and malware is the thing that many threat actors use to compromise systems and to have, for the instance of ransomware, to try to ransom the company for money. And well, that's also a part of a kind of ransomware, or ransomware is a kind of malware. Then there is phishing and social engineering. And those are deceptive tactics used to manipulate individuals into revealing confidential information. So when performing phishing and social engineering, we are really talking to the human side of everything, because beyond every computer, as still is today, even if we have a lot of artificial intelligence already. But actually, beyond every application and computer, there is a human being. And with phishing and social engineering tactics, we really talk to that human being. So we hope that the human is willing to give us information or access about the systems that we as an attacker can use. There are zero-day vulnerabilities, which are flaws in software that are unknown to vendors and are currently unpatched, making them prime tactics for attackers. So zero-day vulnerabilities are really new vulnerabilities that are only known to a specific few, let's say the researcher that found the vulnerability, but there is no patch at this moment, and the zero-day vulnerabilities are the ones that are really, really dangerous. There are insider threats, and those are security risks that originate from within the organization, often from employees or contractors. So people who already have a foothold in the organization, who might have access to specific systems or specific data, they can do things with those systems and data as well. They can gather this data and sell it online, for instance, or they can they form a risk because they might be able to install software on those systems, and the software might be well, not so legit, so maybe a threat actor gains access to that specific software. Either way, people that with access on the inside network are potential insider threats. Then we have a few defense mechanisms in place. Luckily, we have defense mechanisms because all of these mechanisms together protect us from malicious actors. And first off, we have a firewall, and a firewall in the basics is a network security device that monitors and filters incoming and outgoing traffic based on security rules. So a firewall really works at the network layer. It doesn't do anything with malware on the computer, but it decides if traffic may go in or may go out of the computer. That's in the basic sense what a firewall does. And how do you say it? State-of-the-art firewalls have the capability to scan all of this traffic to see if there's malware in it or decisive patterns that needs to be blocked, etc. So state-of-the-art firewalls have more capacity than only filtering network traffic based on source and destination, but essentially a firewall decides what is done with the network traffic going in or coming out. There are intrusion detection and prevention systems, IDS or IPS systems, and those are systems that monitor network traffic for suspicious activity and potentially blocking it. So intrusion detection and prevention makes sure that network traffic is inspected at the moment that it occurs and might be monitored, so is monitored by the detection system of it. And maybe the detection system makes a notification when it finds something suspicious, but if there's also a prevention system, it can also block the traffic based on a specific pattern or something that it finds in the traffic. And state-of-the-art firewalls usually are also equipped with an IDS and IPS system. So we usually find them in one system that is actually called just a firewall. And luckily we have endpoint detection and response systems, EDRs, and those are tools that monitor end user devices for anomalies and provide advanced response capabilities. So these are the advanced virus scanners that are installed on the client and that monitor everything that happens on that specific client. So if malware is able to reach the endpoint, the client of a user, then we hope that the EDR that's available sees that specific threat and eliminates it. So this one lives at the workstation or the computer itself. We also have antivirus and anti-malware software. Those are programs designed to detect and remove malicious software from systems. I guess both of the terms kind of do the same, where an EDR, an endpoint detection and response system, is more advanced than a simple antivirus or anti-malware software. But an EDR in its own is always also antivirus and anti-malware, but with more capabilities on top of it, like analyzing logs, communicating with the blue team, with the security operating system, etc. So there are a lot of extra things in the EDR than there are basically in an antivirus program, but in the end they are both designed to stop malicious software on the endpoint. Another thing we have is encryption, and encryption is protecting data by converting it into an unreadable format that can only be decrypted by authorized parties. So we use encryption for to keep our data safe, right? So when I want to use when I have data that I want to send from location A to location B, and in the meantime I don't want anyone to see the content of that information, I can encrypt that information so I can make something, so I can make it look totally random, so nothing of my interesting data is readable anymore. And the only way to make it readable again is by using a specific key that I can give to the second party. So when the data arrives at that specific endpoint, the key can be used to decrypt the data and the data is readable again. That's in a sense what encryption is. Then again, and we already taught those a little bit before, had the offensive security techniques. What is offensive security? We have pen testing, we have red teaming, we have vulnerability scanning and exploitation. Well, we already talked about penetration testing, red teaming and exploitation. Vulnerability scanning is using an automated tool to scan systems for known vulnerabilities, often as a preliminary security assessment. So a vulnerability scanner is a scanner we can use to scan a system or a software, and the scanner will analyze the systems and the software to see if anything is vulnerable, and it does this usually based on known vulnerabilities. So there's a lot of knowledge inside of a vulnerability scanning, and by scanning a system or a software, we have a pretty good view of the low-hanging fruit. Low-hanging fruit, I don't know if you use this or you know what it is, but the low-hanging fruit basically are the things that are easily exploitable. So after I ran a vulnerability scanner and nothing comes out, I am almost sure that there are no easy ways that are known inside of the software or inside the network or in the computer, whatever I'm scanning. There are no easy ways to get in, and I have to become creative. So that's what a vulnerability scanner does, and usually we use a vulnerability scanner before we start hacking into things ourselves. So performing a penetration test is more than just running a vulnerability scanner, but a vulnerability scanner can really help us to give us a view of the situation before we really start to work ourselves. We have identity and access management systems, and things that are on these slides are really part of an identity and access management system. But in the end, an identity and access management system is a system that authorizes us into something. Let's say Active Directory, for the ones who know what it is an identity and access management system. It holds users, groups, and rights. And based on how I'm authorizing into a system, the identity and access management system can give us access or deny us access and give us specific rights into the things I am authorizing into. And when authorizing, sometimes we use multi-factor authentication. I hope you use as much multi-factor authentication as you possibly can, because multi-factor authentication is a security method requiring multiple forms of verification to confirm a user's identity. So you're not only logging in with a username and a password, which can be stolen and can be reused, you will also be logging in with something you have, or something you are. Like, for instance, something you have is like an application on your private phone giving you a unique ID number. So even if your username and password are stolen, your phone is probably not, and you are the only one still having access to that specific application and that specific multi-factor authentication number. And looking at biometrics, for instance, fingerprints or eye scans, those are something that you really are. Even when your username and password is stolen, the attacker will still not have, or at least I hope he doesn't have, access to your fingerprint or your eyes. If the attacker has, then it's more than just a cybersecurity criminal, and that would be really, really bad. Another thing that we're going to talk, or that you're going to hear as a term during this course, is single sign-on, or SSO. And single sign-on is a centralized authentication system allowing users to access multiple applications with one set of login credentials. So once I have logged into application A with a single sign-on method, and application B also uses the same single sign-on method, I am automatically logged into application B as the same user I am logged into application A. So it's easy for me to sign in once and access multiple applications without signing in every time and time again into every application. That is single sign-on. And then we have role-based access control, or RBAC, also a term that we use quite a few times. And RBAC is like limiting system access to users based on their role within an organization. Well, essentially RBAC is like role-based access. That's also what it says. We give access to roles and never to individual users. Because giving access to roles makes managing security access a lot easier. So it's easier to manage groups. For instance, we have application A and we have a security group called application A security. And there are users inside of that specific group. It's easier to manage the group with its users than when we add individual users to the access part of it. When the user changes its job or it gets another role inside of the organization, usually it doesn't need access to a specific application anymore, but it's hard for the administrator of that specific application to know that the user doesn't need those rights anymore. So that this user usually, if it is checked at all, stays within the permission list of that specific application. Well, when we have a group-based access, it's much easier for the administrator to think about the fact that a user, when it changes jobs, it is deleted. So at least I hope it's deleted and it's not available anymore. But if it changes job or it gets another role inside of the organization, it's easier to know when a user has role B, those access group belong to role B. So when the user is part of other security groups of its role A role in the organization, I will remove them from all of these groups. So essentially what I'm trying to say is that managing based on roles is much easier than managing based on individuals. So that's where role-based access control comes into play. It's just a method of managing security credentials and access to tools, applications, and operating systems. We are going to talk about network as well a lot. And let's talk about a few key concepts in networks. First off, you will hear about virtual private networks, or VPNs. And a VPN is a secure connection that encrypts internet traffic and masks IP addresses to provide privacy and security. What basically happens when you set up a VPN tunnel, you will connect to another node somewhere in the world, and all the outgoing traffic is going through that specific node. So everything you'll reach with your outgoing traffic will see that the traffic is originating from that specific node and not from your private network. So the only one knowing about your private network is actually the intermediate node. So that's where a VPN might come into play. And a lot of the times VPNs are also used to give access to organizational networks. So when you're working from home, when you're working from your own network, you will usually not have access to organizational programs or networks, but the organization can provide you with a virtual private network. So when you create the VPN tunnel, when you set up the network, you will get a tunnel inside of the organization's network, and you can access those specific networks and applications. So VPNs are pretty common and we see them a lot. There's network segmentation, and by segmentating the network, we are dividing a network into smaller segments to improve security and restrict lateral movement, simply because between every single segment we can invoke security. Maybe we can set up a firewall between segments, we can set some authorization between segments. When everything is in one big network, this is basically unsecure, because when I have access to that specific network, I have access to everything inside of that network. And when I only have access to a specific segment, well, the attack environment is a lot smaller. And to get to the second segment, I might need some other credentials, I might need to have some specific firewall rules enabled for my user, etc. So we can really, by using multiple segments, we can enforce security. Then there are secure socket layer, SSL, or transport layer security, TLS. Those are actually protocols, and those protocols provide secure communication over the internet. So looking back a few years from now, I think when we look back like 20 years, most of the traffic was over HTTP, and this was basically just unencrypted traffic. So everyone in the same network that was able to sniff on that specific traffic could see what was happening, and everything was happening in plain text. So also when sending credentials over the internet, they can easily be captured and reused, and the TLS protocol the TLS protocol helps us to encrypt all of the traffic. So even if the traffic is sniffed and captured, no plain text data can be reused. So those are protocols that help us, but those are also protocols that we can abuse, as you will see later on in this course. Then a little bit about the cyber kill chain, and this is a model that outlines the stages of a cyber attack from planning to execution. It helps cybersecurity teams to understand and disrupt an attack in each stage. And well, there are quite a few stages, right? We have reconnaissance, we have weaponization, delivery, exploitation, installation, command and control, and actions and objectives. Where on reconnaissance, actually the attacker gathers information about the target to identify potential vulnerabilities. So it will scan for open ports, it will research the organization, etc. So this is basically just the general first phase. And then we go to weaponization, where the attacker creates a payload, malware or exploit or whatever, take advantage of an identified vulnerability. So while doing reconnaissance, it might find a vulnerability, and in the weaponization phase, it's going to create an exploit to abuse the specific vulnerability. And then there will be the delivery stage here as well, where the attacker sends the weaponized payload to the target, maybe by using a phishing mail, an infected USB drive, a malicious website, or whatever. But that's the delivery part. And then we get to the exploitation part, where the attacker triggers the payload, exploiting vulnerabilities to gain unauthorized access. So this is where the payload created in the weaponization phase is triggered to make sure exploitation takes place and the attacker gains a foothold on the machine. And then we reach the installation phase, where the attacker installs malware or establishes a backdoor for persistent access in the machine. So the next time it wants to have access to the machine, it doesn't have to go to, it doesn't have to use the exploit it created earlier again. but it's going to create an easy backdoor, so connection to the machine is easy and usually doesn't require the user to do anything anymore. So an attacker can log in into the machine whenever he wants. Then there's a command and control phase where the attacker connects to the compromised system remotely to control the system and let the system do everything the attacker wants it to do. And on the last phase, the seventh one, the actions and objectives, the attacker carries out the mission's goal, such as stealing data or disrupting systems. So this is actually the malicious intent. It is maybe gathering data so it can sell the data on the darknet, or it is installing ransomware and exploiting the organization that way. So, well, it wants to make money. Maybe it does nothing at all and sits silent in the system for years before maybe he wants to take action on the system, or maybe he never takes action on the system, but it uses that system for other sneaky things like pivot points or like a proxy, or maybe it uses the system to mine bitcoins. Everything is possible once an attacker is on the system, but usually we see attackers steal data and use that specific system to pivot to other systems in the same network. So in the end, an attacker will always, or at least most of the time, an attacker wants to become a domain administrator with the highest privileges on every machine in the network. That will be most of the time the end goal, because once you are golden, once you are like God on the network, you can do everything with every machine, and you can really, if you have ransomware, you can deploy the ransomware on every machine where the impact is the biggest. So the organization will be most likely to pay you with a good amount of money. But this is the cyber kill chain, where every phase of the attack is outlined. Then we have a security certification roadmap, and we will talk about the job opportunities in offensive security in the next slide. But in this one, you will see basically how many certifications there are. And let me tell you, this is not a complete picture. There are many more certifications. Based on the things you find interesting, right? Hey, communications and network security. Then we have all of those. We have security architecture and engineering. And here we have security operations. Most of the certifications you will probably be interested in are in this last pane. For instance, OSCE 3, we have like here, it's also subdivided for forensics, incident handling, etc. But, well, if you want to have an idea about every certification in a specific field of offensive security, this is a sheet that covers many of them. Now let's talk about the offensive cybersecurity job opportunities. And well, offensive cybersecurity offers a broad range of career opportunities focused on proactively identifying and mitigating security risks. There's a high demand because, well, there's a shortage of skilled cybersecurity professionals that makes this field highly sought after. Meaning, well, especially with all the artificial intelligence going on, the high amount of computers being used everywhere, from, well, an actual computer to your phone, to the microwave, etc. There are so many computers. There are so many potential vulnerabilities. There is simply a high demand of skilled cybersecurity professionals to make the landscape a bit safer. And, well, there are lucrative salaries. Offensive cybersecurity professionals command competitive salaries due to the high level of skill required. As I told you, there is a lot of skill required to become a decent ethical hacker, and it will take you a lot of time to become one. And because you have to invest so much time in it, well, the salary is not that bad. So, well, if you are searching for the job in the offensive security, there is a high demand and there are high salaries. So that's always nice, right? And besides that, there are diverse growth opportunities. Roles range from technical to strategic, with options to specialize deeply in transition or leadership. So you, well, you might want to become. There are a lot of different fields in the offensive cybersecurity that you can be good at. While you're following this course, I guess you want to learn more about the technical side of it. So you want to be a technical engineer, but maybe within 10 years from now you want to have a manager function. Well, everything is possible because there are simply a lot of niche functions in the offensive cybersecurity, but well, it requires continuous learning. Cybersecurity is constantly evolving, providing a dynamic, challenging environment for those who enjoy continuous learning. That's something you really got to have, right? You got to enjoy learning new things over and over again, because this field is so dynamic. It changes so much every year. Like, for instance, now we have like artificial intelligence, but really every year new techniques reach the market, and we have to inspect them, test them, and well, once we have a red team engagement or maybe a pen test on those specific systems, we got to know how to work with them. So you'll keep on learning every time again, and for me that's what makes this a very interesting and nice field to work in. Then let's go over a few of the key roles in offensive cybersecurity, because well, we have a lot of jobs, but those are the most important ones, I guess. There's a penetration tester or a pen tester, which role is to simulate cyber attacks to find and exploit vulnerabilities in systems and networks. You need a few skills like network security, scripting, vulnerability assessment, and exploit development, where exploit development is, well, a little less than as a red team specialist, but whatever. And there are also growth paths. For a red team specialist, it conducts full scope attack simulations, like I said, without all of the scoping in it, often including social engineering and physical security assessments as well. And for a red team specialist, you will have you got to need advanced hacking techniques, strong analytical skills, knowledge of various attack vectors. That is very important for a red team specialist, and once you work long enough as a penetration tester, you will become a great red team specialist. So that's also a nice growth path to go from a pen tester to a red team specialist. There are vulnerability analysts which identify, analyze, and report on vulnerabilities in systems, software, and networks. And you'll need other skills for that. I will not read everything that's on this slide, because we have quite a few slides to go. And if this is very interesting to you, you can read it yourself, right? So we also have exploit developers, which role is to create and test exploits for known and newly discovered vulnerabilities. And for this, you really need a deep knowledge of system internals, assembly language, and reverse engineering, which we are going to talk about in the later chapters. So, well, this is actually, I think this is the slide we had before, right? So this is why we would want to gain a job in the offensive cybersecurity world. And there are quite a lot of certifications, like we have seen in the previous slide, to boost your career potential. For me, those are the most important ones, but well, everyone you'll ask about certifications and the importance of certifications, they think differently about it. But for me, those are the most important certifications. And yes, gaining certifications is very, very important, because it might not always say about the qualities of a hacker, about the qualities that you'll have, because I know people with no certifications that are so good in what they do. But in the end, a certificate will get you through the HR department, right? So there's a vacancy for a job, and you will have to apply to that vacancy. You will send them your resume, and on that specific resume you want to tell them what you already did and how good you really are. And well, you can tell them that you are really good, but they really want to see some proof. And well, there's no better proof than showing them you have reached some kind of certifications. And again, for me, those are the most important ones. That's the CompTIA Security Plus. It's for basic ethical hacking skills. There's the AJTP, the Junior Penetration Tester certification. Also a pretty basic ethical hacking certification. Certified ethical hacker, well, for ethical hacking skills, and then it becomes, for me, really important. The offensive security certified professional is still like the golden standard looking at the certifications in the offensive security industry. There are better ones, absolutely, but this one still is the golden standard. So even if there are better ones, I really urge you to get at least your OSCP, and this one will get you through most of the HR departments. So yeah, for that alone, this one is very important, and this is for foundational pen testing. And then we have a lot of others. This one is also really good, but less known by HR departments. It's the Hack the Box Certified Penetration Testing Specialist. This is a really good, I think this is even maybe better than OSCP, or at least some things are better explained in this course than they are at OSCP. So really interesting. Offensive Security Certified Expert, Offensive Security right, I think there's a double in this one. That's interesting. But once you have gained a lot of offensive security certificates, you will get, in the end, the offensive security cyber expert certificate. So if you hold that specific certificate, you can show to the HR department, well, I did not only do my OSCP, but I did a lot of advanced topics as well. So this one is really good. There is GPEN, which is the GAIC penetration tester certification. This one is also for offensive security experts, and there are a lot of others. So, and really, all of these certifications will be easily attainable after completing this specific pathway. I am absolutely sure of that. Especially your OSCP will be really easy to get. And the ones for the basic hacking skills will also be really easy. But even if you look at exploit development or web exploitation techniques, those will be really doable as well. Of course, we will not cover all of the topics in this course, but you will have such a great basis once you have done this course that those will be pretty easy to reach as well. So for me, those are the most important ones. And there are some things you might need to know before you start working in the cybersecurity. So let's be honest with each other. While cybersecurity offers great job opportunities, meaningful work, and competitive salaries, it's also important to be aware of the challenges that comes with the field. So again, this is where we are going to be very honest. I'm not promising you gold mountains, etc. So a lot of different fields requiring a lot of different skills in a rapidly evolving field. So you are always learning. And like I said before, you got to find some joy in learning, because you will simply need to keep on learning every single day. That's something that really comes with the field. There's nothing I can do about it. This is an evolving field. So yeah, you always have to keep learning. And sure, I will give you some tips during this course, but this is something that you absolutely have to do. And know that small mistakes can have big consequences. So working in cybersec can be stressful, and this is really true. We usually have a little time to do a lot of things, and this is not always easy. And even if we do things, we might be doing things in a way that maybe crashes a system or have some other consequences. So we don't want that. We have to avoid that as well. And all of this together can be really stressful, because in the end we want to we want to give the customer the best information, the best well, after we did something for the customer, we want to give them in the end a report with all of the things that are wrong and they can improve, and we want to do this as good as possible. But well, simply in the time giving, you can't always do everything. You can be honest about it to the customer. You can tell them, well, hey, I did this and this, but I wanted to do this and this, but I couldn't do it because I simply had not enough time. And maybe we can plan a new pen test to focus on those items. Or you can be honest about it. But for myself, I know that I usually want to do everything in a little time, and sometimes this can be really stressful. So you have to be able to work under stress. To improve, it's essential to practice, experiment, and continuously learn outside of work hours. So I already told you that you always need to learn, but this always means you have to dedicate quality time beyond your regular job. This isn't a 9 to 5 job. It simply is not, because there is so much to learn, and during your work hours you will not always have the time to learn everything you need to do. So there is some learning to do outside of work hours, and you have to be aware that this is simply the fact of life. If you want to become great at your job, please dedicate some quality time beyond your regular job to learn. And last but not least, due to its popularity, cybersecurity has become a competitive field with many individuals vying for top roles. This competition can make it difficult for newcomers to break into the field, and certifications will help. This is actually true as well, right? So I have many people with a lot of good skills. I usually tend to say that system engineers and developers have the best basic skills to become great ethical hackers. But well, for newcomers, it is hard to break into the field. Also because HR does not always know that well where they have to search for. And certifications are the only thing, in my opinion, that will really help. Once you have your OSCP certification, this will really help you get by HR, because that's basically the only thing they know is viable. So to get into the field, you'll need to have some certifications that will show you that you at least can perform a few of the tricks we need, right? So if you still want to be successful in this world, you will have to follow your passion and not a paycheck. As I told you, the paycheck is not that bad at all, but this is true, right? In the end, it got to be a passion, because there is so much to learn. And this one is pretty important as well, because we are ethical hackers with, well, ethical, right? So adhere to all laws and regulations. And this is something that we have to understand as cybersecurity professionals. We have to understand that the cybersecurity and privacy laws relevant to your jurisdiction and the clients, as well as international laws that may apply, such as the GDPR in the EU or the CFAA in the US. When possible, avoid accessing personal data, PII. If access to PII is necessary, have strict data handling and destruction protocols in place. Basically, know what you are doing in the country that you are executing it and executing it for. So once I execute a red team engagement from the Netherlands, where I live myself, for a company in America, I really have to know I got to have a basic understanding about the American laws, and I usually ask for help of the company to help me understand the laws that are applicable. But I'll also have to understand the laws that are applicable in my country, because I am performing these tests for my country. So at least know what the laws say about testing cybersecurity. That's important. And ensure that your scope is clearly defined. Have a written scope signed by the client, outlining what you're authorized to test and any limitation. Be clear about the assets, IP addresses, systems, and data included in the test. Any deviations can expose you and your clients to risk. So scoping is really important, specifically in a pen test, but also a little bit for a red team engagement. There will always be scoping in place. There will always be things that are not, you may not test, because testing those things can have a real bad impact on the company and the work processes that are happening in the company. So be clear about your scope and have it signed by the client. So the client signs off on the things that you can test, and it never can tell you when you're done with the test that you couldn't test those specific things because, well, the scope was defined and signed off by. So really important to have scoping in place. You always have to obtain a liability waiver. A waiver protects you from liability from unintended disruptions caused by the pen test. Ensure the contract has an indemnity or liability waiver clause to cause potential damages, to cover potential damages. This is important because as a pen tester, we might, and to be honest, I never caused any harm to any system, but it might happen that we break something in the network and we don't want to be liable for breaking that specific thing or for interrupting a specific process because, well, the scope was defined, the test was defined, and we need the client to sign off on the fact that we might cause some interruption. And when we do, we don't want to be held liable for that interruption. We want to make sure that the client knows that and signs off for that. So have a liability waiver as well and document everything in a formal contract. This is important. To get explicit authorization for your scope and actions, pen testing without proper consent can be legally considered unauthorized access, which is often prosecuted as hacking or trespassing. Written consent from the authorized party is a must, so we must have the consent in the end, so we can perform our test authorized and well. So we will not do anything illegal, and we can prove it because we have a written consent. Now, this is a slide that I never had in any course before this year, but AI and cybersecurity is something, well, I hear quite a lot. So, well, let me give you my thought on AI. AI is, in the end, an excellent tool for boosting efficiency and streamlining tasks like scripting. However, relying solely on AI can hinder your growth and understanding in your field. It's important to first grasp the core concepts and processes using AI as a way to enhance your work rather than replace the learning process. In this course, we will not use any AI, and I strongly recommend you to wait to incorporate it until you fully understand the why and the how behind the topic. So yes, we can use AI for some tasks to help us to ask questions to AI and to work with the answers. But if we don't know the why and the how behind a specific topic, we will never really know that the answer AI is giving is complete, is true, etc. The same counts for scripting, right? We can ask artificial intelligence to write a script to perform some things, but do we really know what the script is doing once we execute the script? Is it doing anything else? Is it doing anything illegal? Is it maybe doing some things that might get us discovered, especially during a red team engagement? We really want to know the why and the how and how to do things ourselves. And then when we do, yes, of course, we can use artificial intelligence to enhance our work. Well, for this course, keep in mind not to use artificial intelligence. If you are only fooling yourself because you are leaning on knowledge from other people and not your own. And I think it's very important to have your own knowledge correctly. Now, some tips before we really get started. And I think those are important. We have 5 of them. Find your own learning rhythm. This one is important because everyone learns differently. So discover what study habits works best for you and try to get into a productive flow. And this is different for everybody. So for myself, I usually find it very nice to first, in this case, in this specific course case, to watch the videos. And after watching the videos, I will go through everything again, but then not with the video, but in this case with the slides. And while running through every topic the second time, I will also practice all of these things and research the things I'm not great in. So that's my rhythm that I think is nice. And some people like dedicated days to learn, so they can cover a lot of ground during these days. And other people think maybe 1 or 2 hours a day is more than enough. Whatever works for you. There is no speed limit on this course, so you may take like 2 weeks for this, and you may take 2 years to go through all of this. But again, don't fool yourself. Make sure you know what you are doing and research everything you don't know already. Find your learning rhythm. The second one, repetition is essential. Revisiting concepts and practicing repeatedly helps reinforce learning and makes skills stick. And this is so true, because we can hear something once, we can read something once, maybe twice, but only by doing it multiple times, it will really stick. And the next time you'll need it, you can do it by automatically without having to Google it again or looking back in the slides. So you need to repeat all of these things regularly to become and keep being good at it. Focus on the progress and not on the speed. Again, this is not a speed run at all. Remember, this is not a race. Take the time you'll need to fully absorb all of the material, which basically tells what I just told you. The fourth one, understand the why behind the techniques. Also something I just said, and this is very important. Go beyond just learning the trick itself and focus on the underlying method and principles. Understanding why an attack works will give you a deeper grasp of the material, and this is what I think is very, very important. Try to understand how things work, because you might know that when I do this, this and this, then that will be the outcome. But why is that the outcome? That is so important to know. Also, when using an exploit, try to understand why the exploit works. And not that it works, because the next time that it doesn't work, you don't know what to do. But if you know why the exploit doesn't work, well, then maybe you can alter the exploit so it does work for your specific instance. The why is very important. Again, try to know the why behind every technique all of the time. And lastly, don't be afraid to make mistakes. Really, mistakes are part of the learning process, especially with hands-on techniques. Embrace them as learning opportunities. You will make mistakes, and there's no shame in making them, because everybody makes mistakes, especially when learning things. And by making the mistakes, you will learn what you were doing wrong, and you can better do them wrong now than you will do them than you make the mistakes later on when doing a real pen test or a real red team engagement, and you'll get detected, or something in the network of the client, some process might be interrupted. So really, don't be afraid to make mistakes now, and in the demo environments, it's better to make them now than to make them later on. And again, making a mistake is a learning opportunity. Then let's get into the next steps in learning. And this is where we really start learning about computers. Like I promised you, we start at the basics, and we will cover everything before we go to the next step. So the first thing we got to ask ourselves, what is a computer? Because in the end, we are a cybersecurity specialist, or we will be, and everything we do happens in the cybersecurity realm, meaning in the digital realm. So we really have to know what a computer is, right? And as offensive specialists, we constantly work with computers, while these computers vary in size, capabilities, and purpose. And the core, we're always working with digital systems. In fact, we often describe our work simply as digital. And a computer is an electronic device that processes data by executing instructions from software, allowing it to perform tasks, store information, and interact with users through input and output devices. It combines hardware and software components to execute operations, solve problems, and enable communication. In essence, a computer is a combination of different parts of hardware, and all this hardware together can perform tasks. How do we perform them? We need to have an interface to perform them first. We need input and output systems, like for instance, an input system as a keyboard and an output system as a monitor. The input system we need to tell the computer what to do, and the output system is to see what it did. And that's basically all it does. And it needs to have an interface so we can understand so we can work with the hardware the way we want to work with it. And looking at the computer itself, the most important hardware components are first off the central processing unit, or the CPU. And the CPU is the brain of a computer. It's responsible for executing instructions. That's the CPU. Then we have memory, random access memory, internal storage. This is temporary storage that holds data and instructions while the CPU is processing tasks. So before data is sent to the CPU, it is sent to the memory, where it is held until the CPU is ready to take that data and process it. And then we have a hard drive. This is our internal storage. Nowadays, those are usually solid state drives, but this is still a form of a hard drive. And this is long-term data storage for the operating system, its software and its files. So the next time we will reboot the computer and boot it up and log in into the system, and we have a document file on the desktop. This document file is saved on the hard drive because it will stay there and it is available next time. But once we are going to process the document, we are going to edit it, for instance, that data is sent to the memory, to the random access memory, and while changing the data, the central processing unit performs these actions on the data and sends it back to the RAM so we can see it, etc. But when we save the document, we save it back to the storage, so all the changes are saved, and the next time we reboot and open a document, these changes are still there. So all of the long-term data is stored on the storage device. And then we have a motherboard, and this is the main circuit board that connects and allows communications between all of these components. So those components like the CPU, the RAM and the hard drive are not connected to each other directly. They are connected to each other by the motherboard, which is again the main circuit board. Then some other hardware. We have the GPU, the graphic processing unit, which handles image and video rendering, crucial for gaming and graphic intensive tasks. So when we are working with graphics, the GPU will take care of that specific task. Then we have the input devices like the keyboard and the mouse. Again, this is for user input and navigation. Output devices like a monitor and the printer. Well, the monitor to display the visual output, and the printer or speaker to provide printed and audio output. Another important component is the networking hardware, like a wireless network interface card. This enables wired or wireless network communications, and a lot of the time we'll see networking hardware being embedded in the motherboard, so there's no separate device specifically for the network. But we can, like for instance, when the motherboard has a wired network connection, so it's a wired networking interface inside of the motherboard, and we want to have a wireless network, we can still use a separate device for our wireless network connection. And there are many others, like the power supply, which is important to provide everything with enough power, the cooling systems, so it doesn't so the components doesn't get overheated, and external storage like USB drives, etc. Those are the most important parts, and here in this image we do see those parts in a computer compartment, like where the processor is, where the memory is, the motherboard itself, which is the big board here in the back. And this big board holds all of the different components, like here the graphics card, the power supply, which is a separate component with power cables to the motherboard, the graphical processing unit, the storage devices, etc. Because this is where the storage devices are, and these devices are connected to the motherboard by a cable instead of directly inside of the motherboard. And what we see here is a mini computer. This is a Raspberry Pi computer where we have every component on this little motherboard. So this motherboard also has like USB ports, network connection here. It has a processor on it, etc. So we can have a big motherboard for a mainstream computer, and we can have small motherboards for small mini computers. But essentially, they do the same thing. Then besides of the hardware, we also have software. Well, what are the most important software components? We have an operating system, and an operating system is the core software managing the hardware, user interface and software interactions, like you might have heard of Windows, Mac operating system and Linux. Those are operating systems. Those are installed on top of the hardware, and they provide the user a way to interact with the hardware. Then we have device drivers. This is software that allows the operating system to communicate with hardware components like the GPU drivers, because sometimes we might connect the GPU to the motherboard, and the operating system gives us access to the basic data of the GPU, but we can't use the GPU because it isn't known to the operating system and the hardware how the GPU really performs. And to tell the operating system how to interact with the GPU and to use its specific functions, we have specific device drivers, and these drivers tell the operating system how to use the hardware. Then there's firmware, and firmware, this is permanent software embedded into hardware, like the basic input-output system or the BIOS, that manages low-level operations and startup. So, for instance, if you have peripherals that have their own software embedded, this is usually firmware. The BIOS, or the basic input-output system, is firmware embedded into the motherboard. So the firmware in the motherboard allows us to access some settings of the motherboard and change them. And once we change them, it is saved by the firmware in a little chip. But essentially, the firmware is software embedded into hardware to operate that specific hardware. Then we have applications, and well, applications is just the software for specific user tasks. So word processor like Microsoft Word is a software application that enables us to create and edit Word documents. We have web browsers to browse the internet, and we have games, etc. All of those are some forms of applications. And there is one more important item that acts as a connection between the hardware and the software, and we talked about this one in the previous slide. This one is the basic input-output system, or the BIOS. And there's a definition: the BIOS is firmware that initializes and tests hardware components during the booting process of a computer before handing control over to the operating system. So before the operating system starts, the BIOS will test all the hardware and software components if there are no errors, and it can operate them successfully before the operating system boots and tries to communicate with all of these specific hardware components. So the BIOS makes sure that all of these components successfully work. Then there's a role of the BIOS in the boot process. It performs the power on self-test to check if hardware components are functioning correctly, and then loads the bootloader to start the operating system. Like in the definition, the post process is the main process that the BIOS initializes and performs. And when everything works successfully, the operating system can start. And the location, the BIOS is stored in a non-volatile memory chip on the computer's motherboard, typically using flash memory. And in the image here, we see a little chip on a motherboard telling us this one is the chip, probably the non-volatile memory chip that handles the BIOS firmware. The key functions of the BIOS, this one, like we said before, is performing the posts. Well, it conducts a series of checks to ensure that all the essential hardware is functioning correctly before the operating system loads, but it has a few more functions like hardware initialization. It configures and initializes hardware components such as the CPU, the RAM and the storage devices. So it sees and makes sure they are available of all of these components. And then when that's done, the boot device selection will be managed by the BIOS, and this part determines the order of boot devices. Let's say We have a hard drive, a USB drive, and a DVD drive. And which one of these devices is used to load the operating system, and if one of these devices is unavailable or doesn't load any operating system, which device will be next in line to search for an operating system. So this is simply the boot order. And then we have the BIOS setup utility, and this one provides a user interface to configure hardware settings such as the system time, the boot sequence, and the hardware parameters. The BIOS setup utility is the utility we use to manage the BIOS. There are different versions of the BIOS. There's a legacy BIOS, and this one is a traditional version of the BIOS that has been used since the early days of personal computers. It operates in a 16-bit mode and has many limitations, such as the maximum disk drive of 2.1 terabyte, and when using drives bigger than this, it will not be recognized by the BIOS, or if it is recognized by the BIOS, we still cannot use all the extra data on the drive. We are really limited to the 2.1 terabyte. But as always, there's a newer version of BIOSes, and this one is a UEFI, the Unified Extendable Firmware Interface BIOS. And this is a modern replacement, a newer standard that replaces legacy BIOS with advanced features. It knows 64-bit support, it operates in 32 bits or 64 bits mode, allowing for larger disk sizes and faster boot times. It has a graphical user interface, so it provides a more user-friendly interface with mouse support, which something in the legacy BIOS was lacking, which improves usability over the text-based BIOS setup as well we know from the legacy one. And it also introduces Secure Boot, which includes security features like Secure Boot, which helps protect against bootkit malware. Newer variant, many new features. So again, to make a distinction between the two of them, the legacy BIOS has a simple text-based interface for configuration, limited hardware support and configuration options, basic error messages for troubleshooting during post, where the UEFI one has a graphical user interface with mouse support, support for larger disk drives and faster boot times, network capabilities to download updates or boot from remote devices, and enhanced security features such as Secure Boot and support for disk encryption. And in this screenshot we see them both, where on the left side is a UEFI BIOS and on the right side there is a legacy BIOS, and you can clearly see the difference between the two of those. And as hackers, we need advanced knowledge in the following areas. We need advanced knowledge about operating systems to work effectively across various operating system platforms. We need advanced knowledge about networking to understand how data flows between systems. We need knowledge about scripting to automate repetitive and complex tasks, cryptography to manage and decipher encrypted data, and virtualization to interact with virtualized systems and to create our own demo or testing environments. And of course, knowledge of hardware is essential for performing hardware hacking. Although hardware hacking is beyond the scope of this course, you'll need a computer powerful enough to run your demo lab environment, and I recommend the following minimum specifications. As I told you before, 16 GB of internal RAM, 8 cores inside of a single processor, and a storage of at least 100 GB. So, and again, SSD, the solid state drive is recommended because it has a faster performance than a legacy hard disk drive. So let's talk about Windows basics, and the screen that you're seeing here is kind of like the default desktop screen of Windows. Without an operating system, a computer is simply useless. The operating system, or OS, is the essential software that acts as a bridge between the computer's hardware and the user, managing resources and enabling applications to run. It handles fundamental tasks like memory management, process scheduling, and input-output operations, creating an environment where programs can execute seamlessly. There are many different operating systems like Windows, macOS, and Linux. and all of them offer unique interfaces, features and compatibilities tailored for various tasks, from gaming to software development, and without an operating system, a computer would be unable to interpret commands, launch applications, or communicate with other devices. Since Windows is the most common operating system in home and corporate environments, we will talk about Windows, but very basically in the end, an operating system is like a graphical interface to interact with the hardware, and no matter which interface you'll use, this is the basic task of every operating system. But as I told you, there are many different operating systems, and all of them have their cons and their pros. So let's talk about Windows. Windows is an operating system developed by Microsoft that provides a user-friendly environment for managing files, running software, and connecting to the internet. Since its initial release in the 1980s, Windows has become one of the most widely used operating systems worldwide, particularly for personal and business applications. Known for its versatility, Windows is suitable for individual users, businesses, schools, and government organizations. It supports a wide range of applications, making it highly adaptable to various needs. A short bit of history, because I think it is important and you might hear these names or heard these names before. Bill Gates, of course, is the co-founder of Microsoft and a visionary leader. He played a crucial role in the development of Windows, emphasizing the need for software that could empower everyday users. And Paul Allen, a name you might not have heard before, is the co-founder of Microsoft and a key collaborator with Gates. Allen contributed to the initial concepts and vision for Microsoft software, including Windows. Windows was created to make computing more user-friendly and accessible to the general public, moving away from complex command line interfaces. But before Windows, there was DOS, the disk operating system, which in itself was a CLI-based or a command line interface-based operating system. Windows evolved from MS-DOS and launched version 1 in 1985. And here we see where it all began with Windows 1.0 in 1985. And this one, this part of Windows, the look and feel of this specific Windows was changed when Windows 95 came to the market, which we recall as the Windows 9X systems. From Windows 95 to Windows Millennium. Here on the side we do see the business variants, the Windows NT variants, and then the 9.x line ended and the Windows NT line ended as well. And we got Windows XP, Vista, Windows 7, 8, 8.1, 10, with the server variants of 2003 until 2016. And currently we are working with Windows 11 and Windows Server 2022. And the Windows operating system knows 4 key principles. The first one being user-friendly interface. And Windows has a graphical user interface, or a GUI, with icons, a start menu, and easy navigation, designed to make computing accessible for all users, even those without technical skills. Compatibility. Windows supports a vast range of software applications and is compatible with numerous hardware devices, from printers to specialized industrial equipment. The third one being security. Windows includes security measures like Windows Defender, antivirus, firewalls, regular security updates, and user account control to help protect users from malware and unauthorized access. And surely we will dive into each of these security items later on. And the fourth one being networking. Built-in support for networking allows users to connect to the internet, join local networks, share files, and manage resources, making Windows ideal for both home and business use. Then the why Windows is widely used. Well, it has a market dominance. Windows has a strong presence across industries, schools, and home computers, with millions of active users worldwide. Its long-standing position gives it a familiar interface that most people know. There's a wide range of software availability. Windows is compatible with a vast range of applications and games, including popular productivity tools like Microsoft Office, design software like Adobe Creative Suite, and many more, catering to a variety of user needs. It's customizable. Windows offers numerous personalization options, allowing users to adjust settings, themes, and layouts, making it easy to adapt to individual preferences and business requirements. It has support and a community. Microsoft provides extensive support, regular updates, and a vast knowledge base. And additionally, Windows has a large community of users and IT professionals who create tutorials, forums, and troubleshooting resources, which is pretty important while working with an operating system. Then for the user interface, the Windows user interface, or UI, is the visual layout that allows users to interact with the operating system through graphical elements rather than text commands. Know that in the background, still when you perform something graphically, in the end there will be a command be sent to the processor and the operating system to perform the action that you were clicking. But for the front end, know that most of the things can be done from the user interface. A user-friendly UI enhances productivity and accessibility, making it easier for users to navigate their systems and perform tasks efficiently. And over the years, Windows has evolved from a simple GUI in Windows 1.0, 1.0 to a more sophisticated touch-friendly interface in Windows 11. So the interface evolved a lot of times over the years, but essentially and basically it is still the same. You'll see the difference here, where on the left side we'll have Windows 95 and on the right side we'll have Windows 11, where of course the colors have changed a bit and the icons as well, but in the end we will still have something like a start menu button here, which gives us access to settings and applications. The same counts for Windows 11, where the start menu is only an icon, which gives us access to settings and applications. And we have a taskbar on the bottom, which can contain icons. This is an example we see in Windows 11 here, but could also be done in Windows 95. And on the right bottom side, we have the clock, which is still the same. So essentially, even though it has advanced many times, essentially it is still the same UI. Looking at the Windows user interface, we have a few key components there. We have a start menu, which is a central hub for accessing applications, settings, and files. And it features pinned applications, a list of all the programs, and a search bar for quick access. Beside the start menu, we have the taskbar, which is also located at the bottom of the screen, and it displays open applications, system tray icons, and the clock. It allows for easy switching between tasks and quick access to frequently used programs. The desktop itself, this is the main workspace area where users can place icons for applications, files, and shortcuts. Background wallpaper can be customized to personalize the user experience. And finally, the File Explorer, which is the file management tool for navigating, organizing, and managing files and folders on the computer itself. So let's take a little look at this. Let me try to start Windows 11. And the machine that I am starting now is actually one of the machines in the demo environment that we will install together later on. But for now, this is Windows, right? And in this variant of Windows, I'll have a wide taskbar. So in the previous screenshot, the Windows 11 one, we had a small taskbar centered in the middle. But here we have a completely wide taskbar where this icon acts as the start menu. So clicking this gives us access to a lot of programs that are installed on this system. And this one gives us also access to settings, which we can find here. So doing the mouse over on these icons will enlarge this menu so we can read fully what we are clicking. And this is the settings part, giving us access to settings. Well, this looks like this. And the settings menu gives us categorized access to different settings. So if you want to change some system settings, we just click system, and here we have all the different settings we can work with and play with, and the settings we can change. But it gives us access to many different things as well. For instance, we have like the Windows administrative tools, which are administrative tools to manage Windows, and we will get into many of those later on. But for instance, if you want to change firewall settings, we can just click the firewall. And at this moment, I don't have the permission to open the firewall, because opening and changing settings in the firewall requires an administrator, and at this moment I am just a regular user without any enhanced rights, so I don't have the right to change the settings in the firewall, but this is how it is done. Down here I have an icon of the configuration menu, which is actually the old layout of accessing settings. But I usually still use this layout because I think it's nice, and it's still incorporated in Windows 11 as well. So, and from here I can change the firewall settings myself. I get an overview of the firewall settings here, but I will not be able to change these settings. So let's turn the firewall on and off, and while doing so I have to log in as an administrative user, so I cannot change anything. But by looking at this image, I do know by now that at least the firewall is enabled on my domain network, but it is disabled on any other network. Regardless if you know what this means, we will get into this later on. And when I click the Start menu button with the right mouse button, I get another menu. And from this menu, I can also access the settings, I can access the File Explorer, and I can access Run. And with Run, I can type some commands. So these commands will get executed as well. Looking at the File Explorer, which we talked about before, this one is the File Explorer or Windows Explorer. And through this interface, we can explore all the different aspects of drives, USB drives, DVD drives, etc. So this is the core drive, which in Windows by default is always the C drive. And this is the root drive where Windows is installed, and all the applications are installed as well. In this case, we do have a virtual DVD drive containing the VirtualBox Guest Editions software, but well, we can access this as well from the File Explorer. And all of the icons on top of this are just like shortcuts to some of the places inside of the operating system. So when I go to the C drive, I will have a user folder. I can access my own users folder, and I can access the desktop here, and the desktop is empty, but here I do have the desktop as well. So by clicking on this desktop icon, I will go to the same place as I did before. So this is basically just a shortcut to the C users user1 desktop folder. Exactly the same. Same counts for the documents. The documents is a shortcut to the C, the users, the user1, and the documents folder. So see where this is going. We do have a OneDrive integration here. So OneDrive is an internet connected drive. So this is basically storage on a different server accessible from the internet, and I can store files there as well. And I can access my OneDrive from here, from the File Explorer as well. So the File Explorer gives us access to everything file related on the operating system. Well, this is the taskbar. As you can see, I added many icons here as well. And adding icons is pretty easy, right? So when I go to my applications and let's say I want to create an item for Microsoft Edge, I can simply right click Microsoft Edge, which is already pinned from in the taskbar. So I can remove it from the taskbar by choosing, I got to say this one correctly. This is the task, this is the start menu. So this part, this right part is the start menu. Microsoft Edge is here as well. and I can unpin it from the start like this and pin it back to the start like this. And same counts is for the taskbar. If I go to more, I can unpin it from the taskbar and I can pin it back if I wanted it to. I can change the order by clicking on the icon and dragging it left to right like this, and by letting go of the left mouse button it is set in place. So this way I can add locations to the taskbar and remove them as well. Same counts for different kinds of folders, because opening this will open the File Explorer. Right clicking this will simply give me access to a few of the shortcuts, but if I want to have some specific location, I can simply drag and drop this one to this folder like this. And now when I right click this folder, this location is in there as well. So let me unpin this. And then for the right side of the taskbar, this is where the clock resides and the date is as well. And we have a few other icons here telling us which applications are started, or at least a few of the applications that are started at this moment. Like for instance, Windows security actions are needed. This is just a recommendation. This icon shows information about the network, and by clicking this icon I can open the network and internet settings, and I can change settings again. So just play a little bit with the taskbar with the start menu, and here on the desktop we see the goldfish, or this is not a typical goldfish, but I don't know its real name. I'll hope you do. But this is a beautiful fish, and this one is the background. Right clicking the background and choosing for personalize, we can change the background image as well. At this moment it is a Windows Spotlight image, but we can simply choose picture here and change the pictures to the picture that we would love and see. Let me change this back to the Windows Spotlight. And to personalize a little bit more, we can choose different colors in the system. Background as we were before. We can change the lock screen. We can also use themes, which completely changes colors, backgrounds, etc. So these are complete Windows themes. So yeah, you can personalize the desktop and everything around you in the Windows operating system pretty good. Well, since an operating system works with a lot of files, we need to understand the file system. I showed you the file system through the File Explorer as well, but we need to understand how this is organized. And a file system is a method and data structure that the operating system uses to manage files on a disk or storage device. It defines how data is stored, organized, and accessed. And the purpose of this is that file systems enables users to create, delete, read, and write files while ensuring data integrity and efficient storage utilization. File systems are pretty important because of the data organizations. File systems provide a structured way to organize and retrieve files, making it easier for users and applications to locate information. For the efficient management of disk space and quick access to data are essential for system performance, especially for large volumes of data. For the data integrity, file systems help maintain data integrity by managing how data is written and retrieved, preventing corruption, and ensuring consistency. And lastly, the security. Many file systems include features for setting permissions and access control, helping to protect sensitive data from unauthorized access. And those are all things managed in the file system itself. And there are different types of file systems. Let's discuss them, and then, we have the new technology file system, the NTFS system, and this is the file system that is primarily used in Windows systems. This file system supports larger files permissions, and journaling for data recovery. So these are things managed in the NTFS file system, and this one is by default used in modern Windows operating systems. But in older file systems, we use the FAT32, the File Allocation Table 32. And this one was pretty limited. For instance, it could only handle file sizes of 4 gigabytes and less. And this one was widely compatible with many devices, but not used by default on Windows anymore. AXT4, or the Fourth Extended File System, is commonly used in Linux distributions, and this one offers a high performance, reliability and support for large files and volumes. And then we have another known one, which is the APFS, the Apple File System. This one is designed for Mac operating systems and iOS systems. Its features include strong encryption, space sharing, and snapshot capabilities for data backup. So as you can see, there are many different file systems, all with their own pros and cons, and it's good to know which file system is running, so you know what you can expect and what you can do with it. In essence, a file system dictates how an operating system interacts with the files. It outlines the methods for storing, securing, and managing file access and organization. So the operating system works with the file system, and the file system itself handles all the different files. And then, to make this a little bit clearer, a few examples. Let's say if you have a smaller flash drive or removable storage, FAT32 can likely get the job done. However, for larger storage devices that have higher file capacity, exFAT may be best. Both formats offers cross-platform compatibility for an external drive you plan to use on multiple machines. So if you have an external drive you plan to use on multiple machines and you want to interact with the files in that drive, you got to have that drive formatted as exFAT, because A, you want to support large files, and B, you want to support many different operating systems. And NTFS is the format you want to use for an internal drive running on Windows. You may still want to use this format for a removable storage if you know it will only be plugged into Windows machines, because Windows can handle the NTFS file system, and a Windows machine with the NTFS file system can interact with NTFS, but it can also interact with FAT32 and exFAT. If you need an external drive for the Macintosh, you'll need to format the drive with the exFAT or the Apple file system, because if you choose, for instance, NTFS, Apple will not know how this system works and will be unable to work with the files provided by that specific file system. If you are only using a drive with Macintosh, APFS is simply the best way to go. And as a hacker, it's important to know about the file system because, for instance, file recovery, get access to deleted or hidden files. If we work with a file system that doesn't support file recovery, we don't have to bother about accessing deleted or hidden files. But if we find a drive that has, for instance, NTFS file systems, we can try to check and see if we can retrieve deleted or hidden files. For exploiting vulnerabilities, each file system has its unique vulnerabilities and security features. For bypassing security, because familiarity with file system structures enables hackers to bypass security measures, because different file systems work with different kinds of file permissions, as we will see when we dive into those file permissions when working with Windows and working with Linux. But you'll have to know how these file systems work, how these security principles work, to know what the security settings mean and to maybe bypass some of those security settings, or at least to use some security settings to get the things done that you simply need to be doing. The fourth one, optimizing payload delivery, because knowledge of file systems helps hackers to optimize how they deliver their payloads. Whether it be malware or exploit code, ensuring that their actions are stealthy and effective. Simply, let's say we are creating a payload that works on a Windows machine that is formatted with the NTFS file system structure that changes the permission on a specific file. We can never use that specific payload on a Linux system formatted with the X4 file system, because this works totally different and the actions we are performing with our payload will never work on that specific file system. So once working with files and file systems and creating payloads, we got to know what specific payload we need to create so it is working for our intentions. Then, as a question for you, and I hope you can answer this question at this moment, what file system is usually used by Windows operating systems? I guess we already told you this was the NTFS file system. Just to keep you sharp at this moment. Once done, let's talk about file management. File management in Windows involves organizing, storing and accessing files and directories effectively. There are some key components. Windows provides tools like the File Explorer, which we already have seen, shortcuts, and the context menu for efficient file management. This, and I can show you this again. Let's get back to Windows. Once we have, let's create a file in Notepad. Let's save this file on the desktop. So I will perform save as, and I get a context menu asking me where I want to save this one. And in this case, I say, okay, store it on the desktop so I can see it on my desktop. And I will give it a name like test. And the extension it will get is .txt. So my complete file name will be test.txt. And this one will be saved on the desktop. There it is. I don't see the extension because in the settings, I simply say I don't want to see it. We can change these settings. Let's go to view and we can check all kinds of things here. Let's say I want to see file name extensions. Now I do say see the test.txt. So now I see the extension as well. Right-clicking this file gives me another context menu where I can work with the file itself. I can cut it, I can copy it, I can paste it, I can do whatever I want with it. And this is something the file system handles. So let's say I want to cut it. So I can paste it in a different location, for instance, the documents. I can right-click in this documents empty pane. There is no document already in the documents folder. And here I can choose paste. So it is copied from the desktop to the documents and it is removed on the desktop. So that's a cut and paste. I can also perform a copy and a paste. So now the copy action simply copies the data but doesn't remove the original file. So now our data is in two locations. I can also create a shortcut. Let's say I want to keep the original file here, but I want to access this file from the desktop. I can right click and create a shortcut as well. So this is simply a file that is much, you would say this is much smaller, but in this case our file is completely empty. So that's not the case. Let's add some data and save it. So now they are both equally in size, but usually the shortcut is 1 KB and the original file is much bigger. So this shortcut I can drag and drop it to the desktop like this. I can drag and drop it back, whatever I want to do with it. But now this shortcut is on the desktop, but this file doesn't hold any data. This is simply a link to this file. So when I click this file, the file opens. When I change the original file, let me make it empty again and save it. Now the file is empty again. Opening the shortcut will show me an empty file because again, this is just a link to this specific file. Let's remove this one and get back to the slides. Navigating the File Explorer, which we already did. The File Explorer is the primary tool for file management in Windows, providing a graphical user interface for navigating files and folders. It has a few features like navigating pane, easily access drives, libraries and folder, the address bar, which displays the current location and allows direct path entry, the search bar for quickly finding files and folders using keywords, and the file view options, different layouts, list, details, thumbnails for better visibility. So real quick, in the File Explorer, here on the left, we have the navigation pane where we can navigate through all of the drives. This is the main window where we can see the files of the location we're currently in. And here we have the search bar, let's say, where we can see which directories we have browsed. Let's start at the C drive, go to Windows, then go to Boot, then go to DVD. We can see all of those steps here in the top. And if you know websites, for instance, websites can also show you exactly the path where you went to through a breadcrumb. Well, this is actually the same. And so when we click on it, we will see the different folders divided by backslashes, C, Windows, Boot, DVD. This is exactly the path we clicked, and we can change the path here as well. So now we go back to the previous folder called Boot, and this one gives us access to a lot of options. Like, for instance, like we did here to show the file name extensions, we can also change the way that all the files and folders are shown. At this moment, we use the details overview, which I think in most cases is the best overview, but we can change these to icons, large icons. We can change this to a list without extra details, small icons, titles, etc. But in most instances, this is the best way to view the data, except for instance when you have a folder with a lot of photos and you want to see a preview of all of these photos. In that specific case, you might want to use the large or the extra large icons. But this is what the File Explorer offers us. We can create and do a lot of things here. Like I already showed you, we can create files, we can create folders. Well, we can copy folders, we can rename items, we can delete items. So everything file related we can do through the File Explorer. Real quick again. Let's create a new shortcut, which is not what we really wanted it to do. Let's create a new text document, call this test. So now we create a new document. We can rename it by using the rename option. We can delete it as well by using the delete option. And for all of these actions, there are also keyboard shortcuts, but we'll get back on the shortcuts later on. Then about the file properties and attributes. Well, I can show you this one as well. Again, let's create a new file. And now we go to the properties to show the file's attributes, and we get something that looks like this. And this is what we are talking about in the slides. So the file properties and attributes, we can see the accessing properties. So by right-clicking the file or folder and selecting properties, and then we have information available divided in multiple tabs. For instance, the general tab, the first one, will show me the file size, the type, the location, the creation and modification dates, etc. So general information about the file. We do have a security tab where we can change the permissions set for the users and the groups. And we have a details tab with additional metadata, like for instance, the author that created the file, specific tags, dimensions when we are working with images, etc. And the details tab of the egg.jpg file is exactly what we see here, where in the image part we do see the dimensions, the width, the height, and more information about the image itself. So this was basically the part for Linux, Windows, and now we are going to talk about Linux and how do all of these things hold up and in Linux, and what's the difference between Linux and Windows. Okay, let's take a look at what Linux exactly is. Linux is an open source operating system based on the Unix architecture, designed to be flexible, secure, and efficient. It was developed by Linus Torvalds in 1991. It started as a personal project and has since grown over a global collaboration with contributions from developers worldwide. It was initially inspired by the MINIX operating system, the Minix system, and it evolved into numerous distributions or distros catering to various needs. And Linux also has four main principles, the first one being open source and freedom. Linux is developed under the GNU, the General Public License, meaning everyone can freely use, modify and distribute its open source. This promotes collaboration, innovation and accessibility, where Windows is a closed operating system. The source code is kept privately and the operating system simply costs money Linux is free and fully open source. The second one being modularity and simplicity. Linux is built with a modular architecture where each component, like tools, utilities or applications, performs one specific function very well. Portability and flexibility. Linux is highly portable, running on a wide range of hardware platforms from personal computers to supercomputers and embedded systems. And the last one, community and collaboration. Linux is developed and maintained by a global community of developers who contribute to its code, fix bugs, and provide support. The different distributions, different Linux distributions are tailored for specific uses, from general purpose to specialized tasks. For example, we have Ubuntu, which is very user-friendly and popular for beginners. We have Fedora, which is a cutting-edge technology, focuses on new features, and Cent operating system is specifically created for its stability and reliability, commonly used in server environments, just like its big brother Red Hat. You might have heard of Linux Red Hat before, and this image gives you a broad overview of many popular Linux distributions, but there are many more. In its core, Linux is a command line operating system, which Windows actually in its core also is. And there are, however, graphical user interfaces we call desktop environments for Linux. And desktop environments are separated from the Linux distribution, allowing users to choose their preferred interface. This is something that we actually cannot really do in Windows. We always will use the Windows graphical user interface. And yes, we can tweak and tune the interface a little bit to, to our needs actually, but in Linux, the graphical user interface is really something different, and you can really change the interface on the one you like the most. And there are a few examples, but in the screenshot you see many more. We have GNOME, which is intuitive and the modern design. We have KDE Plasma, which is highly customizable and feature-rich, and XFCE, which is lightweight and efficient, suitable for all hardware. We talked about the Windows file structure. Let's also talk a little bit about the Linux file structure. Most Linux systems use the ext4 file systems, which one we discussed also previously. And everything in Linux, and this is important, you really have to remember this, everything in Linux is a file. So really everything is. So documents, hard drives, modems, keyboards, printers, and even some inter-process and network communications. Everything in Linux is a file, where this is not the case in Windows, right? Windows uses sometimes things in memory, but in Linux, actually everything is a file. Of course, it is handled in memory, but it's also accessible as a file. And navigating the file system is a bit different from Windows, because in Windows, the main drive where Windows will always be installed by default is the C drive. And in Linux, this is referred to as the root directory, which is simply indicated by a /. And this is the top level directory from which all other directories branch out. We have a home directory, which is /home, which actually means this is a folder inside of the root directory. The home folder resides in root, which contains personal directories for each user. And there are many other directories like the bin directory, the etc directory, and the var directory. The bin for essential user binaries or executables, the etc directory for configuration files and system settings, and the var directory for variable files like logs and databases. And talking about the file system, we also have to talk about file permissions. Every file, and thus every Linux element, because everything in Linux is essentially a file, is secured by users and groups. And for this, the rights are divided by 3 types of permissions: the read, the write, and the execute permission. Where, of course, if we have the permission to read a file, we can open it and read it. If you have a permission to write a file, we can edit the file's contents. And when we have an executable, a program that needs to be executed, and we have the execute right, we can execute it. When we don't have the execute right, well, we simply cannot execute that specific program. And those are the three basic rights. And these permissions are set for three different groups. We have an owner, which is the owner/creator of the file or object. We have owner groups. Those are groups with access to the specific file and object. And then we have other groups, and those are all other groups and users that do not belong to the owner or the owner groups part. So we will set read, write, and execute permissions for the owner. We will set the same permissions for the owner groups. And again, we will set those permissions for the other groups. So when the rights are shown like this, and let me show you this in Linux itself. This will be Kali Linux, and after installing the demo environment, you will also have access to this same instance. So in Kali Linux, let's open up a terminal, make this a little bit bigger, and let's move to the desktop. And surely we will, I will teach you how to work on the command line in Linux, but for now let's just go to the desktop and show the files that are there. Those are the files on the desktop, and when I check their permissions, for instance this one, it has the following permissions. But how do we read this? How do I know which specific right at this moment I do have on this file? If I look at my user, currently I am the Kali user. So in this case, I do see Kali with a lot of rights. Now let's get back to the PowerPoint to understand how this works. I was hoping to get a pop-up. Matter. So, right. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Rights are divided like this. We first start with the special, then we start with the owner groups, and the other groups. So these three we discussed in the previous slide. Like we have owner groups, and other groups. And before that, there is one more bit, and this is the special bit. But we'll talk about the special bit later on. Let's just focus on everything behind the first bit, which is owner, where we can set three permissions, right? We can set the read, the write, and the execute. So the first three parts here are for the owner. The other three parts here are for the owner groups, the R, the slash, and the slash. And the last three parts are for the other groups, which is ///. So basically the rights are divided like shown in this table. Then every single position has a numeric value. This one is good to know. So the first bit has the value of 4, the second bit has a value of 2, and the first bit has a value of 1 every time again. So this is 4 to 1, 4 to 1. So when these rights are displayed as numerical values, then this becomes, in this case, we have a R and a W, which is 4 and 2, and 4 and 2 together is 6. So this one is shown as a 6. For the other groups, I only have the first bit set, and the first bit has a value of 4. So 4 plus 0 is still 4. And the other groups is nothing, so 0 plus 0 is still 0. So basically, these rights, how they are shown here, in a numerical way are shown like this. We have the 6, the 4, and the 0. So these rights are shown as 640. And in this example, when we use chmod 777 and we use chmod to change the rights on a file or folder, the maximum thing we can set is 777, and this simply means all the permissions, because we will set the write bit, the read bit, the write bit, and the execute bit. We set this one on the user, the group, and the others. So this becomes 4 plus 2 plus 1, which is 7. Again, 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 7, 4 plus 2 plus 1 is 7. So we have 3 7s. So setting 777 on a file or a folder means that the user can read, write and execute it. The owner groups can, and the other groups can do this as well. So checking back at the Kali terminal here, this actually means that I can, as a Kali user, I can simply do everything with this file. I can read it, write it and execute it. Then everything that is in the Kali group can simply read and execute this file, but it cannot change it. And every other user on the system can also read and execute this file, but they cannot change it as well. So this is how the rights are set in Linux. But before we start inspecting files and checking rights, we need to learn the Linux terminal a little bit. So what is the terminal? The Linux terminal, also known as the command line interface or CLI or shell, which are all acronyms for the same thing, is a text-based interface used to interact directly with the operating system. And it provides a powerful control over the operating system by allowing users to execute commands to manage files, processes and system settings. It allows automation of tasks to scripting, making it efficient for repetitive and complex operations. So we can perform scripting or combining commands to be more efficient while working with the file system. As you saw in Kali, this is a terminal I use where I can work with commands, and I do have a graphical user interface which you see here with the desktop icons, some kind of a taskbar as we have seen in Windows, but now it's on the top where we can access many applications, where we can set shortcuts, where we can change different desktops, where we have a clock, etc. So this looks a little bit like Windows, but well, this is one form of a user interface. But basically when we don't install a user interface, the only thing we have is this, and this is the command line. And there are common shells, common terminals actually. Bash is the born again shell, and this is the default and most widely used shell in many Linux distributions. And we have many others like ZSH, KSH, Fish, each with their unique features and syntax variations. Modern Linux Kali systems use the ZSH shell, and previously they used Bash, but both are pretty much look-alike, where ZSH is a little bit more advanced. Key features: efficient navigation, which enables quick file and directory access. System administration, directly manage users' permissions and processes. Remote access allows secure remote management of Linux systems through SSH, the secure shell. And extensibility supports custom scripts and aliases to simplify complex commands. The terminal is essential for Linux users and administrators, providing flexibility, precision, and control beyond what graphical interfaces can offer. Really, we can fully manage everything in Linux from the command line. That's important to know. We can even manage more than we can manage in the graphical user interface. And this, as you have already seen, is a screenshot of a terminal in Kali. Another question to keep you sharp and awake. Microsoft Windows also has a few terminals or CLI interfaces. Can you name two important ones? And this is something we haven't discussed before, but well, let's test a little bit of your knowledge about Windows already. Both of them you see here. The first one being the command prompt. And the command prompt, or the CMD prompt, is the old prompt that is available in every Windows operating system. And it looks a lot like the DOS operating systems. And well, it was originally embedded into Windows to keep some backwards compatibility. And in the first versions of Windows were actually just DOS with the graphical user interface, but it's still available on modern operating systems. and the newer variant, which has a little bit, which has different command syntaxes, but we can really manage everything on the machine with it, is Windows PowerShell, and this is the one here on the right. During this course, we will work with a lot of both terminals, so Linux terminals, Windows terminals, and to find your way into Linux, these are some of the basic commands you need to master, and we will try them as well, but first let's discuss them. We have the pwd, which is print of the current working directory, so while executing this command, we can see where we are in Linux. ls is list files and directories in the current location. cd, with cd we can change the current directory, so we can change the current location. man, which actually is a manual command to display the manual pages for other commands. We can copy files with the cp command. We can move files and directories with the mv command, and we can remove files and directories with the rm command. So let's go back to Kali and let's choose print working directory as a command. And you can see that this is the path that we are currently in. So we have the root drive, and inside of this root is a home folder, and the home folder contains a Kali folder for the Kali user, and in here there's a desktop folder, which we can also see if we just open the file system. This is the core file system, and in here we do have a home folder, and in home there is a Kali folder, and inside Kali there is a desktop folder. So basically I am on the desktop, and we can show all of the files in here which we did before with ls. And these show all of the files and folders inside of this folder. And in this terminal, we have like a few colors to work with. The blue ones are directories. The green ones are executable binaries or programs. And the white ones are simply files on the desktop. So I can cd into Postman, and with the tab button on the keyboard, I can complete the command. So Linux knows that when I press the tab, there is only one folder on the desktop that can possibly match the thing I need, so it fills it in automatically. And I can go to this specific folder, and while printing the working directory now, we can see that we are in home Kali desktop, we are in Postman. And by cd back, and back is a space with two little dots like this. Now we will change the current working directory back one folder. So we will jump from Postman back to the desktop. And by checking this, by print working directory, this is also correct. And I can change a file, I can create a file first with the touch command, and I will touch a file named test. Checking all the files now, we will simply have a test file here. Checking it on the graphical user interface in the desktop, we will see the file here as well. So at this moment I do have a test file, and I can move this file to the, let me use the full one, to home Kali documents. Of course I need to say which file I am moving. I am moving the test file like this. So now at this moment the test file is no longer on the desktop, but instead of the desktop it is moved to the documents folder in home Kali documents. Since I am currently on the desktop in home Kali desktop, let me back out one directory, show everything that's in here. We do have a documents folder in here, so let's go to documents as well and show the contents of the documents folder like this. There's one file, the file we did move, the test file. Check, we are really in documents. Yes, we are. And now we can remove the file with rm test. And now when we check the files inside of the documents folder, no file is present because we removed the only file that we copied in here, which was the test file. Actually, we did not copy the file, we did move the file. If I copied the file, then now the file would be removed from documents, but the original file would still be in the desktop, like we have seen in Windows. But those are actually the basic commands we need to know. So play with them a little bit and continue once you master these commands. Then what about the software? In Linux we call this package management, where in Windows we often refer to this as a software, but a system for installing, updating and removing software application in Linux is a package manager, and this helps manage dependencies and ensure software is up to date. So usually when installing software, it might need some other software to run, and by using a package manager, the package manager knows which software it needs to run, so it also installs the dependencies and the software it needs to run. So you can, after install, you can simply just run the software. And there are different package managers. We have the APT, of the Advanced Package Tool, and this is the default package manager in Debian-based systems like Ubuntu and also in Kali Linux. And well, this works pretty simple. With an apt update, we do refresh the package list. So there is a package list of packages that are available for the operating system, and an apt update does update this list. With an apt install and then the package name, we will install a new package, and by apt remove, we will remove the installed package. Then we have a package manager called yum or DNF, which is used in Red Hat based systems like CentOS and Fedora. And this works basically the same. By using yum install with the package name or DNF install with the package name, it installs the package, and yum remove or DNF remove, it removes the package. Simple as that. Some software packages are available for Windows and Linux. Those are cross-compiled for both systems. Think about, for instance, Visual Studio Code, Sublime Text, Audacity, 7-Zip, FileZilla, Steam, Google Chrome, etc. All of these software files can be used on Windows and Linux, and to use them we have to install the right package, because we cannot install the Linux package in Windows and vice versa. But if we install the right package, we can use the right software, the same software on both operating systems, because they are simply cross-compiled for all of these operating systems. Natively, software is not compatible between Windows and Linux, because Windows primarily uses executable files with an .exe or a .mse extension designed to run on the Windows operating system, and Linux software is often packaged as a .deb, a Debian-based distribution file, or an RPM, a Red Hat-based distribution file, with source code commonly available for compiling. Linux primarily uses file systems like ext4, while Windows typically uses NTFS. Although modern Linux can read and write to NTFS partitions, software that relies on Windows-specific file systems can face issues on Linux. It's good to be aware of that fact. Then let's talk about services and daemons. In Windows, we talk about services, and these are background programs run without direct user interaction managed by the Windows Service Manager. So when we start up Windows, there are a lot of services that run automatically, and we call those those are simply applications that run in the background. And in Windows we refer to them as services, while in Linux we refer to them as daemons. And daemons in Linux are processes that perform background tasks managed by tools like systemd or init. Then talking about terminology, we have processes. Both Windows and Linux have processes, which are individual instances of programs in execution. Each process has a unique process ID, a PID, and can be monitored, started, stopped, or killed by the user or the system. Within Windows, this is managed by the Task Manager or to the command line tools like Task List and Task Kill, and in Linux this is managed by commands like ps, top, kill, and htop, if you want, you can play a little bit with these commands in both operating systems, but these commands allows us to work with the background processes. For instance, if we execute if you execute in Windows Word, and Word executes a macro, then that macro will run in the background, but for that macro to run, it needs to run a different application. But as a user, we don't need to we don't interact with that specific application, because Microsoft Word takes care of that background application to perform the things we want, and we can manage those processes in the background by using the commands stated in this slide. So this is a little bit different from a service which totally and completely runs without any user interaction, where of a process user interaction is required to start the application, or to have started the initial application that automatically calls the second application, etc. So there is some user interaction with those things. That's the main reason between daemons and processes, right? Daemons are completely autonomous, and processes, well, user interaction is required. Then we have threads, and threads are subunits of a process, allowing concurrent execution within a single processes. Both systems support multi-threading. So to speed up things, a process may start multiple threads, and a thread is executed by the CPU. So multiple threads can be, all of them can be handled by the CPU, which in the end gives a much faster output than when everything would run through a single process. In Windows, this is managed within each process and can be monitored to the task manager, and in Linux, this is managed similarly with processes, which often is observed by the ps.t or htop tool. File permissions. Both Windows and Linux have file permissions to control access levels like read, write, and execute, as we have seen in Linux already. In Windows, this is managed to the NTFS file system and viewed in the file properties dialog. Remember, right-clicking a file, choosing for properties, and there we can see the rights. And in Linux, this is managed with commands like chmod, chown, and ls-l, with permissions separated into 3 categories like user, group, and others. We already discussed the file permissions in Linux. Know that there are environment variables, and this is an important part of the operating system, because environment variables store system and user specific configurations such as paths and system settings. In Windows, we do set these variables with the set command or through the system properties menu, and in Linux this is managed with commands like export and env for environment, or commonly found in configuration files like the .bash/rc or the etc environment folder. We will work with environment variables later on in the course, so yes, we will check where they are, how we can set these variables, etc. So we will get back into variables pretty soon. For now, know that it's a term, right? Environment variables. You might hear them quite often. So you have to know that they exist and that they store system and user specific configurations. Mostly we work with environment variables when we are talking about paths and system settings. User account and permissions. Both operating systems use user accounts with various privilege levels, including standard users and administrators /root, where in Windows, by default, the user with the most permissions on the operating system is the administrator, and in Linux, this powerful user is called root. In Windows, we use the user account control to manage permissions, and in Linux, Linux uses a root account for administrative access, and users can temporarily elevate permissions using sudo. And this is also something we'll see later on. Well, that's that for Linux. Let's talk a little bit about networking basics. And as you may understand by now, the first thing I'm trying to do is to let you get used to some terminology, to tell you a little bit about some concepts and systems and how things work, but everything is really, really basic. And know that for everything we're discussing at this level 1, we will dive into it much deeper in the next chapter. For now, let's see what networking basics we have. What is networking and what specifically is a network? A network is a group of connected devices that communicate and share resources like files, internet, and printers. So, this is the definition of a network. Multiple resources, multiple devices, sharing things together. And as an example, common networks include home Wi-Fi, office networks, and the internet itself. The internet itself is one big example of a network. And why networks matter: they enable easy sharing of information, remote communication, and internet access. There are multiple types of networks. We have the LAN or the local area network, which in itself is a small network covering a local area such as a home, an office, and a school. So those are actually the small networks that you have at home, or some bigger networks that you will see at organizations, at your work. But if we look at really, really big networks, we talk about the wide area network. And this is a large network covering broad areas, connecting cities, countries, and even worldwide, like the internet. The internet is a network residing in the wide area network section. There are other types like a MAN or a MAN, which is a metropolitan area network, which covers a city or a campus, and a PAN, a personal area network, which is a short range network like Bluetooth between a phone and a speaker. Very, very small networks. But in our case, when we talk about a network, we usually talk about the local area network. And to understand how networks work, we need to know what an IP address is. An IP address is a unique identifier for each device on a network, like a home address for devices. So an IP address is like the address or the street name from your home, the street name and the street number. This is the same thing as an IP address eventually, because when I know the street that you live in and the house number that you live at, I can visit you and I can, for instance, drop a package off at your home. And when there's a network package that needs to be delivered, the sending side needs to know the IP address of the destination site, the site where the thing needs to get delivered. And inside of a network, we call this number an IP address. There are different types of IP addresses because it's never easy, right? We have IPv4 and IPv6, which are main variants of IP addresses, where IPv4 is commonly used. And if we look at its format, if you see something that looks like this, 192.168.1.1, so 4 segments divided with a dot, then this is an IPv4 address. But there is a newer format, and this format is much longer. If you look at the example here, this is an IPv6 address. This is so much longer, so it supports more devices. And why is there a newer format? Simply because we are currently running out of IPv4 addresses. So this is its successor, and well, with a number like this, we will practically never ever run out of IP addresses again. Then there are public and private IP addresses. This is also good to know. And we see public and private IP ranges in IPv6 and IPv4. And well, this is mainly common at IPv4. The private IP ranges are designed for internal network only use. So Those are often seen in home and office networks, and public IPs are used on the internet to identify devices globally. So that's basically the main difference between a public and a private IP, and those IPs um, uh, belong to IP ranges, and there are specific ranges designated for private and for public IP addresses. And here we see another example of the IPv4 address notation. As I just told you, 4 different segments divided with a dot, and when converted to binary, it looks a little bit like those 4 segments, and each number in each segment is 8 bits long. So a complete IPv4 address is 32 bits or 4 bytes. Now, that's an IP address. We also need network protocols to successfully deliver data between a source and a destination. And the network protocol is a set of rules that allows devices on a network to communicate effectively. Protocols ensure data is sent and received correctly between devices. When we talk about networks and the language they speak or the protocol they use, we usually refer to TCP/IP, the Transmission Control Protocol / Internet Protocol networks. The role is the core suite of protocols that governs data transmission across the internet. TCP, in this case, breaks data into packets, ensures they reach the destination accurately, and reassembles them. And IP in this protocol stack routes packets to the correct destination based on the IP address. And the way that the data flows between those networks is, that is what the protocol handles. And an example protocol in this slide is TCP/IP. There are more examples of network protocols, HTTP and HTTPS, the Hypertext Transfer Protocol or the Secure Hypertext Transfer Protocol is the protocol used for web browsing, which enables access to websites, and HTTPS is the secure version of HTTP, which encrypts the data for privacy and protection. FTP is a form of a protocol. This allows users to upload and download files between computers on a network, and this is commonly used for transferring files between servers and clients. And SMTP, as another example, the Simple Mail Transfer Protocol, is designed for sending and routing emails over the internet, used by email servers to send out outgoing email. To see how these protocols function, it helps to understand the layers that the network traffic moves through between endpoints, and the OSI model is used to define these network layers. And in the OSI model, we talk about 7 different layers from the bottom to the top. So when data is sent out, it follows the layers from the top to the bottom, and at the receiving side, data is sent from the bottom to the top until the application reaches the data again. Now, for the first layer, the physical layer, this is the foundation of the network where data is turned into electric signals, light or radio waves to move through cables and the air. So at this first level, we see cables, Wi-Fi signals, and anything that actually sends data physically. So this is the physical layer. Then on top of that is the data link layer. And this layer manages direct connections between devices on the same network. It packages data into frames and checks them for errors. And an example of this is the Ethernet, which is used in wired connections and Wi-Fi standards. So when data is received from the physical layer, the first thing it is encapsulated in an Ethernet package, and then It flows to the network layer, the third layer that handles how data moves across different networks to reach its destination. And this layer finds the best path to travel for the data to travel. And well, we have seen this protocol in the previous slide. An example protocol we find on this layer is the IP layer, the Internet Protocol. Yes, the IP protocol, that's what I meant. And that's the main part that routes data on the internet. So at this point we have an Ethernet frame encapsulated in an IP frame, and this layer decides the best route for the data, and then it reaches the transport layer, and this layer makes sure data is transferred reliably and in the right order. This layer breaks data into smaller chunks and reassembles them at the other end. So we also have seen an example of this protocol. A protocol that works on this layer is the TCP protocol, the Transmission Control Protocol, which ensures that data is delivered fully and in order. While UDP, the User Datagram Protocol, sends data quickly without checking for errors, but we will talk about TCP and UDP later on. And after this layer, we have 3 more layers which are a little less interesting. We have the session layer, which manages sessions or conversations between devices. It keeps track of each conversation so they don't mix up or overlap. And then the presentation layer, this layer formats data so it can be understood by the receiving device. It handles encryption and compression, making data smaller and safer. So encryption like HTTPS is done in the presentation layer, and then it reaches the final application layer. And this is the layer you actually see and interact with. This is the layer where the application runs. This layer lets software access the network and displays data to the user it receives. So in this layer we can find applications like the web browser, email clients, file sharing programs, etc. And this is how the OSI layer is built up and where protocol functions at different layers. So talking about TCP/IP, we talk about the way that data moves over the network. When we talk about FTP, we talk about the way data has to be presented to the application. As I told you, TCP/IP is layer 3 and layer 4, where IP is layer 3 and TCP is layer 4. So TCP/IP is the shipping service for your data, where IP finds the best route. We already discussed this. For the data to travel, like a GPS directing a delivery truck, and layer 4 makes sure data is delivered in the right order, like checking each item of a list when it arrives. FTP is a layer 7 protocol, the file delivery tool for transferring files between computers. Layer 7 is where applications like file sharing programs receive and understand the data. This layer unwraps the data in a way that apps like FTP can understand, just like opening a package. Let's say a computer wants to send FTP data to another computer. Then this packet is built like this. Well, we start at the application layer because this is the application where we as a user work in, and we decide to send out data. So first it has to find its way out to the network, and on the other end, when it is received, it has to find its way back. So starting at the application layer, what's happening here is we create a packet with FTP data, and this is the file data or the commands, for instance requesting a file or transferring a file, and the package contains a protocol header with information that tells the FTP application on how to specifically handle this data. Then it reaches the presentation layer, and this is where the data encoding happens. Here the FTP data is formatted so the sender and receiver understand it. Encryption is added to the data. This is optional, so if secure FTP is used, this layer may encrypt the data for security. Then it is transferred to the session layer, and this layer manages the connection between the client and the server to keep the data transfer organized and uninterrupted. Then this one reaches the transport layer, and now we add a TCP header, and this adds sequencing and acknowledgement data to ensure the package arrives in order and are retransmitted if lost. TCP also indicates the source and destination port, for instance port 21 for the FTP control and port 20 for FTP data. And on what specifically ports and sockets are, we will get back on that. Then when it leaves the transport layer, it reaches the network layer, and here an IP header is added, and this one adds the source and destination IP addresses, which helps route the data across networks to its endpoint. Then it reaches the data link layer, and here a frame header and a frame trailer is added. The frame header adds a MAC address for both sender and receiver devices to help the data move through local networks. And the frame trailer contains error checking information to ensure data integrity as it moves from one device to another. And finally, this one reaches the physical layer, where electrical and wireless signals are used to transfer the data from one endpoint to another. So this is the layer where the physical devices live, and the devices used to send the data over to the other computer, where this process actually happens in reverse. The package is received at layer 1, then moves up to each layer until it reaches the destination application at layer 7, where the application finally receives and interprets the data. And in this slide, we can actually see how the packet will look, where here we have all, let me see, this is the data from the application layer, where the TCP header and TCP body is added. Later on in layer 3, an IP header and body is added, and at layer 2 a MAC address is added. So finally we have a packet containing multiple layers of data, so the package can transfer the network and find its way. Talking about the network packet, all data sent over a network is divided into packets or frames for that matter, because sometimes we call it packets, sometimes we call it frames. This depends a little bit on the layer we are talking about, but it is at least data is divided into packets or frames, which can vary in size depending on the protocols and features to use. To ensure that the entire message reaches the destination computer, multiple packets or frames are transmitted. The receiving computer must then reassemble these packets in the correct order, ensuring no data is lost, in order to reconstruct the original message accurately. So this one is the entire frame containing lots of fields. If you look at the data field on itself, this data field also contains multiple segments. This single segment we call a packet, and the packet contains a source IP and destination IP address and a payload. But the complete package, inclusive destination, source and error checking, etc., is called a frame. But know that data is divided into different packets and are sent in packets over the network. So looking at this one, we see a frame, a packet, etc. So let's talk about the terminology. A frame is a unit of data at the data link layer at layer 2 of the OSI model. Frames include a header and sometimes a trailer, which contains information such as the source and destination MAC addresses and error checking data. The frame encapsulates the packets for transmission over a local network. The term frame is commonly used in discussions about Ethernet and other local area network technologies. When data is sent over a local area network, it's encapsulated into frames for transmission between devices. And checking the packet, a packet is a unit of data that is transmitted over a network at the network layer, layer 3 of the OSI model. Packets contain a header with important routing information, including the source and destination IP addresses, as well as the actual data payload. The term packet is typically used when discussing protocols like IP, Internet Protocol. For example, when data is sent across the internet, it's broken down into IP packets. So an IP packet on itself will contain frames, but depending on the layer we are talking about, depending on where the data is sent over, we use frames and packets. But this terminology usually is intertwined, and sometimes people refer to a frame as a packet and vice versa. Talking about the physical layer, if you look at the physical layer where all the network devices and technologies live, all the hardware lives, there are multiple network devices that are needed to route traffic over networks. Let's discuss a few of them: the router, the switch, and the modem. If we look at the router directs traffic within a network or multiple networks and connect it to the internet. Many modern routers come with built-in switching capabilities like a switch. So the switch is already built in many of the routers, and sometimes even integrated with modem functionalities. This allows them to serve as a single device that connects a local network to the internet while managing traffic within that specific network. For example, a typical home router often has multiple Ethernet ports like a switch for wired connections and one port that connects to a modem or directly to the internet. Talking about the switch in itself connects multiple devices within the same local network, managing the data flow. A switch is used within a LAN network to connect devices such as computers, printers, allowing them to communicate with each other. The key features of a switch are data forwarding, so it receives incoming data packets and redirects them to their destination within the same network based on the MAC address, and layer 2 operations. A switch operates at the data link layer of the OSI model, primarily focusing on traffic within the local network. And then a modem connects the network to the internet through the ISP, the internet service provider. Modem, and modem stands for modulator and demodulator, connects a local network to the internet. It translates digital signals from a computer into analog signals for transmission over phone lines and cable systems, and vice versa. So the key features of a modem are internet connectivity. With this we provide access to the internet through an internet service provider, and signal conversion to convert different types of signals, analog to digital, and again vice versa. But many routers already has switch and modem capabilities built in, and in this image we see a little example where we have data from a computer. Computers are connected to each other through a switch to send out data. They send the data to a router. The router sends the data to a modem. It is sent over the network to another modem, then it gets back to a router, then it gets back to the switch, and again the data is transferred to the endpoint. But we use these devices in networks. Talking about networks, we also have to talk about DNS. DNS is the domain name system. DNS is the phone book of the internet that translates website names like google.com into IP addresses. And this matters because this allows us to easily remember names instead of numeric IPs, making the internet more user-friendly. So it is way more easy to remember the name google.com instead of remembering the IP address of Google. While the IP address might change, the name does not. So we can always reach the Google services through google.com instead of knowing the static IP address of google.com at that specific moment in time. There are different addressing types, and I imagine that this might be quite a lot of information, but this will all make sense later on but we have different addressing types, and this is also very good to know when we talk about IP addresses. We have static IP addresses, and this is a fixed IP address manually assigned to a device, so this IP address does not change. And a dynamic IP address does change, because a dynamic IP address is a temporary assigned IP from a pool of addresses, typically changes with each connection. And then we have something known as DHCP, the Dynamic Host Configuration Protocol. And when this one is used, this protocol automatically assigns IP addresses to devices on a network, simplifying the setup of dynamic IPs. But know that we have usually see static IPs, so manually assigned IP addresses, and we see devices that receive a dynamic IP address from a DHCP server. We talked about the network or the MAC address before, and MAC addresses come into play looking at layer 2 of the OSI model. Now, what is a MAC address specifically? A MAC address is a unique fixed identifier assigned to a device network hardware by the manufacturer. So every network device has a MAC address. And this matters because this helps to identify specific devices on a local network. Even if IP addresses change, the MAC address does not. So the MAC address of a network device is always the same. Looking at a MAC address, it looks a little bit like this. It has like 6 segments of 2 digits, where the first 3 segments together specify the supplier of the network media. So every Broadcom device has the same first 3 segments in the MAC address, and the last 3 segments are specific for that specific network device. So these are dynamic. Even if the supplier is the same, the manufacturer is the same, the first part will not change, but the second part will. But this is different from an IP address. Surely, on networks, we also work with security. And there are 3 devices that are very, very important. Talking about network security, the firewall, talking about encryption on a network, and we talk about Wi-Fi security. But basically, in a network is a firewall the main security device to use, and a firewall is a security guard for your network that monitors and filters traffic, preventing unauthorized access. So a firewall is like a man in the middle between every traffic packet, data, etc. that is sent in and sent out, and it arranges this data and stops the data if it is not allowed in the network, and allows the data simply if it is allowed. So the strength of a firewall depends on the configuration of the firewall, but still a firewall is the device that can block or allow traffic in and out of a network. Then talking about encryption, encryption scrambles data to keep it secure, only allowing those with a key to read it. Simply said, if we want to send out data from point A to point B, and this data has to travel across many nodes, all these nodes have the option to read the data. And usually this is not something that we want, so we encrypt the data so only the destination receiver can decrypt the data. And this is where encryption comes into play, and it secures the data while in transit, and also data in rest. So when data is not being transferred over a network, also in rest, data can be encrypted as well. But talking about networks, encryption comes into play by transferring data from point A to point B. Wi-Fi security, those are encryption standards that protect Wi-Fi networks, ensuring only authorized users can connect. So WPA2, WPA3, those are standards only applicable on Wi-Fi networks. So keep in mind that those 3 terms are pretty important when it comes to basic network security. And then that was the first introduction of networking. Now let's talk a little bit about cryptography itself. What is cryptography? Cryptography is the practice of securing information by transforming it into an unreadable format, allowing only authorized users to convert it back into a readable format, just as we discussed a few times by now. The purpose of cryptography is confidentiality, ensuring that information is accessible only to those authorized to view it, integrity by protecting data from being altered or tampered with, authentication, verifying the identity of users and systems involved in communication, and non-repudiation, ensuring that senders cannot deny sending a message and recipients cannot deny receiving it. So it has many purposes and is very important. So let's talk about basic terminology in cryptography. We have plain text, ciphertext, and a key, and those are terms you will hear pretty often when we talk about cryptography, where plain text is the original readable data before the encryption. Plain text is simply the original data that is absolutely readable. Then the ciphertext, this is the encrypted, unreadable data after applying a cryptographic algorithm, and a key, and this is a piece of information used in encryption and decryption process, essential for securing the data. Keep these three terms in mind. We have different types of cryptography. Two important ones are we have actually two important ones, but we also have hash functions. That is not really cryptography, but let's get back on hashes in a moment. The two basic, most distinct variants of cryptography are symmetric and asymmetric cryptography, where symmetric cryptography, we use the same key for both the encryption and the decryption. AHS is an example of this, the advanced encryption standard. And for asymmetric cryptography, we use a pair of keys. We have one public and one private key, where for encryption and decryption we use different keys. For encryption we can use the public key, where for decryption we can only decrypt this data with the private key, only known by the endpoints or the people that needs to decrypt the data and read the data. And one example of this is RSA, the Rivest-Shamir Edelman asymmetric cryptography standard or protocol. And as I said, we also have hashes, and a hash is not really cryptographic, but a hash function is an algorithm that transforms the data into a fixed size string of characters commonly used for ensuring data integrity. So when even one single bit in the data changes, the hash will also change as well. So if hashes are not the same, then we know that the data has been tampered with. And as an example of a hash function, an example of hashing is the secure hash algorithm, the SHA algorithm. We have a few different variants of SHA, but the well-known variant is SHA-265. But in essence, when we hash data, we cannot revert the data back to plain text. We simply can't. And with encryption, we can always decrypt data back to its plain text, to its readable data. So that's the main difference between cryptographic functions and hash functions. Here we see an example of symmetric encryption, which is generally faster than asymmetric encryption and requires less computer power, making it more efficient for large amounts of data. Symmetric encryption requires secure sharing and storage of the single key that is being used, because if the key is intercepted, anyone can decrypt data, and this is commonly used for encrypting bulk data in storage, like database encryption, and during data transfer within secure channels. So we have a sender that has plain text data, and it creates ciphered data with the shared key. Now the shared key and the ciphertext are sent to the recipient. The recipient uses the same shared key to decrypt data and create plain text data from it. So it can simply, with the same key as being used for creating the cipher data, it can use the same key to create plain text data again. And that's the big difference with asymmetric encryption, where we have a sender with plain text data that uses a public key to create ciphered data. Then the recipient will need the private key to decrypt the ciphered data back to plain text data. So the sender needs to make sure that the recipient receives a private key. But if the public key is stolen, then still the ciphered data cannot be decrypted. A private key is needed for this, and this method is slower and more resource intensive due to the complex mathematical operations best suited for smaller data sizes or for securely exchanging asymmetric keys. This is more secure than a symmetric encryption for data exchange, since only the public key needs to be shared, at least for encrypting data, while the private key remains confidential. The two-key system reduces the risk associated with key exchange. And this variant we usually use for secure key exchange, digital signatures and certificates, as well as establishing secure connections like SSL and TLS. And here we see hashing. Like I told you, hashing is a one-way function. Hashing is designed to be irreversible. Once data is transferred into a hash, it's practically impossible to revert it to its original form. And a hash always has a fixed output size. Regardless of the size of the input data, hashing produces a fixed length output. For example, SHA-265 always produces a 265-bit hash. This consistency makes it useful for data integrity checks. It's deterministic because the same input will always produce the same hash output. This consistency is critical for verifying data integrity, since even a slight change in input will yield a different hash. And this is what we basically see. We have plain text, we perform a hash function, and we have hash text. And well, we cannot revert this hash function to get plain text again. We already discussed those, and that was it for the encryption basics. The main takeaway of this is know that there are actually three types of cryptography, where hash might be a cryptography function. It is not, or may be seen as a cryptographical function. It is not, but it is an important function, but it differs from cryptography because cryptography is reversible, where hashing is not. And for cryptography, know the difference between symmetric and asymmetric cryptography. That's the main takeaway. Now let's continue with this chapter, where we will introduce shell commands and scripting. So what are shell commands and what is scripting exactly? So now let's talk about shell commands and scripting, and keep in mind that this is very, very important. We usually work on terminals, we usually use scripting to automate things. So yes, as a hacker, we need to know coding. And people ask me sometimes, do I need to be a developer to be a good hacker? And the bare truth is that, well, you don't need to be a developer, but you need to be a very, very good coder to be a very good hacker. And sure, you don't need any knowledge about coding at this moment. And even after 6 chapters, you don't need to know everything about coding, but you will see through all of the chapters, through all of the levels, that coding becomes more and more important, especially if you want to write your own software, if you want to make your own tools, if you want to evade antivirus detection, etc. So especially there, coding is very important. But first off, shell commands. Shell commands are specific instructions entered into a CLI or terminal that control the operating system or interact with files and applications. Unlike graphical user interfaces or GUIs, which rely on visual elements like buttons and icons, CLIs utilize text commands for operations. So a CLI, a command line interface, is an interface that accepts commands and performs actions based on those commands. For the purpose, shell commands allow quick execution of routine tasks and allow the user to control the computer without a graphical interface. That's what the shell commands are. Now, although the terms CLI and terminal are both used to enter shell commands, there is a little difference because both are used regularly and sometimes for the same thing, but the difference is if you look at the CLI, the command line interface, or shell, those refer to a way of interacting with the computer where the user types text-based commands to perform tasks. It's an interface that enables users to execute commands by typing them out without any graphical elements. Examples include Bash and PowerShell. Then for a terminal, this is the actual application or software that provides access to the command line interface. It's a window or interface where users can type and execute commands. The terminal is like a doorway to the CLI. Examples of a terminal application include the Windows Terminal, GNOME Terminal, Terminal.app on the macOS, and Command Prompt on Windows. Those are terminals and those are not command line interfaces on their own. For us, a CLI or terminal provide a method to control the operating system and create a script. So we do use these and we use them to control operating systems, change settings, change configurations, create scripts, etc. Talking about scripts, what is scripting exactly? Scripting involves writing code to automate tasks, often in a specific environment or application. Scripts are a combination of multiple commands and logic used to automate tasks, perform calculations, and manipulate data efficiently. By combining commands with control structures like loops, conditionals, and functions, scripts allow for more complex and repeatable workflows compared to individual commands. Scripts are used to save time on repetitive tasks, reduce human error by automating workflows, and simplify complex tasks with concise code. Basic CLI concepts. The prompt. Let's talk about the prompt and let's talk about commands. First off, the prompt. The command prompt is a symbol like the $ in Unix, Linux, or the greater than sign in Windows that indicates the system is ready to receive commands. It often displays the current directory and username, providing context for the user. So what exactly is the prompt? Looking at, and remove all of that. Looking at my Kali terminal, this is the prompt, and this also belongs to the prompt telling me I am currently the Kali user, and this also belongs to the prompt telling me I am in the software directory, which is in my user directory, and then I'm in the Proxmark, and then I'm in the boot ROM directory. So this prompt tells me something, where I am, who I am, and that the terminal is ready to accept and receive commands. Then what is a command? Commands are instructions entered into the CLI that tell the computer to perform specific actions. Each command typically follows a specific syntax, which may include options and arguments. And we already have seen a few default commands. For instance, this is one we have already seen. CD is changed to a specific directory, and also the pwd, print the current working directory showing your current location in the file system. With ls or list file, the same is for Windows is the dir command, so ls for Linux or Mac, and the dir for Windows. This shows files and folders in the current directory. Then for creating and managing files and directories, we had the mkdir, which creates a new directory. We have touch to create a blank new file, rm to delete a file. Use this with caution, as this action is irreversible. And lastly, rmdir is remove an empty directory. Those were commands. Then we also have flags and parameters. Many commands can accept additional options known as flags or parameters to modify their behavior. And we have one example right here. If we list all the files, we see the output of all the files and directories in the current directory. But if we give this command the argument -l, then this command provides a detailed list of files, including its permissions, ownership, and their size. And we can see this in action as we have seen it before. Let's go back to my desktop. And now let's perform a regular ls. And with ls, we do see the directories on the desktop. We do see the executable files and we do see the regular files. But when I perform ls-l like this, we see the same directories, we see the same files, but we also see all of their permissions, the ownership, dates, etc. So size, yes, so this is actually the difference. We can work with the commands by using arguments. We can change the output of the commands or how the commands function. Talking about command history and autocompletion, which is very important and a very nice feature. The command history allows users to navigate through previously entered commands by using the up and down arrow keys. This feature saves time and increases efficiency. And then for autocompletion, by pressing the tab key, we can autocomplete a command or file names, speeding up the command and entry process and reducing typical errors. And I can also show you this one real quick. If I click on the up button, I do see the last command that I have entered. Doing that one again, I see the command that was entered before the last command. And this way I can scroll to all of the things I did. By the arrow down button, I'll scroll upwards to the most recent one, which was this. So by using up and down, we can browse in the history to find the commands we entered previously and use them again if we need to. Now, if I want to autocomplete something, let's say I want to perform a cat operation to print the ASCII characters in a file. And I want to do this on the Python file right here, but typing the whole file takes time and is prone to errors. That would be like that, but doing the same thing, starting with pi and then tapping the tab button to autocomplete, it fills in the name automatically. If I had two files in here, both starting with Python, it would fill in the first part, ask me for another letter, and then fills in the rest. So let's do that one as well. Let's copy this file to Python like this. And now we have this file with HTTP and we have this file with a bunch of access. Now, when I get the same file and I click on the tab button, it completes the file until the part where there is a difference. So now when I type an X and click on the tab command again, it again auto-completes the file name inside of the cat command. So this speeds up the workflow up and down to scroll to the commands and tab to complete commands and file names. When we're working with commands, we got to be aware that sometimes we need to redirect some output. and we use symbols for them. And first talking about the greater than sign. This specific sign is used to save the output of a command to a file. For instance, if I perform the ls command listing the files and directories, and I use the greater than sign with a file name after that one, that means that the output that would be generated by the ls command is now not shown on the screen, but instead it is saved in a file, and the file is called filelist.txt. Let's do that as well. Let's clear the screen, perform an ls, but now we pipe the output to a file, and we call this one test.txt. Now the desktop contains the test.txt file, and if I look at its content, I still have the output that would have been shown on screen would I not have used the greater than sign. But since I did this and I piped all of the output to a file, the output was not shown on the screen but printed inside of this file. And we also have piping. The pipe symbol, this one, allows the output of one command to be used as the input for another. And we see an example here. Let's say we perform an ls command again, and we pipe this output to the grep command. So to search for files and folders containing the txt word. Let me show you that one as well. So I can perform ls like this. We have a few files ending on .py. So let's pipe this output to the grep command and let's search on py like this. And now we get all of the matches that of files and folders that include the py variant. Now, since we're here, we can already remove the Python XX because this one was a copy, and we can also remove the test file like this, again using autocomplete to complete the command or the file name. When working on the terminal, when working with commands, we usually want to get help, and users can access help for commands using the man command like this, and this will open up the manual page for a specific command, providing detailed information. And what usually also works for less detailed information, but usually information about all of the arguments a command accepts, we can use the -a help or the -h. Let's see if we can show this as well. When I want to know what the ls command can do, I can try to open the manual page of the ls command like this. And ls does have a manual page, and we can scroll through this one to see everything the ls commands can do. But let's see if we also have help for the ls command like this, and we do. And this is a little bit more to the point, showing all of the arguments the ls command can work with. And if this doesn't work, usually -h will also work. But for the ls commands, it doesn't. ls requires us to use --help for all of its help information. Then the common scripting languages, because there are quite a few languages we can use for scripting. The most well-known ones are Python, Bash. We can use the command prompt, and we can use PowerShell for scripting. And especially Python, which is known for its readability and wide use across fields. It works on Windows, Linux, and actually all operating systems. And we usually use Python for data analysis, automation, and web scraping. Python is a great language to start learning how to script, to start learning how to develop. And we will use Python in later lessons as well a lot. Same counts for Bash, because bash is commonly used in Unix and Linux systems for system tasks, and we use bash for file management, backup, system monitoring, etc. But what you have seen me do a moment ago, we just worked with commands, but we can chain all of these commands to perform entire scripts, to perform a lot of interesting automation things, and that is something we will show later on as well. The command prompt is the Windows default shell, and its use cases are basic file operations, batch file creation and network diagnostics, and PowerShell is a Windows scripting language, powerful for system administrator, is actually the successor of the command prompt, and its use cases are task automation, configuration management, cross-platform scripting, at least from the PowerShell core. But as usually, there are also differences between Bash, Python, command prompt and PowerShell. Bash is concise and Unix focused. Python has a more general syntax. CMD uses simpler commands, and PowerShell has object-oriented commands. For the operating system compatibility, Bash is mainly used for Unix and Linux. CMD and PowerShell are Windows native, although PowerShell can run cross-platform, and Python runs on all major operating systems. Bash and CMD are ideal for system-level tasks where Python is versatile and uses beyond system scripts like web apps and data science, etc. And PowerShell integrates deeply into the Windows system management, so they all have their own strengths and weaknesses. And besides that, there are also similarities. For instance, automation focus, all four can be used to automate tasks like file manipulation and system monitoring. So on a system where we can use Bash, PowerShell and Python, we can choose our own scripting language to use to do the things we want to automate or we want to script. Control structures, all support control structures like loops and conditionals are available in all four of them. With all four, we can create, delete and modify files through syntax, although the syntax of how we do it is a little bit different, but it is possible. And environment access, all access environment variables. All four of them access environment variables and can manage operating system specific resources. Well, that didn't go well, did it? Again, environment access, all access environment variables and can manage operating system specific resources. All four of them can do that as well, so those are the similarities. This is like the second time we mentioned system environment variables, and this one explains them a little bit better. Variables like path store system paths for quick command access. Common in scripts to define file paths, configuration settings, etc. When in this case, Windows operating system or CLI searches for a file replication, it uses a specific search order. First off, it searches the current directory if the binary exists. And if it doesn't, it searches the current directory of the logged in or actual user. And if the file is not found on those locations, then it searches through the system directories, then the Windows directory, then the current directory of the user, and the last in line are the folders that are defined in the path system environment variable. If the appropriate folders are not included in the path, there is a significant likelihood that your program will not be located. And this underscores the importance of the path as a vital system variable. And surely we will see variables in actions in the next section or in the next level, level 2. For now, just know that these things exist and what their basic purpose is. That's the most important thing for now. Basic script syntax and structures, variables. Inside of scripts we can use variables, and variables store values that can be reused. Like for instance, we define a variable here where the variable name is John. So everywhere in the script where we use name, the program will set John on those places. This is an example of a very simple variable. We have data types, we have simple types like strings, integer, booleans, and all of those types allow scripts to handle text, numbers, and specific logic. Then comments. And comments are nodes within the code ignored by the interpreter, and those improve readability. For example, we see a command here, and the command is defined by the pound sign in front of them, and this is a command in Python. So in Python we use the pound command, the pound symbol, to define a comment, and when a line starts with the pound symbol, everything behind it is ignored in the code. But when we read the code, when we want to change the script, this is very interesting for us to know what the script is doing and what is expected at that specific moment. Comments are very, very important. An example here for variables in Python, we define a variable like this, where message is hello world. Now the variable message contains the string hello world. In Bash we actually do almost the same thing, but we cannot use the spaces we can use in Python. So in Bash we need to define the variable directly without space behind the is equal sign. For the command prompt, this looks a little bit different. We have to prepend the set command to the variable. So now we set the variable message, and again this is hello world. And then this space, I guess it's a little bit of a typo, so this doesn't need to be there, but know that the variable needs to be prepended with the set command. And in PowerShell we define a variable by prepending it with the dollar sign. So the dollar message variable is this string again. So a little bit of subtle differences between all of them, but basically they all look pretty much the same. Data types, we talked about them a little bit. Now let's define them and explain them a little bit better. The string, a string is a sequence of characters that represents text. Strings are often used for storing and manipulating textual data. For example, hello world or Python in between of the quotes is an example of a string. This one contains ASCII characters, and we define strings in between quotes, so the space will not break the command, but this is seen as one complete string including the space. Integers. An integer is a whole number, which means it is a numeric value without decimals. Integers can be both positive and negative, so the number 42 is an integer and the number -7 is an integer as well. Then for a float or a floating point number is a numeric type that can represent numbers with decimal points. This type is often used for precision in calculation, so those are examples of floats. We can have 3.14 or -0.001. Because of the points, these numbers cannot be integers because integers will never have points. So if you want to use numbers, then we have to use a data type that accepts them, and one example of them is a float. A boolean is a data type that can only hold two simple values, the true or the false. Booleans are commonly used in logic conditions and control flow. So an example, well, this one is very simple. A boolean is always true or always false, and there is nothing else that a boolean can be. It's a 1 or it's a 0. Then for a list or an array, a list or array is a structured collection of elements that can contain different data types. Lists are often dynamic, meaning you can add or remove elements later on. So those are examples. Here we have an array of 4 integers with 1, 2, 3 and 4. And here we have an array with 3 words, an apple, a banana and a cherry. And then we have a direct dictionary or a hash map. And a dictionary or hash map is a collection of key value pairs, where each key is unique and corresponds to a value. Dictionaries are often used to store associated data. and this is a dictionary with a name key, and Alice is the value, an H key where 30 is the value, and the city where Amsterdam is the value. So each time the program will search for the city of a specific item and it reaches this item, the city will automatically be filled with Amsterdam. But we see those dictionaries often, for instance, with personal information, where user A has a dictionary, user B has a dictionary, and this way we can store all those personal information fields per user inside of the code. And for comments, well, here we have an example for Python. As I said, the pound sign is prepended to create a single line comment. When we need multiple lines of comments, we will start and end with 3 quotes like this, and in between those 3 quotes we can set multiple lines of comments. In Bash, this also is the same. We prepend it with the pound sign to create a comment. For the command prompt, this is a little bit different, as the command prompt usually is a little bit different in everything. But in the command prompt, we use the REM, the rem instruction for a comment. PowerShell also is pretty much the same as Python for the single line comment, prepending it with a pound. But for the multi-line comment, this is a little bit different. We have to use the less than pound sign to start, and the pound sign followed up by the greater than sign to end the multi-line comment. Then for control structures, we have conditionals, loops, functions, and those are the most important ones. So let's say an if-else statement executes code based on a specific condition. And this is an example of a conditional. If the variable age is greater than 18, then echo adult. And this little if statement, this is a bash variant of the if conditional, but this conditional only prints adult if a specific condition is met, and in this case the condition that needs to be met is the age has to be bigger than 18. Then loops repeat tasks, and we have a few different kinds of loops, but the most important ones are for loops and while loops. And in this case we have an example of a for loop. So for I, where I is just a variable to hold the counter, for I in 1 to 5 do echo the variable, so and then the for loop is done. So the first time this loop runs, for I in 1 to 5, I starts with 1, so since I is 1, we do echo 1, and then we loop again, then I is changed to 2, and then the 2 is echoed, and at the end, when the 5 is echoed, the loop is done and the rest of the code will continue. And then we can create functions inside of our code, and those group code blocks to reuse specific logic. For instance, this is a Python example. Here we define a function, and the function is called greet, and what the function does is simply print hello. So each time we need to print hello, we can simply call this function greet to print hello. Surely this could also be done with variables, etc. But when we have greater coding blocks with logic, and we want to reuse the logic over and over again, this way we can create a function once and call the function every time we need it. So then try to read and understand this script. Let us run through it together. First off, the script tells you what it is because a comment is added at the beginning, because we start with a pound sign. This is a function to greet the user and check their voting eligibility. So this is a function we create here. It is set in the comment, and we can see it by the define command at the beginning. So we define a function called greet user, and here in between the I don't know how you call these But those hooks, at least you can see all of the data that is expected inside of this function. So if we call this function, we can only call this function if we give it a name and an age. We will see this later on. And another command tells us to print a greeting message. So what happens here is we print hello with the name, and the function knows the name because it is imported at the moment we call the function, and it says welcome to our program. And then it checks if the user is eligible to vote, because if the age is greater than 18 or 18, we print you are eligible to vote. If it's not, you are not eligible to vote yet. So this is everything that the greet user function does. But then we start the main function. So when we start the program always starts here. So at the beginning, first off, we prompt the user for their name. So a variable username is defined, and the input from please enter your name is added to the user underscore name variable. And this is a string as it says in the comments. Then we prompt the user for their specific age. Well, here the same thing happens again. We define the variable user age, and we store the input that was given to the question, please enter your age. And this is in this case also a string input. Then we convert the age to an integer. You see how comments are very, very informational. The user age is int user age. So now when we call the variable user age, this is not a string variable anymore, this is an integer. And then we call the function with the user input. So here we call the greet user function, which is this function we just discussed. And we give it the user name, which is still a string, and the user age, which at this moment in time is an integer. And then the program prints, well, what we just discussed, welcome to our program, and if the user is or is not eligible to vote. And this is basically what happens in this little program. And that's everything about scripting for now, at least. Let's talk about virtualization and the cloud basics. What is virtualization? Virtualization is the process of creating virtual versions of physical resources such as servers, storage devices, or networks. By allowing multiple virtual environments to run on a single physical machine, virtualization maximizes the hardware utilization and provides flexibility in resource management. So here we have the traditional machine architecture in this little image, where we have hardware, an operating system, and on top of the operating system we can run applications. And when the operating system is crashed or something goes horribly wrong, we need to reinstall the complete machine. Then for the virtual machine architecture, we still have hardware on a physical machine, but then we have a virtualization layer. And on this layer we can run multiple operating systems, and each of them can run their own applications. So this way we can run multiple machines on one physical machine, which is an amazing feature. There are different types of virtualization. First off, server virtualization, running multiple server instances on a single physical server, improving resource efficiency and management. Then we have desktop virtualization, where we create virtual desktops that can be accessed from various devices, enabling remote work and centralized management. We can virtualize applications as well, where we run applications in a virtual environment separate from the underlying operating system, allowing for easier deployment and compatibility. And finally, we can also virtualize networks, where we abstract network resources to create a virtual network environment, enhancing network flexibility and scalability. So we can run all of these kinds, we can virtualize all of them, but usually we talk about server virtualization when we talk about virtualization. And as you can imagine, there are multiple benefits of and on virtualization. First off, resource efficiency. We utilize the physical hardware resources much better when we virtualize multiple instances, and this reduces the waste. We save cost by decreasing hardware and operational cost by consolidating resources, so we need less resources, and less resources equals less costs. Scalability is also a benefit. Easily scale resources up or down based on demand, providing flexibility for growth. So we can scale performance and instances up and down based on the demand. And let's imagine that when we wouldn't use virtualization, there can be a moment in time where we have a lot of demand and we need to buy multiple computers, multiple servers to I don't know how you say this. We need to use multiple servers so this demand can be filled. That's what I meant. But if we have strong hardware, we can temporarily run multiple virtual instances to work through all of the demand, and when the demand is not necessary anymore, we can again scale every virtual instance down. So we can scale up, scale down, and scale the environment. And another important benefit is isolation. Improved security and stability by isolating environments, maximizing the impact of failures. And by maximizing, I meant minimizing. So because we can isolate those systems pretty easy, we minimize the impact of potential failures. And if we talk about virtualization, we have to talk about hypervisors. Hypervisors are software that enable virtualization by allowing multiple operating systems to run on a single physical machine. That specific task is for the hypervisor, and we have two types of hypervisors. The first one is type 1, which is bare metal, and type 2 is hosted. The type 1, the bare metal one, runs directly on the hardware like VMware vSphere or Microsoft Hyper-V. And type 2, the hosted one, runs on top of an existing operating system, and an example of this one is Oracle VirtualBox or VMware Workstation. So for those types, we need an operating system up and running to run these tools to virtualize new machines. But for type 1, the bare metal variants, we don't need any prior operating system to run on the system to run these virtual instances, and we use VMware vSphere or Microsoft Hyper-V for these types, or we can use them at least. Hypervisors manage virtual machines, allocate resources, and ensure isolation between different environments. So that's the main role of the hypervisor. And then the virtual machines, or VMs as we usually call it. Virtual machines are software emulations of physical computers, complete with virtual hardware components like a CPU, memory, and storage. All of these machines have different components. A few examples of them again are the virtual CPU, which allocates processing power, virtual memory, which emulates physical RAM, and storage to virtualize hard drives to store data. Looking at management, virtual machines are created, managed, and run through hypervisors, providing an isolated environment for applications. Talking about virtualization, we also have to talk about cloud computing and virtualization, because virtualization underpins cloud services by allowing providers to offer scalable and flexible resources over the internet. We will talk about this later on as well, but for now there are a few prime examples of different cloud servers, which is IaaS, PaaS, and SaaS. For IaaS, which is infrastructure as a service like AWS or EC2. PaaS, the platform as a server, for example Google App Engine. And SaaS, software as a service. One example of this is Salesforce or Microsoft 365. So with software as a service, we as a customer, we hire the software and we don't need to worry about all of the underlying infrastructure. And infrastructure as a service, we can manage the infrastructure as well, but we don't have to worry about all the hardware to facilitate the specific infrastructure that we're building. And as a little example, you can look at this image, which basically says the same thing. So then exactly, what is cloud computing? Cloud computing is a delivery of computing services over the internet, allowing on-demand access to a shared pool of configurable resources. It enables users to access and use computing power, storage and applications without needing local infrastructure. So in this case, we hire cloud infrastructure to build our infrastructure, our tools, etc. And again, this image shows it all. Surely there are benefits of cloud computing. 4 of them are the main ones: cost efficiency, scalability, accessibility, and disaster recovery. First off, it reduces the need for physical hardware and maintenance, lowering operational costs. It's very scalable. We can easily scale resources up or down based on our own demand, adapting to changing needs. Accessibility, access services and data from anywhere with an internet connection, and disaster recovery, enhanced data backup and recovery options, ensuring business continuity. And those are the main cloud providers as we know them today. First off, Amazon Web Services, AWS, which offers a broad set of global cloud-based products. Microsoft Azure provides a range of cloud services for analytics, storage and much more. And finally, the Google Cloud Platform, the GCP, which focuses on cloud computing, data storage and machine learning. And we talked about these before: IaaS, PaaS and SaaS. Again, IaaS provides virtualized computing resources over the internet. PaaS offers a platform for customers to develop, run and manage applications without the complexity of building and maintaining infrastructure. And SaaS delivers software applications over the internet on a subscription basis like Google Workspace and Salesforce. Looking at cloud, we also have different deployment models for the cloud themselves. We have public clouds, private clouds, hybrid clouds, and we have a multi-cloud. For the public cloud, services are offered over the public internet, available to anyone, and examples of the public cloud are Microsoft Azure, Amazon Web Services, etc. For the private cloud, this one is an exclusive cloud infrastructure for a single organization, providing more control and security. So an organization can choose to run Microsoft Azure on their own hardware, providing a private cloud with no access from the public internet, but only access from the organization itself. This is an example of a private cloud. We can also have a hybrid cloud which combines the public and the private clouds together, allowing for data and applications to be shared between both of them. And the multi-cloud makes use of multiple cloud services for different providers or from different providers to meet specific business needs, optimizing flexibility and performance. So in this case, we have multiple clouds or cloud infrastructures at our proposal, and we can make use of both of them or all of them. So we can interchange data together. We can use the cloud that is most beneficial for the things that we are trying to do. But usually in the most organizations, we see that they have a subscription on a public cloud service. So the top one is the most seen variant of cloud. Then finally, the key cloud concepts, and those are really key concepts because there's so much more in the cloud. But first off, virtualization. And this is, as you know by now, the technology that enables cloud computing by abstracting physical resources, allowing for better resource management. Elasticity, how do you call this in English? Elasticity, I guess that's the right pronouns, right? The ability to automatically scale resources to meet changing demands, ensuring efficiency. So simply said, the ability to scale resources up and down, and finally resource pooling, combining multiple physical resources to serve multiple consumers, enhancing efficiency and flexibility. So resources can be shared among multiple users or consumers. Now, as a little test your knowledge quiz, let's see if you know them all. Name and briefly describe 3 types of virtualization. We discussed them at the beginning of this chapter, and those are the server virtualization, the desktop virtualization, and application virtualization. And we had more, like for instance network virtualization. But again, server virtualization is the variant we mostly see and use. What are the 3 main types of cloud services, IaaS, PaaS or SaaS, and provide a brief example of them. Well, as you may or may not know, we have those 3 types. Those 3 types are the main types of cloud services. IaaS is an infrastructure as a service, PaaS, platform as a service, and SaaS, the software as a service. Now, what is an IP address and what is the difference between a public IP and a private IP? So this is a question belonging to a previous chapter, but if you remember it correctly, there is absolutely a difference between both of them. A public IP is assigned by an internet provider, an ISP, and is accessible from the internet, and a private IP is used within a local network and not accessible from the internet, typically assigned by a router. What is a hypervisor? This is one you should know from this chapter. And what is the difference between a type 1 and a type 2 hypervisor? As you would have known, type 1 is bare metal and type 2 is a hosted hypervisor, where the hosted variant runs on top of an existing operating system, and type 1 runs on bare metal and does not require an operating system to be present. This one is from the previous chapter as well. What is the purpose of using flags or parameters with commands in the CLI? Flags or parameters modify the behavior of a command, allowing users to customize outputs or specify how the command should be executed. For example, ls-l in Linux shows a detailed list of files in the current directory. What is a hash function and how is it used in the context of data integrity? A hash function is an algorithm that transforms data into a fixed size string of characters, which is the hash, and it is used for verifying data integrity by comparing hash values before and after data transmission, ensuring that no data has been altered during this transmission. What command would you use in Linux to list files in the current directory? How does this differ from the command used in Windows? I guess you know this command pretty well by now because we used it in almost all of our examples, but the command to list files is ls, and in Windows the same output is generated with a different command, and this is the dir or the dir command. Both commands display files and directories, but the syntax and output style differ between the 2 operating systems. Explain the difference between a command line interface, the CLI, and the graphical user interface. And yes, I guess you know already there is a huge difference between both of them. The command line interface, or the CLI, is a text-based way to interact with a computer by typing commands, and the GUI is the graphical user interface, and this allows users to interact with the computer through visual elements like windows, icons, and buttons, making it more intuitive but generally slower for performing repetitive tasks compared to the CLI. How can you access previously entered commands in the CLI? This one was a bit easy, right? By using the up and down arrow keys, we can scroll through the command history, and this helps avoid retyping frequently used or recent commands. And finally, for the 10th question, What is the significance of the path environment variable in both Windows and Linux? And we discussed the path environment variable briefly, so this may be a hard question already to answer, but the path environment variable contains directories where the operating system looks for executable files when a command is entered. If a program's location is in the path, you can run it from any directory without specifying its full path. And this is essential for running commonly used applications and commands efficiently. And this brings us to the final chapter. The final chapter of setting up your demo lab environment.
So the first thing we need to do is to install VirtualBox so we can host our virtual machines, and we just run the setup and we exclude the VirtualBox Python support because we don't need that. There's a warning for network interfaces we can ignore, and you may choose yourself which shortcuts and settings you want. And then it's just as simple as clicking the install button to start the installation of VirtualBox. And this will take a little while, maybe like 20 to 30 seconds. So we'll just wait until this is finished. And let's finish this and start the application. The application starts in my other screen, so let me just drag this to this screen. And this will show you that VirtualBox is successfully installed. Now let's see the settings here. And we switch to the expert settings so we get more options, and we need these options to start installing all of our network adapters, because we are creating 3 different networks for the internal, the DMZ and the external network. And we start by specifying the external network. So we will choose the IP address that we have chosen and shown before, 172.16.10, and we will not enable DHCP. And when this is done, we add another network adapter, and this network adapter will be the one for the DMZ zone. And for the DMZ zone, we use the IP address 172.16.100 and 24 bits. And then we have just one more network to add, which is the internal zone with an IP address of 172.16.200.0 and also no DHCP. And this concludes the most basic setup of VirtualBox and our network adapters. So now, since VirtualBox is installed, the next thing we need to do is to add our demo lab machines. And there are quite a lot of them, and this will be a pretty tedious task, taking a long time to complete, but take the opportunity to learn from it. And once we're done, we have like the perfect lab to start all of the next challenges in all of the next chapters. So the first thing we need to do before installing any virtual machine is to exclude the folder which we will use to add all of the machines on the physical disk of the host. We need to exclude this folder in our virus scanner. Why? Simply because many of the virtual machines will contain malicious software, and we do not want the virus scanner to delete our virtual machines. So first thing we need to do is open up a PowerShell prompt like this, and in this case it's on my host machine, and we can start Windows Defender like this, and this will open up this pop-up of Windows Security. I know my host system is in Dutch, so in this case it's Windows Beveiliging, but this is the same thing as Windows Security. And we will go to Virus and Threat Security. And here we choose for Manage Settings. And all the way down, there is an exclusions list, and we can add some exclusions. And to do so, we need to be an administrator. And I already do have some exclusions in here. What we need to do is add another exclusion, and we will choose for excluding a folder. And the folder we will start to exclude is the folder. In my case, I created a folder called virtual machines, and in this folder I have VirtualBox and VMware virtual machines. But in your case, you will not have VMware virtual machines. So if you created a folder as a destination for your virtual machine files used by VirtualBox, that's the folder we need to exclude here. And we will add this folder to it, and then we're done with Windows security. So we can close up this box here, and we can also close PowerShell. And we will, in later modules, we will get back in detail on all of the things about Windows, its security, the importance of settings, the meaning of settings, etc. But for now, just exclude the destination folder for your virtual machines. Once that's done, we need to do another thing in the VirtualBox Manager. We downloaded the Kiddy virtual machine, and this is the destination in my case, so it's in C, virtual machines. VirtualBox VMs, I created all of the zones here, but you can do this any way you want. I created an external zone. In the external zone, I created the Kali Linux, and in this folder are the VirtualBox files. We downloaded it from the Kali Linux website. So we will start to import this machine. We will add the machine in our externals and Kali Linux. And just as simple as that, this virtual machine is added to this machine, to the host machine, to VirtualBox. Now, the next thing we want to do is to manage its settings. So we right click on this machine and we start managing its settings. I don't like this one, so we change it just to Kali Linux 2024.3, and to be clear, this is the external machine. Let's see, it's Linux Advanced. This is important. We need to have the shared clipboard and the drag and drop set to bidirectional, so we can share files and copy paste items between the host machine and the virtual machine. So this is pretty important. Let's check out the system. We have a base memory of 2 GB, which is pretty low, I guess. Let's increase this to 4 GB. The display is okay. Looking at the storage, it's okay. We enable audio. Well, let's get back to display. Let's enable 3D acceleration, because this will speed up some things on the virtual machine. And this one is important. We have like a max of 4 adapters we can use, and we will use all 4 of them, because this machine will be a member, like any machine actually, will be a member of all of the networks we created. With the first adapter being bridged, connected to my host machine, so we have an internet connection we can use for updates. So the first adapter will be bridged, and this will all be okay. The second adapter will be like a network, and for the second adapter, let's check out our addressing scheme. Here we will start with the external zone, then the DMZ zone, and then the internal zone. So in that particular order. So the first one will be the external zone, which we selected here. The second one is also a network, and this one will be the DMZ zone, and the last one is connected to the internal zone. So this machine has a direct connection to each of these networks. What did I say? I said internal zone like this. So all of the adapters are enabled. This is okay. All the other settings are just default. Let's click OK. And by now we can start up the machine for the first time. Starting the machine up will be in a different pop-up, I guess. Yes, there it is. And when I have the ability to drag and drop it to the... Yes, here it is. We can close up this right screen with log files and all of the things happening between the virtual machine and VirtualBox. We can close it up. And we might want to enlarge the screen a little bit. So let's maybe scale mode. The information box is telling me that the host key for VirtualBox is the right control key on the keyboard. Note that the main menu bar is hidden in scaled mode and you can exit by pressing the host key plus home. And the host key is the right control key. You do not have to show this again, so let's switch to scaled mode, which does not actually work for me. So now let's switch to full screen mode, which is full screen but not fully stretched. Let me see if we can work around this. Full screen, scaled. Well, we can change this if we want to enlarge this in the settings of the virtual machine later on, but we also need to install the virtual machine add-ons of VirtualBox, and by installing the virtual machine add-ons of VirtualBox, we will get more features and more compatibility between the virtual machine and VirtualBox itself. But first we need to log in, so let's log in with the default credentials of Kali and Kali. And now it switches to full screen, so this looks a lot better already. Nice. Moving my mouse to the bottom, we have a pop-up, and here in the devices we will insert the guest edition CD image to install the guest add-ons or the virtual machine add-ons of VirtualBox. And now it's installed, we have mounted a CD. And we can double click the CD to see the files and which of the files we are going to use. Well, this is an exe, so for Windows, I guess we are going to use the VB Linux editions.run file, which has a lock on it, so we need to run it as sudo or as a root or /administrative user. For now, just run this thing as sudo, and I will explain what sudo is on a later module. For now, just follow my steps. We can go here in the address bar and we can simply copy this location. And let me enlarge this one a little bit. So with Ctrl+ we enlarge the font. Let me do a CD, so change directory to the directory of our guest add-ons. Let me list the contents of this directory and we will use this one. And we will run this with sudo like this, sudo paste. And now we have to enter the password, which is Kali. And the run file is not found. Do I need maybe this one? Or we just do this one, run as root, which we will, sudo run as root.sh. And we need to add the dot and the slash to say it's a file in the current directory. Attempt to execute command with root privileges, displaying description if possible and displaying advice if possible. Right. Now let's maybe change this to auto run. It's been a while since I did this, unable to start installation process with elevated privileges. Try running me, and it asks me to wait. I guess this is the right one, but in our first attempt we haven't added the dot slash, and now we do, and this looks a lot better. Let me see if your system simply has the remains of a version of the additions you could not remove. You should probably continue now, and these will be removed during installation. This system appears to have a version of VirtualBox Guest Editions already installed. So probably the VirtualBox image of Kali Linux we downloaded already has the guest editions installed. So for now, let's not continue. and we will see the installation of the guest editions on other machines. The next thing we are going to do is set the network adapters. Here in the top bar we have a network connection setting with a lot of networks, and our first network is connected. This is the bridged network. This was the first network adapter we added to the virtual machine. This one is connected automatically with because DHCP is active on this network, and the other networks are not connected right now. So let's right click and choose edit connections, and we will start edit every one of these except for the first one. So let's start with the second one. Go to IPv4 settings, choose for manual on this one, and let me check back with the screenshot. This will be the external zone with an IP address of 172.16.10.10. So let's do that. Let's add 172.16.10.10. It's a 24-bit subnet, and as a gateway we will choose the 172.16.10.1, and as a DNS server we will just use the Google ones, which it cannot reach, but okay. So something is there, and we can save this one. Now for the second one, number 3, again, go to the IPv4 settings, choose for manual, add an IP address, and this one is the DMZ zone of 172.16.100.10 with also a 24-bit network mask. And this one will also be the one, so 172.16.100.1. And again, let's just use 4 times 8. Save this one, and for the last one we do exactly the same thing. Choose for manual, choose add 172.16.200.10, 24 bits, 172.16.200.1, and again 8.8.8.8. So now we configured all of the network adapters, and we can see this working if we wait for a little while or if we reboot the machine right now. But before we reboot, let's do an update. So all of the software is up to date again and all the sources are updated. So for this and this we also need to run a sudo. We will do a sudo apt update, simple as that. And this will also be explained better in a later video. And once this is done, this will just take a little while. We will reboot the machine and check out the network adapters. That's it. And if we want to upgrade some packages, we can do so by showing which ones by dash upgradable, and with a sudo apt upgrade we can upgrade all of these packages. Personally, I do not recommend upgrading. Updating is fine, but upgrading packages, especially in bulk, can lead to unexpected problems. So for now, updating the sources is fine. This is okay. Let's reboot. We will also do this from the command line, and we can do a sudo reboot now. Of course, we also have a GUI. We also have a graphical interface, so we can click the Kiddy logo and we can click this icon and we can choose for a restart. But this way on the command line is faster, I guess, if you're used to it. This is a VirtualBox notification telling me that when I click inside of a virtual machine, the mouse will be captured by the virtual machine and not be available to the host machine anymore. So to get the mouse back to the host machine, we need to click the host key, which was the right control key. So you don't need to show this one again. Now it is captured. And let's again log in with Kali and Kali. Now I wish I would see my mouse, but my mouse is totally gone. This is interesting. I do see some movement, but I don't have a mouse. Well, either way, let's check out our IP settings. And without a mouse, it might be a little hard to see. So let me just right click, which also doesn't work. And we're back. Right. So let's clear the screen and again show the IP settings. And now our main adapter has a network connection to my host network for internet. We also have a connection to the 172.16.10.10 subnet, which is the DMZ or the external subnet. This one is the DMZ subnet and this one is the internal subnet. So all of this looks pretty good. And this concludes, why are you there? This concludes the installation of at least the VirtualBox Kali Linux machine in its most default settings. We will probably add tools later on, but we will add those tools at the moment that we need them. So at that moment we will install them. For now, this installation is fine, so we can continue to the next machine, and that will be our Commando VM, a Windows attacker machine. So let's start with that one right now. For now, let's close this machine. And instead of a reboot, we will choose for a shutdown. And I made a typo there. Now the machine shuts down. And we are ready to install Commando VM. So next up is our Commando VM attacker machine. So we have a Windows-based attacker machine in our repository. And to install Windows, the procedure is actually always pretty much the same thing. So we have quite a few Windows machines in our demo environment, and I will show the installation only of one. And I will show you after this installation how we can copy and clone this Windows installation to give us all of our Windows installations that we need. So we don't have to install Windows every time we need a Windows machine. We can simply clone the machine. That being said, the first thing we need to do is to install Windows, and Commando VM can run on a Windows 11 machine, but preferred is a Windows 10 machine. So in our domain environment later on, we also will need a Windows 10 machine. So we can use this installation also for the Active Directory environment. So we need to install Windows 10. And there are multiple ways to install Windows 10, and the method I will show you is my preferred method. And the first thing I am going to do is to simply add a new machine in the VirtualBox Manager. And this will give us a pop-up asking us a lot of questions about this specific machine. And we will give it a name, and for now I will just name the Windows machine Windows 10, as I will use this machine as a generic machine to install Commando VM and the Active Directory client later on. So just simply Windows 10, and we will install this machine inside of a folder, and the folder is indeed C virtual machines and VirtualBox VMs, as we have seen earlier. This is okay, and the next step is an important step. Now we have to select the ISO image we downloaded earlier of Windows 10. And we don't have to do this, but if we don't do this and we boot up this empty machine, nothing will happen and the boot will fail. And when an ISO is attached, the setup of the ISO will start automatically. So to make it easy for ourselves, let's do this right at once. And let me select my C drive, my virtual machines and my VirtualBox VMs. And in this folder, I created an ISO and setups folder. And in this settings folder are the downloaded images, and one of them is Windows 10. And as you can see, this is indeed an ISO image, and we will attach the ISO image to the machine. So this will help us later on. The type, he detected it pretty well, is Windows 10. Is Windows 10 64-bit? And we will not do an unattended installation. So with an unattended installation, no questions will be asked during the installation. But as I want to control what is entered during setup, I will skip the unattended installation. So we don't need this unattended install step, and we can choose which hardware we should use. And we can change this later on, because looking at the prerequisites of our Commando VM, we need at least 2 GB of RAM. Well, this is 2 GB, so that's okay. And for Windows, I usually choose at least 2 processors. So let's do it like that. And let's also create a virtual hard drive. This one will be installed in VirtualBox VM's Windows 10 VDI, which is okay for now, because a VDI file is the hard drive file of the virtual machine. How big does this one need to be? We need to have at least 80 gigahertz for our Commando VM. And we will up it up a little bit to 90 gigabytes for now. So we will create a hard drive of 19 gigabytes, and we can always increase the size of this hard drive later on. This is okay. And we will not use an existing virtual hard disk drive. So we can finish this one up. And before we start the machine, we will go again to settings. We will check out the advanced tab, and we will enable the shared clipboard in a bidirectional manner, and also drag and drop the same way. And when we go to the display, we also want to enable 3D acceleration, as it will speed up some things in Windows. And that being done... Oh, wait, we're not done already. Well, let's think about this. We will use this machine later on for different purposes, so we want the order of the adapters to be changed later on. So for now, let's just keep one primary adapter, and the primary adapter is a bridged adapter. So again, we can use the bridged adapter to use the internet connection from my host machine to download updates. And when this is all done, we can simply start up the machine. And this will take a little while. And as you can see, it is starting. We will close this dialog and also create it full screen. And we know that our host key is the right control key. So let's switch to as full screen as we can get. The language we need to install, you can choose this one up for yourself. But for this demo environment, I'll choose to install everything in English. So English, and our keyboard input method is a QWERTY keyboard, so also US. Install now, and the setup is starting. This will take a little while. And now this is the place where we have to activate Windows. I don't have a product key, and we can still continue to install Windows. But now we have to choose a version, and to access every feature in a domain environment, I will always advise to choose Windows 10 Pro, because the Home Edition is lacking domain features, or at least some of them. So just choose for the professional version. Let's choose Next. And of course, you are going to read all the terms, all the license terms, but yeah, just click accept and next. And we do not want to upgrade an existing installation of Windows. We want to install Windows fresh on this drive. As you can see, it's 90 gigabytes in size, just as we supplied. And in this free size that we have available, we need to create a partition. And I haven't explained this earlier, but a partition is a is actually a drive or a file system that we choose to install. So on that file system, we can install the operating system, tools, applications, etc. But it all starts with the file system we discussed before. So let's create a new one. Let's use the full size, apply, okay. And as you can see, we now have two drives. We need a system reserved drive containing system specific specifications and items for the Windows operating system to run. So we do not need to bother about this one. And this will be our prime partition where we will install Windows, and which we will see when we start working with Windows. So this one is our prime one. This is okay. You don't see it in this box, but this will be an NTFS file system on this partition. We can still format it if we want. But in the past, older versions gave us the option to format the file system into a type that we preferred, like FAT32 or NTFS, but right now it will always be NTFS for Windows. So that's okay. And now start installing. And this will simply take a little while, depending on the speed of your host machine and the hardware supplied to the virtual machine. This can take from 10 minutes to maybe up to an hour. We will probably be done in 5 to 10 minutes from now, but let's just speed up the video a little bit and resume when the installation is done. And as you can see, Windows need a restart to continue, meaning the installation is completed. So just let's click restart now and let the machine reboot. We will not press any key now, because if we do, we will boot up again from the ISO image that's attached to the virtual machine, and we want to boot from the hard drive. So the file system or the Windows operating system is installed on the hard drive, and we want to start that specific pre-installed operating system, or at least the operating system we just installed, and we do not want to boot the setup again from the ISO image also attached, and that's why we didn't press any key. Getting ready, meaning Windows is loading all of the configuration settings. It will show us in a minute, and well, it is actually starting the pre-work wizard, the wizard we need to run before we can start working with Windows. And this step can actually also take a little while. Let's just close the dialog on the right. It reboots again. We will not press any key. Later on we will detach the ISO image, so we will not get this question anymore. It will boot again from the hard drive itself. And it is loading. And the installation for Windows 11 will almost just look the same. Okay, let's start it with the region. Well, in this case, I choose for the United States or the United Kingdom. Either way, this is fine for now. And a US keyboard is the right keyboard. I do not want to add a second keyboard layout, so skip this step. And now Windows has some important setup to do. And this is exactly why I just show you this step once of installing Windows, instead of every time we need a Windows machine. Again, Windows is not activated at this moment. So in my demo environment, I will activate Windows later on. So I will work with a licensed machine, as I've told you in the slides already. But you don't have to do that. You can work perfectly fine with this evaluation machine. Right. I will set up this machine for personal use and not for an organization. And it asks us to add a Microsoft account right now, but since I want to work with local accounts and not with online Microsoft accounts, I will choose for an offline account on the bottom. Sign in. Well, I do not want to sign in Microsoft, so yes, give me the limited experience, which in essence is not a limited experience on the Windows operating system itself, but like extra features like backups of my desktop items, my favorites, working on every machine with the same things I do not want to do right now. So yes, limited experience is just fine. Who is going to use this machine? This is not an administrative user. This will just be the main user on this specific machine. It's funny, or even better, use an online account. No, Microsoft, I still do not want to make use of an online account. And the user working on this machine will be called, well, what will we call it? Very generic, just call it user for now. Let's create a password, and remember that every single password in this lab environment, at least of the users, will be password123 with a capital P. So password123, just as simple as that, easy to remember. And yes, it is a weak password, I'm absolutely aware of that, but for this demo environment, that is just fine. Now let's create some security questions in case we do forget our password. You can tell the computer everything you want in here. It's up to you. So what was your first pet's name? Well, I will just ask demo in every questions. My childhood nickname was also demo. And the last answer will be to the question, what was the first name of your oldest cousin? And by accident, his name was also Demo. Always have access to your recent browser data. What is this question? Exactly when you browse the web using Microsoft Edge, which we will not do a lot, will bring your browsing data such as favorite browsing history, cookies and more into Microsoft Edge from your other browser. You'll also find other features to help you save time, money and battery while you browse. You can change your settings anytime in the Microsoft Edge settings. Well, not now. And for the privacy settings, we do not want to share anything, so we will turn everything off. Now it's want to customize our experience, and we will use this one for business. Cortana, well, I do not want Cortana to help me right now, so let's choose not now. And we are almost done with installing and configuring Windows for its first use. And again, we have to wait for a few minutes. Almost there. Okay, search for display driver, that's fine, do your thing. Let's continue this pop-up. I do not want to synchronize my data, so do not start with it. I do not want to bring over data, confirm and continue. I will not sign into Google, continue without this data. And I will not send metadata to Microsoft about my browsing experience. Also close up that one. Let's close up this tabs. Let's remove the edge icon from our desktop. Right click on the search. And let's see, for search we also choose hidden. I do not want a search bar there. I do not want the mail client, so right click on it and choose unpin from the taskbar. And I do not want the store icon here, so also choose unpin from taskbar. So, well, this cleans things up a little bit. Next thing we are going to do for now is update this Windows environment. And this will also take a little while. Let's right click on the Windows button. At least this is how I like to do it. And I was hoping to see, oh, here it is, settings. And on the bottom we have update and security. Let's choose for Windows updates. Let's at least search for them. And while doing so, we can also install the VMware guest editions. So at devices, let's insert the guest editions CD image. And this will mount another image, which we can see in the Explorer when we click this PC, where we have an overview of all our drives. We have a new CD drive, which is VirtualBox Guest Editions. And this one is pretty easy. We just have to install the 64-bit version of it. And this will be a next finish installation. Just like this. And during the installation, our screen can turn to black and come back because it's installing virtual display drivers. At this point, I do not want to reboot. I will reboot later because we are still waiting for the updates to finish. Another thing we will be doing is right click on the Windows icon and choose for search. And in the search, we will type control of control panel. On the icon, we will click with the right mouse button and choose for pinning to the taskbar. So we have the icon right here. And we do the same thing for settings. We will also pin this one to the taskbar, which is this icon. And a few other things. Now this is enough for now. So this lets us quickly access those items, and now we'll access the control panel. And by view by, we will not view everything by category, but we will view everything in small icons, giving us access to the most applications inside the control panel with one mouse click. One thing we are going to do is disable Windows Defender. So click on Windows Defender Firewall, and on the left, let's turn Windows Defender Firewall on or off. And in our case, for the private network settings and the public network settings, we will both turn off the firewall. So the firewall is completely off. And I know this makes it more vulnerable, but this is in our demo environment exactly what we want. We can always turn it on later. Well, it's installing its updates. That's nice. And another thing I'm going to do right now is to make an exclusion in Windows Defender. So again, go to Update and Security in the Settings panel. And now we'll choose for Windows Security. Let's open up Windows Security, and this will open up a new application with a shield. So let's right click this icon in the taskbar and also choose for pin to taskbar. So we have quick access to this Windows Security item later on. We are going to click on the shield for the virus and threat protection options. And when we scroll down, let's see if it's still there. We will first need to manage the settings of the virus and threat protection. So manage settings. We will keep the real-time protection on, but we will exclude the desktop. So exclusions, add or remove exclusions. And for now, I will exclude a folder. And the folder that we're going to exclude is this desktop folder. So now it's in here, and now the desktop will not be scanned by Windows Defender. Like this. So we have installed the VirtualBox guest editions. We have disabled the firewall. We have disabled antivirus. And I guess the only thing I need to do right now is to wait until the updates are finished. So we'll continue this video once the updates are finished. And the thing I'm going to do off video is to license this machine. So let's pause the video for now and simply wait until all of the updates, which can take for about an hour, are completely done. So now our Windows 10 machine is fully up to date, and remember, the Windows 11 installation process is 100% the same. The same questions, maybe in a little differently order. Let's disable this pop-up. Like the updates that we did right now after the operation system started, that specific task is done in Windows 11 before the operation system starts, but either way, in a sense, every step is the same. You have to do the same things. So yeah, that's another advice at this moment. While you are still installing Commando VM and Windows 10, please also start the installation of a Windows 11 client if your host machine at least is capable enough of doing or running 2 virtual machines, which it should be because you'll need this in the demos later on. So now it's time for us to start the installation of Commando VM, but not before we clone this machine, because right now we have just one Windows 10 machine in our environment. If we start installing Commando VM right now and we need a Windows 10 client later on, this is not possible. So what we need to do is simply shut down the machine. And then in our virtual machine folder, once the machine has been shut down, I will create... All right, I see that I installed the 2 virtual machines in the wrong folder. We installed those machines into virtual machines, VirtualBox VMs. Well, we should install it in the right folder. So we will move these machines as well. And let me add a new one that is called spare machines, like this. And the Windows 10 machine that has been shut down right now, I will copy this folder to the spare machines folder, so we can copy and paste this one later on when we need it again. This will take a little while. And since Windows 11 is still running its setup, can I show you that? That looks like this. So the installation is already done and we are now in the pre-setup phase. But let's skip this setting for right now. The Windows 10 machine, let's just remove this one from our VirtualBox instance. We will not delete all the files. We will just remove the machine from the management interface. So it's gone. The machine has been shut down, so we can safely copy it and paste it into the external zone right next to our Kali Linux machine, like this. And we can now rename the machine to Commando VM because that is its role. And now, since this one is done, we can simply add the machine again. We do not have to install it again. We will go to the external zone, Commando VM. Remember, this virtual hard drive is still called Windows 10. It is what it is. And now this one is done. What we need to do is open the settings again by right-clicking Windows 10. and we will rename it to Commando VM. Then at the storage page we will, well, we still have the VBox guest editions added. We will not add this one here, so we can remove the attachment of this. We only have the hard drive, that's okay. And then for the network settings, let's check back on the network settings image. We are now working with the Commando VM machine, which goes into the external zone with an IP address of 172.16.10.20. And then we will add the DMZ zone and the internal zone as well. So the first adapter is the bridge adapter. We can keep it like that. And the second one goes to the external zone. That will be a net network into the external zone. There we have a net network into the DMZ zone. And now we will add this one to the internal zone like this. And now this is done, we can reboot the machine. Reboot or start the machine like this. Let's close the right pane. And our machine is starting again. Let's wait until this one is started. Okay, so the Windows machine has been booted up completely. Let's switch to the Windows 11 machine for now, because we are doing both things at the same time. And I told you that everything is 100% the same, except for one thing. Windows 11 requires you to log in with a Microsoft account before you can start using it. So where in Windows 10 we could choose for a local account, we know Microsoft was not happy about it, but we had the option. We don't have the option here. We can simply only sign in. So we need to change this for now. And what we're going to do is we're going to press the two buttons, the Shift button and the F10 button. And this will open up a command prompt. And you don't have to know what the commands mean, but we simply choose OOBE of, I thought I was typing OOBE like this, and then we choose for the bypass NRO like this. The command completed successfully, and you will see that it will reboot right now. And we will do the same thing in a moment, where we will press Shift F10 again to open up a command prompt. And at that moment we will release our IP address. So at that moment the computer has no IP address, meaning effectively it doesn't have a connection to the internet. So again, it will start the wizard like this, and we will choose for the Netherlands in my case, because I want the time setting to be right. And I am located in the Netherlands, so for me that's the Netherlands. For you that will probably be another country. And we can start the command prompt by pressing Shift F10 again like this. And now we will do an IP config release. Why am I not typing immediately? IP config release like this. Our IP settings are released. We can choose for US as a keyboard layout, which is fine. I do not want a second keyboard layout. Which language do you want to use for? I do not want. I thought I told him no, but okay, either way. Let's just choose English, Netherlands, like this. Which keyboard layout or input method would you like to use? Again, English or Dutch? Interesting questions. Okay, let's in our case choose for Dutch. Let's connect you to a network. This is a question that you usually do not get. And choose for I don't have internet. Now we can enter our name. And we will just use user as a name again. Click on next and we will select a password. And confirm the password. Password 123. And now we are creating a local account just as we did on Windows 10. And this is an option you normally do not have. So again, what was your first pet's name? Demo. My childhood nickname was Demo. And oldest cousin name is also Demo. Let Microsoft and apps use your location? No, please. Find my device? No, please. Send diagnostic data? Only the required. Accept. Improve inking and typing? No. Get tailored experience with diagnostic data? No. And all of these questions are basically the same questions as we have seen in our Windows 10 setup, only styled a little differently. And now Windows 11 is starting with a local account. So that was the first thing I wanted to get out of the way, because this one is a little bit different than our Windows 10 setup. Let's get back to Windows 10. Like this. And we are now installing this machine for Commando VM, but the first things we need to do is to configure our network adapters. And we have four. The first one is the bridged one and connected to our host network. The second one will be the adapter of our external zone, and we will configure it by going to the properties of that adapter. And maybe let's do this again, because I think you have not seen this before. To go to the network settings, and this is all pre-set up, so I will get back to this in a later chapter. But for now, let's just go with the flow. Let's just follow my actions. Go to the control center, and here we click on network and sharing center. And now we are in the network and sharing center. We want to change the adapter settings. We have 4 adapters, 4 network interface cards. We want to change those settings. This will be the pop-up, and we will see the 4 network cards we have. And this one is the second added to the external zone. And we will go to the properties of this one. And there are a lot of properties, but the only property you will need to worry about are the IPv4 settings, are these settings. So we will click these settings and go to the properties, and here we can enter the IP addresses. And in this case, the IP address is maybe I need to enable numlock. To use numlock is 172.16.10.20. And this will be a 24-bit subnet mask, meaning it is 255.255.255.0, and the gateway is 172.16.10.1. And like we seen before in Kali Linux as a DNS server, for now we choose the Google one, 8.8.8.8. And this concludes the configuration of the Network 2 card. Do you want to allow your PC to be discoverable by other PCs or devices on this network? When this pop-up comes, we always choose for yes. So yes, and now we go to the third adapter. Going to the properties of IPv4. This will be the DMZ zone, and its IP address here is 172.16.100.20. 255. That's okay as well. 255.0.172.16. Hello, not the tab, but the dot. 100.1 and 8.8.8.8. This multiple default gateways are intended to provide redundancy. There is a truth in this one. So Yeah, I think Windows is correct in this case. We don't need multiple default gateways. A default gateway is the path the network chooses when it cannot be resolved locally. So when I create a network request, it first tries to resolve the request locally. When it's not done, it will follow its default gateway to go to the next hub and resolve it there. Also, this will be back, this information we will discuss in a later chapter, but it's logical that this pop-up is here. So I do not want to save this configuration. We will just leave out the default gateway like that. This is okay. And then for the last adapter, we will do exactly the same thing. And this will be the internal zone of 172.16.200.20. 255, 255, 250. No default gateway. 8.8.8.8. Now we have configured all of our interfaces, and it might be a good thing to also boot your Kali machine right now. So let's do that. Let's click start on Kali as well. And we need to see if we can connect from one machine to the other machine to know that we set up our networks correctly, because we know that our bridged adapter has access to the internet. That's its preferred method, but it also needs to have a route to all of the other networks, like these 3 networks. And to test this, we can simply start a machine that is also available in the external zone, the Kali Linux machine we installed earlier. And when we ping this machine, and ping is a tool that simply asks on another machine if it's available, and if it is, it gives a reply, and if it isn't, it does not give a reply. So we can ping that machine, and when we get a reply, that means that the network interfaces are configured correctly. So let's wait until Kali Linux has been booted. Let's switch. And boot up, and Kali Linux is configured by the IP address of 172.16.10.10. So let's come back to the Windows 10 machine, open up a command prompt, and you can do this as well. And we can simply choose to ping 172.16.10.10. And we get a reply, so it can find our Kali Linux machine. Another thing we need to know, if our Kali Linux machine can also find our Commando VM machine. So let's go to Kali, login, and here we will do exactly the same, as the ping tool that we used on Windows is also available on Kali Linux. And this one is less fast than I wanted to. Or something else is going wrong. Let's see what Windows 11 is doing. Windows 11 has been booted up automatically already with the user, which is fine. As you can see, this looks a little bit different, so we can delete our Edge. We can delete more, learn more about this. Can we delete this? I don't know if we can delete this here. I guess we can't. For now, leave it there. We will delete the Microsoft Store and the Copilot as well. Right click on the menu or on the Windows icon. Let's choose for settings. Right click the settings icon. Choose pin to taskbar, so we keep it on the taskbar. And now we go to the control panel as well in search. If it would type. All right, let's delete that one. Somehow I get nothing here. All right, it's interesting. Let's see if we can copy paste. That would be nice. Can we copy paste in here? Nope, we can't. Okay, let's check if we can fix this in a moment. For now, what we need to do is to run the update process in the background, download and install all. Guess it's downloading. So let's forget about this, and it looks like our Kali machine is not willing to start. Which is interesting as well. Will it still reply to a ping? Yes, it does. Let's maybe switch to another screen with the host key, the right control key and the F button. We will switch from minimalized view to full screen, and when we switch, and I know because I had this problem before with Kali Linux, we will get the screen we need. Somehow it doesn't refresh and it looks like it hangs, but it doesn't. So switching screens from small to full helps. Now let's see if we can ping our Commando VM machine, which lives in 172.16.10.20. And we also get a reply. This is also because the firewall is off. If the firewall would still be enabled on the Windows machine, we would get a deny because the ping would not be allowed on the machine. But now, since the firewall is off, it is allowed and it replies, so both machines can access each other, so the external zone is set up correctly. Now that's done, we can shut down Kali again. We don't need it anymore for this moment. Shut down now, and we need to do this as a super user, so sudo with the password, and it will shut down. Great. So we made some important progress already. And the next thing we need to do is to install Commando VM, which also will take a while. Let's go to the GitHub page of Commando VM, which is part of the Mandiant group. And this will lay out the complete installation of Commando VM. For now, let's just download this repository, or do we have some? Nope, we will download this. Download the zip. And while this downloads, we need to disable a lot of the protection of Windows. And that's fine, I guess, because this will be an attacker machine and not be a machine to be secured. Let's extract the downloaded Commando VM main folder to the desktop. Go back to the downloads, remove the zip file like this. And the first thing we are going to do is to disable the tamper protection. So we will open up the Windows security again, the one we pinned to the taskbar. Let's go here and again manage settings, and we do have a tamper protection here, and we need to turn this off because this would prevent me from making other changes that I'm going to do right now. So now we disabled tamper protection, we can permanently disable real-time protection. So we will not only shut down Defender for a little while, we will not make a specific exclusion, we will just shut it down completely. And for this we need to open the local policy. And again, this one will be shown more in depth in a later chapter. For now, just follow my leads. We need to Let me do this one again. Let me right click on the Windows button and go to run. And in the run prompt, we will type gpedit. I thought this was gpedit. Let me search for it. gpedit. All right, edit group policy. Fine. And in this policy, we have like two sections. Again, I will show these later on, but we have a computer configuration and a user configuration. We need to make the changes in the computer configuration, where we will go to the administrative templates. Then we will choose for the Windows components. And here we will have a Windows Defender. Like here, we will choose for the Windows Defender antivirus. And here we have a real-time protection. And we have a turn off real-time protection. So we double click this item and we will enable the turn off real-time protection. And we will click on OK like this, and we need to make a reboot. So reboot. And while it reboots, let's check up on our Windows 11, which is still downloading. So now we'll wait until Windows is rebooted. And when it's rebooted, we will disable Microsoft Defender, because we just disabled the real-time protection. But since Windows Defender has more defense options, we will need to turn them all down. And we need to reboot this machine. Why? Because only after this reboot, all of the group policy settings we just enabled are in place. So now we have rebooted. They are in place. Let's log on. And search for gpedit again and open the group policy again. And we will go down the same lane. We will go to the computer configuration, administrative templates, Windows components, Windows Defender, antivirus. And here we will turn off Windows Defender antivirus. And we will enable this setting as well. Click on OK and again reboot the machine, and you can click the start button to reboot and click on this icon, or you can right click the Windows button, go to shutdown or sign out and choose for shutdown or restart, and in this case we will restart. Multiple ways to reboot the machine, and once this is done we are ready to install Commando VM, because all of the updates are done. We have configured our network interfaces and we have disabled all the protections that would potentially block the installation of Commando VM. Hello, yep, password 123. And the next thing we need to do is to search for PowerShell. And we will right click this search result of Windows PowerShell, and here we will choose to run PowerShell as an administrator. Again, later on I will explain why we do it like this. For now, just again follow my lead. Let's open up the Commando VM main folder. Click here in the path and copy this complete string. This is the path to this folder. So we go to CD and paste the path, and we paste the path by right-clicking into this pane. Can I enable the font or enlarge the font? Let's go to Properties, Font, and choose for a font size of 20. This will be a little bit bigger. Can we make the screen even more enlarged? Yes, we can. So now we can make the font size even more big. Properties, font, and choose for 28. Right. So now we are going to execute a script, but before we can execute this specific script, we need to set the execution policy to unrestricted. At least we need to set the execution policy to allow executing this specific script, but by setting the execution policy to unrestricted, we simply allow it to run every script. So with tab complete, it will complete the set execution policy command, and we will choose for unrestricted. And we will force this setting as well, like this. Cannot bind the parameter execution policy, cannot convert we have a typo here, unrestricted, like this. And now this is done. We will unblock every file we just downloaded from the internet. So in this folder we do get child item like this. In the current folder and recursive, so recurse, and for every file recursively from this folder we will unblock them with unblock file. And now this is done and we can see the content of this folder. We do have an installation PowerShell script. We need to run this PowerShell script. And we can choose for a graphical user interface installation or for a command line installation. And for our sake, the most easy one is the GUI version. So simply choose to run install.ps1. And this will, if everything goes well, install Commando VM. All the prerequisite checks are true. This is nice. I understand that continuing without satisfying all the pre-installed checks might cause install issues. Continue. And now the installation starts. And this on itself can take from 30 to 60 minutes. Let me see. We have a Commando VM installer. We can do a default install where numerous packages for pen testing are installed. We can choose a full where all tools suitable for Commando VM are installed. And in my case, let's simply choose for a full installation. We will not install the developer one, but we will install Visual Studio later on so we can compile packages. Well, of course, this will also be explained later on. So for now, Commando VM we will install fully. What do we get when we configure the profile? Here we see the selected packages, all the available packages. Let me see if Visual Studio is maybe available here. That this would make it even more easy. Microsoft Terminal, Microsoft Office. Well, Microsoft Office might be handy. And the Windows Terminal as well. Maybe we want to use Netcat. It might also be easy to have. Well, and every additional tool we can install later if we wanted it. So we are done and we will start the installation. Box Starter requires user credentials to automatically log in and continue the install on a reboot. If you don't have a password set, leave the field blank, but we do have a password set for the user and this is password 123. So let's enter that specific password, click on OK and sit back and follow along. Let's resume this video once the installation of Commando VM is completed. Right, so this has been like 90 minutes or so and the installation of Commando VM is completed. It completes with a log file containing all the things that it did, which we don't need to bother about now, and type enter to exit, which we will. And now Commando VM and all its tools are there. We find a lot of the tools in the start menu and even more tools here in the tools folder. So we will look back at Commando VM on a later moment. For now, Commando VM looks like it is completed and I guess Microsoft Visual Studio is installed, but we need to be sure. So let's check. And yes, we have Visual Studio installed. Let's see if it's also configured or if we still need to select some packages to install with it. But I guess most basic settings are already done. We will skip the sign-in step for now. Choose for a dark layout, start Visual Studio, and then it will probably start. Looking back on the other screen of the installation of Windows 11, it looks like all the updates are completely done, which is nice. So another thing we need to do for Windows 11 is install the guest editions of VirtualBox. So let's insert the ISO image or the CD. Double click it and choose for the Windows 64-bit installation. Looking back at Commando VM, Visual Studio starts successfully, and so we don't need to do that step anymore. That's done. And I guess this concludes the installation of Commando VM for now. Like with Kali Linux, if we need any additional tools in the future, we will install them when we need them. Let's check how Office is installed before we shut down the machine. We probably need to activate it. Sign in, I have a product key, close. Well, we can use it maybe for a few days, or we cannot use it without activating. But either way, when we need Office, we will make sure Office works. For now, we can shut down Commando VM. Let's take a look at Windows 11 again. We have the VirtualBox guest editions installed. So let's choose for a reboot at a later moment, because we do not want to reboot. We simply want to shut down the machine right now. Looking back at the manager, Windows 11 will be shut down in a second. Powered off, which is good. And now checking back at the virtual machines. This Windows 11 machine is a spare machine, so we can cut and paste it into our spare machines folder, and we will use this machine when we need it later on. So this one is also completely installed. Last thing we need to do, because we moved this machine and we will not use it right now, is remove it from our VirtualBox manager. So remove, do not delete the files, but just remove it from the manager. And this leaves us with two complete machines. So the external zone is actually fully installed. We have a Kali Linux and a Commando VM. So now let's continue with the DMZ zone. Next up is the first machine we are going to deploy on our DMZ network. And this will be the machine that will act as a vulnerable web server on the DMZ. And the tool we are going to use for this is the bweb tool, or the bweb vulnerable web application. And we are going to install this application once Ubuntu is installed. So we are going to install the vulnerable web server on a Ubuntu machine. And if I'm not mistaken, you already downloaded the Ubuntu ISO image. So let's create a new machine, and we will call this machine the vulnerable web application. Let's call it bweb vulnerable web app, and this one is hosted on the DMZ like this, or let's do it like this, right? Vulnerable web app. And we are going to install this machine. Let's say in the DMZ zone, we are going to create a new folder here, and this one will be vulnerable web app like this. Let's choose the ISO image, and this one will be the Ubuntu 24.04.1 desktop version. So select this one, and VirtualBox already recognizes this is a Linux Ubuntu 64-bit. Let's skip the unattended installation, since we don't want an unattended installation. As for the hardware, we have 2 GB and 1 processor. Let's change this to 2 processors. And for the hard drive, I believe 25 GB will be enough for now. So let's finish up this configuration, go to the settings, and like always, change the shared clipboard and the drag and drop in the advanced tab to bidirectional. And then once this is done, we are going to select the network adapters, where the first one will be the bridged one. And let's look at our addressing scheme for the other ones. Here in the DMZ zone, we have a vulnerable web application starting with the DMZ zone, the external zone, and then the internal zone. So as a network, we will start on the DMZ zone. The second one will be the external zone, and the last one will be the internal zone. Like this. And this concludes the primary configuration. So let's start up the machine and start the installation of Ubuntu, because the installation of Ubuntu is the first thing we must do before we can even think about installing the vulnerable web application. And yes, I know, let's first select install Ubuntu here. I know that there is a bweb ready VirtualBox machine you can download. Well, actually this is a VMware machine that we can convert to a VirtualBox machine, but once this machine runs, there are all kinds of problems with keyboard, mouse, mappings, look and feel, all is not intuitive. So the best way to work with this machine is to install it on top of a Ubuntu machine. So that's what we're going to do. And right now Ubuntu is still loading, and this will take a little while. And I think I am going to pause the video because I have no clue on how long this will take. Maybe 1 minute, maybe 5. I'll pause the video and continue once the initial loading is done. So this took about 2 minutes, and I guess it's still loading. We have a desktop environment, we have some icons, we have audio, which is great. And the next thing I am expecting is the install Ubuntu. Well, there it is. And for the language, let's simply choose English, which is okay. Accessibility in Ubuntu, let's leave them all at their default settings. The keyboard layout, English US is fine. Maybe we can test the special characters. And this all looks pretty much okay. So in my case, we can select next. Connect to the internet. Well, we can use a wired connection, right? Or can't we? Because the next button is grayed out. Activation of the network connection failed. Let's check the network connections once we are in Ubuntu after it is installed. For now, do not connect to the network. Click next, and here we choose for install Ubuntu. And this will be an interactive installation, no unattended one. And for the software we would like to install, the default selection is okay. Or shall we choose the extended selection, where there are office tools, utilities, a web browser. Let's choose extended for now. Let's go all in. Install recommended proprietary software. Nope. How do you want to install Ubuntu? I want to erase the disks and install Ubuntu, which is fine. And let's create our first account. And this account, which we will call user. And for the computer name, this one will be bweb. The username is indeed user, and the password is password123, which we need to confirm like this. And yes, I know this is a weak password, but we're gonna use it anyway. Require my password to log in is fine. Let's click next. Now let's select the location, and I am located in Amsterdam, so in my case, I'll select Amsterdam, and this will make sure that my time setting is okay. Next, review your choices, which is all okay, and now let's install. It will be copying the files and installing the system, and installing the system will take around 10 to 15 minutes. So again, let me pause the video and get back to you once the installation is completed. And And now, like 10 minutes later, the installation is completed. So let's choose restart now. And boot up Ubuntu for the first time. Please remove the installation medium, which we can do. For this, let's just power off the virtual machine. Go to settings, click storage. And it looks like the medium is already removed. Well, that's fine. Let's start. No, not go to settings. Let's start the machine. And check if Ubuntu boots successfully. And the first time initialization just takes a while. But if everything goes well, we should see the desktop shortly from now. And this really takes longer than I expected, but the loading bar is gone. There we are. Let's log in with user and password 123. And when we are logged in and the desktop is shown, which we might need to change to a full screen and back. Nope, that doesn't make any difference. So we just have to wait. Once the desktop is loaded, we are first going to update the repositories. And once the update is done, we are going to install the VirtualBox guest add-ons. So we have more features available between the host machine and the virtual machine. And when that's completed, we are going to configure the network adapters. And when that's all done, the initial installation of Ubuntu is complete. We could choose to make a backup of the Ubuntu machine for later use. That's an option. Or we can just go ahead and install the bweb virtual vulnerable web server. Thing is that this screen looks a little weird right now. It doesn't seem like it is starting to load or do anything. Maybe we can view the scaled mode, which also doesn't change anything. So it looks like it hangs somewhere, which is interesting. Let me reboot the machine again. Reset and reset. And let's wait until this one is booted. This was at least a lot quicker. And this looks a lot better. Welcome to Ubuntu. Well, that's okay. Ubuntu Pro, skip for now. Help improve Ubuntu. Yeah, well, no, don't share system data. Next. Get started, finish, and we are in the desktop. First off, let's click on this Ubuntu icon in the left bottom corner to access the terminal here. And now it's opened, we can right click and choose for pin to dash, so it stays in this dash pane, or in Windows we call this the taskbar. And now we have the terminal, we can do a sudo apt update. While this runs, let me insert the guest additions like this. The update is completed, the guest additions are here. So let's copy this path, right click, paste, and go to this path. Let me make this full screen for now. and go to the preferences and see if we can enlarge the font at least a little bit. Text. Colors scrolling command. It should be here, right? Terminal size 80, columns 24, cell spacing, width, height, custom font like this, and change 12 to like 16. So this becomes a little bit bigger with list. Let's see which software is available, and the thing we need to install are the VBox Linux editions.run. So let's copy this and do this as sudo. And by using the -- we select the file in the current directory. And the installation of the guest editions start. Let's close up this information pane here. And while this runs, we can right click on the network connections and click on wired settings. And since we are here, I was hoping to see all my network cards. We have the 3 that seems to be connected. We have a 10, an 8 and a 9. So we have 4 network cards. Guessing the 3 is my first network card. This is the bridged version, and this one is connected to the internet. That is correct. So then I guess the 8 will be the external zone or the DMZ zone, the 9 will be the external zone, and the 10 will be the internal zone. So for the DMZ zone, let me enable this, and on the wheel here we will change its options. Let's go to IPv4 and change the automatic configuration of IP addresses with the DHCP. Let's change this one up to manual, and let's add the address of this machine, and this one will be 170. Let's enable numlock 172.16.100.60 like this, with a net mask of 255.0. We do not select the gateway. DNS is not required, but just set this to 8.8.8.8, and this one is configured. Now for the 9, which will be the external zone, we do the same thing. Choose for manual, and now we will use 172.16.10.60 like this. And again, 255.255.0, and for DNS 8.8.8.8. Apply, and for the last network card, which will be the internal zone, manual 172.16.200.60. And apply this last configuration. So now all the 4 network cards are configured. This is great. Let's close this one up. And the VirtualBox guest editions are also installed, so that is completed. Now let's do a reboot to reboot the machine. And once this is done, we can start by installing all the requirements, all the prerequisites we need before we can start installing the bweb vulnerable web application. Why? Simply because this web application requires a web server to run on and a database server to store its data in. So we need MySQL as a database server. So we need to install MySQL first, and we will use Apache as a web server, and we also will install Apache first. Another thing we can do, which is, I guess, interesting to do. Let me show you this. And to show you this, I will again shut down the machine. Let's power the machine off. And we are going to do some things to the machine that can potentially harm the machine. Maybe something goes wrong and we don't want to install Ubuntu all over again. And specifically for those kinds of situations, we can create a snapshot of the machine. And the snapshot is like a photo of how the machine is at this moment. Call it a sort of backup. And when something goes wrong, we can revert to this snapshot, restoring the machine in exactly the same state as it is right now. So that's why we use snapshot. The thing is, if you have a snapshot, you may not keep it for too long, because when you create a snapshot, all the data, all the bits that are changed from the moment you created the snapshot are stored in a different file. And that file keeps on growing and growing until you remove the snapshot and it becomes one complete image again. So creating snapshots is great, especially when you are doing things that you are not sure of and you want to have a backup. That's fine. But do not keep the snapshots too long. That being said, let's create a snapshot. Let's click on these icons and go here to snapshots. Well, we were already in the snapshot pane, and we can click on take to take a snapshot. So let's call this before installing bweb. Okay, and now the snapshot is created. And this is pretty fast because the machine is powered off. If the machine is powered on, creating a snapshot will take longer, and so will restoring a snapshot. So if it's possible, always shut down the machine for creating and restoring snapshots. And now we can just start the machine like we did before. And let's see if we can create this one full screen right now. Yes, we can, since we have the guest editions there. Full screen is available, and this is much, much better. Let's click on the terminal icon we pinned to the dash and enlarge the font again, at least a little bit. For this, we went to the profiles and we chose, it is already saved, so it is still 16 points, which is okay. Let's cancel this, close this, and I guess this is at least readable. The first thing we're going to do is to install the MySQL server. Installing is pretty easy. This is just a sudo apt install and then MySQL-server like this. And of course, we need to enter the sudo password. Yes, please continue. And this is exactly why we connected the bridged network adapter to this machine as well, so we have internet connections to download all these kinds of things. MySQL D is already running, and D stands for daemon in this case, so that's the service. More about that later. And now this is installed, I want to make sure the MySQL service or the MySQL daemon starts every time the machine is booted. And to do that, we do a sudo systemctl or system control like this, and we will enable MySQL like this. And I guess if we look at the status of MySQL, it is already started. Yes, it is active, so we don't have to start it at this moment. Now MySQL is started. We need to log into the MySQL server and make a few little configuration changes. Normally, when you install MySQL, you will run a script to secure the MySQL installation. This will remove unnecessary databases, unnecessary users. It will force you to set a strong password, etc. in this case, in our demo, since this is already a vulnerable machine, we will not do this specific step. But what we need to do is to create a specific user, a user that can access the database and that has access on a specific database. The database is called bweb because bweb will install its files inside of that specific database. A database server can manage different databases and bweb is one of the databases. So we need to create that specific database and we need to create a user that has all the rights on that specific database. To do so, let's simply log in. Let's do sudo mysql like this, and we are logged in into the MySQL server. And what we can do now is we can create, let me see if copy paste works, because that's much easier than typing everything out. And it doesn't look like it does, right? Nope. Let's take a look at that one later. For now, let's create a user like this, and the user will be user at localhost. Like this. And we will set a password, so identified by. And the password will be the well-known password, you know, like this, password 123. And the query is okay, so there is a user created with this specific password. And now we are going to grant, let's first create the bweb database. Create database bweb, like this. And we have to end with a semicolon. The database is created, and now I'm going to give the user all the privileges, all the rights on the database. Grant all privileges on bweb to user at localhost identified by, and we will do password 123 again and end with a semicolon. No database was selected. Grant all privileges on bweb to user local. Yeah, this looks okay. Maybe we let's paste this one, and for the database use a point star. Check the manual that corresponds. User at localhost. Let me check what I am doing wrong. Maybe I don't. Oh, wait. Maybe what I don't need is the identified by part, since the user already exists. Let's do it, just do it like this, end with a semicolon. And this seems to work. Okay, so we don't need the identified by part. And now this is done. Let's just force the changes we created. So let's flush the privileges, which will force the rights to be effective right now. And once this is done, we can exit MySQL. Next thing we need to do is to install the web server, which is Apache, and this will looks almost the same as MySQL. So again, we will do a sudo apt install, but this time it will be Apache, and it will be Apache version 2, which is, well, the normal version at this moment. This one is installed as well. And now we will enable the service. So we again do a sudo systemctl, and we will enable Apache 2. And let's check the status of Apache. And Apache is already running. Next thing we need to do is to install the PHP library for Apache so the Apache web server can work with PHP files, something it cannot do by default. So sudo apt install, you know the drill, and this time we are going to install PHP and we are going to install an Apache mod for PHP, and that's libapache 2 mod PHP. So by separating the software packages with a space, we can install multiple packages at once. And please continue. When all this is done, the next thing we need to do finally is to install bweb. So the first thing for that is let us go to the download page. Which will be the page on SourceForge. And here we have the bweb files. And I am not sure if this is the one. I guess this is the right one. Yes, just download the latest version. Continue download at your own risk, which is fine. And once the download is completed, I will move the downloaded archive to the desktop. And then we are going to unzip all of the files into the HTML folder created by our web server. So all the files will be placed in the web server folder so the web server can find the files and serve the files to the user. Like this. Let's just move them to the desktop. In my terminal, I will also go to the desktop. And when we do a ls, we will see the archive right here. So the next thing we are going to do as sudo, because the web server folders are only accessible by sudo, by the super user, and not by the normal user. So this one, we will do a sudo. And we will do a sudo unzip -d, and we will unzip everything to -var html like this. And what is the thing that we are going to unzip? Well, it's this zip file. There we are. So let's go to -var html and list the content of this folder, and everything is in here, which is great. Next up, this is the main folder. We need to set the permissions of this folder. If we look in this folder, we have a lot of files, we have a lot of directories. Actually, some of those directories only need to be given all the rights. To make things easy on us, we will simply do a sudo chmod. In reverse order, we will give the 777 or 777, as you will learn later on, or as you have already learned, I guess. 777 is at least the all access rights for everyone. And we will give this right for everyone on this specific folder. So now we are here, let's go into this folder. And into this folder, we have an admin folder, and this admin folder does contain a few files, and we need to change the settings.php. And I don't know if I have Mousepad installed, which I don't. So let's install Mousepad, which is a text editor to make editing files like these easier. Sudo apt install Mousepad or Genie, whatever you would like. Let's choose Genie in this case. Yes, install. And now do genie and change settings.php. And in the settings file, we need to configure the MySQL access rights, and the database username, as we have specified, is user of localhost, and the password we created was password123 like this, and the database name is indeed bweb. So let's change this setting like this. Ctrl S or file save to save the changes. And once that is done, we need to change another file. So let's close this one up. And that's the file in the previous folder. So let's go to the previous folder, clear this up. And in this folder, we have the install file, which is here install.php. And we need to make a slight modification of this file. So let's do genie install.php. And we need to remove the exclamation mark here for the check if the database exists. And this database does exist, so let's indeed remove this one, save it up like this, close everything up, and let's go to the web browser to see if we can access the vulnerable web application. HTTP, and we can go to the local host. And everything was installed in the bweb folder. And in here we had an install.php. And if everything goes well, we should get an installation message. Click here to install bweb. So let's click install, right? And this will give me a blank screen. This is interesting. Let's again go to the install file and return the exclamation mark, save its settings and try again. Although I think this will not change anything. It will not. So we might have to reboot Apache. Let me see. There it is. I said remove it. So again, let's remove the exclamation mark and, well, we can close it up. And we can do a sudo. Let me clear the screen again. Sudo systemctl restart or reboot. I thought it was restart Apache 2. And now check its status. And again, it's started. Let's refresh the page and this doesn't change anything. So the next thing I can do is to check the log files of Apache. Let's do a cat, which will only show all the text in the log files in the terminal. And we will go to var log. Right. Apache 2. And we need to see the error log. There was an error thrown in the install.php file on line 29. An uncaught error class MySQL E not found. So this might indicate that we forgot to install another module, and that's the PHP MySQL module. Let's just do a sudo apt install PHP MySQL. And we indeed need to install this one as well. And now let's restart Apache and try to reload again. And this works a lot better. BWeb has been installed successfully. So let's check if we can log in. And the login is B with as password Buck. And it looks like it loads. Right. This is nice. Let me see if it is served at every IP address I want it to be served on. So what are my IP addresses again? 100.60. Let's check if we can exit there. Yes, we can. And we have 10.60. And finally we have 200.60. And this is working as expected. Last thing we need to do, we can shut down this machine. Since the installation is successful, shut down, we need to remove the snapshot. So sudo shut down now. We'll shut down the machine, and since the installation was complete, we can remove this snapshot, the snapshot called before install bweb. Let's remove the snapshot. So we only have the current state left. And this means we are done with installing the vulnerable web app, the bweb web application in the DMZ zone. The next thing we're going to do into our demo environment is to install the pfSense firewall. And although we are not going to make a lot of use of the firewall, because for the firewall to be effective, the network traffic has to be routed through the firewall, which in our setup we are not doing. So it's good to have a firewall for those rare cases we need a firewall or we need to explain something about the firewall, but know that we will not use the firewall a lot. Either way, for the demo environment, when you need a firewall, it's good to have one. So let's install the pfSense firewall, which is a pretty easy procedure. Some procedure we already did before. It looks a lot like the previous procedure. So we start by selecting the ISO image. And in our case, we are choosing for the Netgate installer ISO. And we're going to give it a name, which will be pfSense firewall. And this is hosted between the DMZ network and the internal network. But for now, let's say it's DMZ oriented, right? What's the right pronouns? It's DMZ oriented. What it doesn't know, what VirtualBox doesn't know, is which operating system will be installed based on the ISO image here. So usually we see something like Windows and Linux, but in this case it doesn't know. So in order to work, we will choose for Linux, Ubuntu. 64 bits, we will not have an unattended installation option and we do not want it, so that's okay. It has 2 GB of memory, 1 processor, which is more than enough for the firewall to function, and we can always change these settings later on. For the virtual hard drive, let's restrict it to 10 GB, which is also more than enough. And as you can see, the folder is not already okay. So let's change the installation folder. We're gonna install it inside of the DMZ zone. Let's create a new folder here called pfSense firewall. Like this, and this will act as the installation folder. And now the hard drive will also be installed inside of this folder. Let's finish it up and fine-tune the settings. If you look at the advanced settings, the shared clipboard should be bidirectional and drag and drop as well. We will not share a lot of files between the host system and the firewall, also because the firewall doesn't have a GUI, but either way, let's just make this standard to set on bidirectional because it's simply best practice, at least in a demo environment. Next thing we're going to change are the networks. And looking at our addressing scheme for the firewall, we will first start with the DMZ zone, the external zone, and followed up by the internal zone. So as we know, the first adapter is bridged because it has to be connected to the internet. The second adapter, just like we said, will be part of the DMZ zone. The third adapter will be part of the external zone, and the fourth adapter will be part of the internal zone. And this concludes the VirtualBox settings for the pfSense firewall, so we can boot up the machine and start the installation. Let's make the screen a little bit bigger, and well, we will not get this small screen any bigger during the installation. So squint your eyes and I'll hope you see everything that's going on in here, and I will explain it verbally as good as I can. So yeah, we will work this out. First, we'll have the copyright and distribution notice which we should accept. And then we can choose between install and a rescue shell. We will choose for the installation. So install pfSense. Setting up the network to continue the installation. Okay. And it first asks me which interface is the one interface. And the one interface is the internet interface in this case. So I can choose for the bridged adapter, or I can say the external zone will act as the one interface. And in that case, I should choose this adapter as well, AM2 for the one interface. What will we choose? Let me think about this. We will not download anything. So we will say that the one interface in this particular demo environment will be the external zone. So AM2, and the interface mode at this point is DHCP, but we want this one to be static. And as the IP address in the external zone will be 172.16.10.100. So let's put that in here, 172.16.10.100. And it is indeed a 24-bit subnet mask. We will not need to set the default gateway in this instance, not need to set a DNS server, and VLAN tagging is disabled. So at this point we can continue. Cannot set one interface DNS server because we haven't selected it. So the DNS server for the one interface, since we need to specify it, we will specify this with 4x8. And now continue with the installation. And we also need to specify a gateway. Well, okay, we can do so as well. And we will choose 172.16.10.1 for the gateway. And now nothing holds us back to continue the installation. And now it asks us to select the LAN interface. And this will be the interface of the internal zone. So we will choose the last interface number 3. This will also be pretty static, and the IP address we are going to use will be 172.16.200.100, like this. DHCP for the internal zone. We can enable this and disable this. In our case, we're going to disable this. So no DHCP. And let's proceed with the installation. Please confirm the interface management. LAN is EM3 and 1 is EM2, which is okay. Let's continue. And we will install the community edition of the pfSense firewall. So install CE. The file system as ZSF is okay, and the partition scheme of GPT is also pretty good. So just continue with the installation. Select the ZSF virtual device configuration type. You only have one partition, and so we have one option, which is a stripe option with no redundancy, which is okay for our demo environment. So okay, and continue, select the disk. We only have one disk. So again, click OK. Last chance. Are you sure you want to destroy the current contents of the following disks? Yes, I am absolutely sure. Committing the changes. And now, let me see, select the version of pfSense CE to install. Let's choose for the current stable release, which is fine. And now the installation starts. And during the installation, it will try to download some software. And let me see if this works or if this fails, since the one adapter we just assigned was not. Let me see. Yes, this works. All repositories are up to date. 139 MB to be downloaded. Let's see if this succeeds, and when it does, I will pause the video and wait for the installation to complete. Why? Because the installation itself, it will download all the required components and install them, and the installation itself will take approx like 10 minutes, 15 minutes maybe. So too long to just look at the screen how it is installing. But first thing we need to check if this first part of the data will be successfully downloaded. Fetching pfSense base is done, checking the integrity is done, installing is successful. Now the kernel will be installed, so the installation is running smoothly, and I will pause the video and continue once the installation is completed. And it took like 10 minutes and the installation is completed. pfSense post-installation setup done, so click on OK. Installation of pfSense complete. Would you like to reboot into the installed system now? Absolutely. But to do so, we need to remove the installation medium, so the ISO file that is attached to this virtual machine. So we need to power off this machine. So I'll choose to go into the shell and not to reboot. And here we choose for power off to power down the system. And let's wait, it is powered off right now. So we go back into the settings of this machine. We go to storage, and right here, the Netgate installer. Let's simply remove this attachment from here. Let me remove disk from the virtual drive like this. Click on OK, and now we can power on the system and boot into the installed pfSense firewall system. Let's see if everything went successfully. And I'm going to change this to, try to change this to full screen, which will probably fail. Yes, it does. Maybe we can work with scaling like this. Well, it's still not going to be full screen. We'll have to deal with this, but we will not do a lot of things on the command line once the pfSense firewall has booted up. Why? Because the pfSense firewall does have a web interface, and the web interface will be promoted to the LAN interface. But since we don't already have machines in the internal LAN network, I guess we will not be able to do this part of the configuration right now. So if this does not work, we will come back later to simply check out the web interface and maybe make some final configurations for this demo firewall. Here on the command line, we just need to do a few more things like configuring interfaces. Okay, what do we see here? We have a one interface, and we have configured this with, that's interesting. The one interface at this moment is the bridged interface, and it got an IP address, and the LAN interface is also a different interface than we specified during setup. So we also need to change this configuration a bit. Let's say we choose option 2 for the set interfaces IP addresses, And now we will choose the LAN interface. So interface 2. Configure IPv4 address LAN interface through DHCP. No, we do not want that. And for, let me see, for the internal zone, this was 172.16.200.100 and it was 24-bit like this. For a LAN, press enter for none. Okay. Configure IPv6 through DHCP. Well, if I say no, I'll have to assign a static IPv6 address. So I'll say yes, we will not use IPv6 in this environment. Do you want to enable DHCP server on the LAN? Absolutely not. Do you want to revert to HTTP as the web configurator protocol? Absolutely. We can choose for HTTP since this is a demo environment. And it is reconfiguring its settings. Press enter to continue. And now the LAN interface is 172.16.200.100. So when we have a machine on the internal network, we can connect to this LAN interface to access the web interface of this firewall for its configuration. Let's see if we can assign even more interfaces. Maybe we can. Because we have more interfaces, the first interface is the 0 interface, it's the bridged one, but we can assign the EM1 interface. Let me see, do VLANs need to be set up first? If VLANs, well, in this case, at this moment, we will not set up VLANs, so no. Enter the 1 interface, well, we already did that, right? So let's say the 1 interface is the bridged interface with internet connection. We don't want it to be the bridge one, right? No, we really want the external zone for this, which is the EM2 adapter. So let's say EM2. Enter the LAN interface, and the LAN interface was the internal one, so that's EM3. Now we have an optional one. Well, let's choose the first one. Our first optional interface will be the DMZ zone interface, so that's EM1. And then the second and the last optional interface is our bridge interface EM0. And this looks okay, so yes, we can proceed. And this might take a little while for the configuration to be set up correctly. All right, one moment while the settings are reloaded, that's fine. And there we are. The LAN interface is still correct. It's 172.16.200.100. But now with option 2, we are going to set the IP addresses for the optional interfaces. So option 2. And I want to set the IP address for EM1, which is in our case the DMZ zone. So number 3, like, let me see, yes, number 3. And configure IPv4 through DHCP, no. And the address will be 172.16.100.100. And also 24 bits. For LAN, enter, that's okay. Configure IPv6 through DHCP. In this case, we choose for yes. Do you want to enable DHCP server? No, we don't. And we'll have to wait until the changes are saved. So we have the LAN interface, we have the DMZ interface. Let's configure the WAN interface as well. So again, option 2, and we will choose the first one, the WAN interface. and we don't want to configure it with DHCP. And for the one, which is in our case the external zone, we use 172.16.10.100, 24 bits again, like this. It's a LAN, so enter. Yes for DHCP for IPv6, and I don't want to enable the DHCP server. And now the settings for the WAN interface are also being saved. And this looks okay. So the last interface we need to configure is the bridged internet facing adapter optional 2. So again, we choose option 2 and now we choose option 4 for the bridged interface. And in this case, I want to configure IPv4 indeed through DHCP. Since DHCP in this network is active, it's done by the router. So yes, I want so. And for IPv6 as well, we choose yes. And that's all we have to do for this interface. And when the settings are reloaded, we should see, let me see, enter for continue. We should see we have indeed retrieved an IP address for the optional 2 interface. The next thing we're going to do, and you can just do this only once you have a machine on the internal network, which in this case I have, but you will have to do it later once the first or the second machine is added to the internal network. But because this video is all about the pfSense configuration, I thought, well, let's show this while we're working with the pfSense firewall. And since we're on the internal network, let's take a look at our addressing scheme and see that the firewall is reachable on the internal zone by 172.16.200.100. So let's do that as well. And once we go there, we have a login page for the web interface, and the default credentials are admin with pfSense as password. And now we need to run through the first pre-setup. Let's take a look. This wizard will provide guidance to the initial configuration of pfSense. Click next. And this is a configuration setup that takes 9 steps. Our 24/7 worldwide team of support engineers. Yeah, support is available. Well, that's nice to know. On this screen, the general pfSense parameters will be set. The host name will be pfSense. Is this okay? Yeah, I guess this is. The domain name, which, well, is this important? Really, it is not. Offensive security pathway.local. It is the domain name we will use later on for the internal zone, and we can use it for the firewall as well. The default behavior of the DNS resolver will ignore manually configured DNS servers for the client queries and query root DNS servers directly. To use the manually configured DNS servers below for client queries, well, this is not necessary. Just click next. And now for the time zone, and this time zone is pretty specific to the part of the world that you're in right now. In my case, this is Europe, so let's click Europe Amsterdam. The time server hostname, well, let me check the one for the Netherlands. And we have a few. For now, let's choose this one. 0nlpool.ntp.org. But you can specify any time server you wish in that field. Step 4. On this screen, the WAN information will be configured, which we already did. So I guess we will not change anything here. It's static with an IP address, etc. Is it correct? I guess it is. For the one interface, which is external, it is 10.100. And this is 10.100, so we're good. Next. And this is the local, which we are connected to right now. This is also okay, so we can choose next. And on this screen, the admin password will be set, which is used to access the web GUI and also the SSH services if enabled. Let's change the pfSense password to password 123, the password we use in our entire environment. Password 123. Next. Click reload to reload the pfSense with new changes. Reload. Reloading is in progress. Please wait. And everything is green. Can we check for updates? Well, let's just try. System update is retrieving. And our system is up to date. Update settings, well, this is all good for now. And then we have a menu with a lot of features we can configure. Let's configure the things we need at the moment we will start using the firewall. For now, for the pre-installation of the demo environment, this concludes the installation of the pfSense firewall. Now it's time to install another machine inside our DMZ zone. First, I want to complete the file names of the currently installed machines because the Commando VM still need to be renamed with the zone. So this is external. Then Metasploitable is not already available, so let's remove it right now. Delete all files as well, and the pfSense firewall does not need to have a zone assigned to it. So now we are ready to install Metasploitable, and if I'm correct, you already downloaded the OVA file. So installation into VirtualBox is pretty straightforward. What we need to do is we need to import an appliance. So when we choose for import appliance, we'll select C virtual machines, VirtualBox, ISOs and setups, and we select the Metasploitable OVA file. Checking the settings, this is all okay, just finish it up and check the settings when the file or the machine is imported. As you can see on the right, this takes a little while, I think about 2 to 3 minutes. So let's pause the video and get back once the importing is completed. Right, importing is done, and now we're going to check the settings. It will be Metasploitable 3, that's correct, and this one will be inside of the DMZ zone. Change the shared clipboard and the drag and drop to bidirectional. Let's check the base memory. Well, I guess this is okay. It has only one processor. Let's at least change it to 2 processors. Checking the network, we changed the first one to be bridged. The second one, and for this we are going to check our IP addressing scheme. The second one will be 172.60.100.50. So the first one will be the DMZ zone, and the second one will be the external zone, and the last one the internal zone. Like this. All the network cards are configured. Let's move this one down like this. So we group them together, and now that's done, we can start Metasploitable 3, the Windows 2008 server version. There it goes, Windows is starting, and on this machine we do not need to run all the updates, because if we would probably kill some of the vulnerabilities that are still available on this machine, and that's exactly what we want. So let's send a Ctrl-Alt-Delete to this machine, and we have two options to log in with an administrator and a Vagrant user. And for the administrator and for the user, we need a password. At this moment, we don't know the password for the administrator user, but we do know the password for the Vagrant user, and this is simply with all small letters. This is simply Vagrant, like this. And the Vagrant user is an administrative user. We will ask later. You must restart your computer to apply changes. Well, not at this moment. Checking the groups, we are a built-in administrator, meaning we can change the password of the current administrator. If we, this is an older version, let me see if we search for the computer management option like this one. We can go to the users. We have a lot of users on this machine, all part of Metasploitable. And for the administrator user, we can change the password. Should we change the password? That depends. Are there services started by the administrator user? So let me check the services. And it looks like most of the services are not used as an administrator. So we might change the password right now of the administrator, but there is no need since we are an administrator as the Vagrant user. That being said, we don't need to perform the updates, but we do want to install the guest additions. So if they are still compatible, and we will see that right away, let's double check the drive and install all the drivers and all the additions. And it looks like it's still compatible. Would you like to install this software? Absolutely. And now we can reboot. When we reboot and everything is done, we will set up all the network interfaces. And when we have set up the interfaces, we are done configuring the Metasploitable 3 machine. And we can continue to the firewall and to all the machines on the internal zone. Clicking the host key, so the right control key and the delete button is the same as Ctrl-Alt-Delete, which we can also access by going to Input Keyboard, insert Ctrl-Alt-Delete. We will log in with the Vagrant user. And let's see with the host key plus F if we can activate a full screen. Which doesn't really seem to work that well. Well, either way, let's check the control panel. View by the small icons, choose for the network and sharing center, go change adapter settings, and here we have all of our adapters. Local area, connection 2, 3 and 4, so 2, 3 and 4. Though the first connection will be the DMZ adapter. Let's go to properties, IPv4, and change the address of this machine to 172.16.150. Like this. We don't need a gateway, and we will use simply 8.8.8.8 as a DNS. Then for the second adapter, we will perform the same actions. This will be the external zone, so this will be 172.16.10.50. And now for the last adapter. In the internal zone, we will use 172, 16, 200, 50, and this concludes the installation of the Metasploitable version 3 machine. So again, shut down. Let's in this case choose for hardware maintenance planned. And whatever we choose in that drop down box dictates what is logged in the event log files. But we don't need to worry about that for now. So we already have quite of a lot of machines installed. So now it's time to start installing our first server on the internal zone, and this will be the most important server. This one will be the domain controller. And for this we use the server 2019 ISO file you previously downloaded. So let's follow the procedure we know very well by now. We start a new machine and we will base this machine on the ISO file Windows Server 2019. We call this machine DC01 for domain controller. Let's specify this as well, and this one is part of the internal zone. Now, which folder will this one be installed? This will be in the internal zone. We will create a folder, and this one is called DC01 domain controller. Let's choose this one. The type is Windows. It's 64-bit. We will not do an unattended installation. So checking the hardware, we need to up this a bit because running a domain controller can be pretty resource intensive. 4 gigabytes and 4 processors. Like this. For the hard drive, let's up this as well to 100. And this will be okay, I guess. Something is wrong in the unattended install. Didn't I check it? Like this. I want to skip the unattended installation. Now we can finish and we can fine-tune the settings by going to settings. This one, of course, again, we change to bidirectional. And for the network interface cards, later on we will change them all, but because we are going to use this image again, just like with the Windows 10 and 11 images, we will only change the network adapters once we reuse the machine. So for now, for its first initial installation, just keep one adapter and make this one the bridged adapter, which is okay, like this. And it's time to start the machine. Since the ISO file is attached, the Windows Server 2019 setup starts. The language to install English is fine, and for the time and currency format, let's change this in my specific case to Dutch and the Netherlands. But you can change this to any time and currency format you want. Keyboard United States International is fine. Check install now, so the setup wizard is starting. And the first questions we will probably get is which version of Windows we would like to install. And we can basically choose between two variants, namely the standard and the data center edition, where the first one is the GUI variant of the operating system, not giving you a GUI, but I said GUI environment, right? What I meant was this is the command line interface environment without a GUI, and the second one, the one with desktop experience, gives you the known Windows GUI. So in our case, we're going to choose to install the Windows Server 2019 standard version, and we will choose the desktop experience one. So we get a nice GUI to work in. Let's click next. We surely accept the license agreement, and we will choose to install a new version of Windows, so we will not upgrade anything. And we have 100 gigabytes at our disposal, so let's create a new partition, and as large as can be. It will create a system reserve partition of 500 megabytes and a main partition of 99.5 gigabytes. This is fine. Select the main partition and click next. And now it starts copying files, running updates and getting things ready for installation. So this will take approximately like 5 minutes. So let's pause the video and get back once this setup is completed. And the installation is done and it will reboot itself, or we can click the restart now button to do so. Let's reboot the machine and we will see that the setup is complete. Well, we will not press any key because we do not want to boot the setup again. We will just boot from the main drive, from the main hard drive, to boot up the operating system. And as you can see, this takes a little while. It reboots again, and again we will not press any key. And now we need to change the password, and you know the password we are going to use, right? It will be password 123 with a capital P. Click finish. Settings are being finalized. We get the question to press Ctrl-Alt-Delete to unlock. So let's do so and log in as an administrator. And this will set up our administrator user profile and gives us a desktop. Do you want to allow your PC to be discoverable? Yes, in this case we do want that. So click yes. The server manager will start and we will see the server manager back in action later on. For now we can close the server manager and there are a few things we must do. First off, we will install the VirtualBox additions. And second, we will run the updates. And once the updates are completed, we can copy this machine, use it, or maybe use it later on, and we will configure the network settings for the domain controller. And when that's done, the first or the operating system setup for the domain controller is completed. Then later on we will install Active Directory and all the other roles that need to be installed for this machine to act as a domain controller. For now, Windows Update. Check for updates. Let's do so. And let's see if the VirtualBox guest additions are inserted. They are. So let's start the setup we need. And just perform a next finish installation. Since we are still installing updates, we will not reboot at this moment. We will choose for I want to manually reboot later. It tells me there are a lot of updates missing and it is downloading and updating as we speak. As Server 2019 is pretty old, there are a lot of updates and I guess we are updating for 1 to 2 hours from now. So let's run all the updates and I will resume this video once all the updates are completed. So after a lot of updating and rebooting, this machine is also up to date and ready for use. One thing we still have to do is to make an exclusion in the firewall and in Defender. So an exclusion in the firewall, what I mean is I have to disable the firewall. So let's go to the config panel or the control panel. Click on the Windows Defender firewall, click on Turn Windows Defender firewall on or off, and again for the private and the public networks, let's disable the firewall like this so everything turns red. And we have to make an exclusion in Defender for the desktop so we can place malicious files on the desktop without Defender interfering. Go to Update and Security. We all done this before on Windows 10. Go to Windows Security again and open Windows Security. While we are here, we can pin this one to the taskbar. Might become in handy later. Let's click on the shield for the virus and protection options and click on Manage Settings in the virus and threat protection settings. Scroll down to Exclusions, add an exclusion, add a folder as an exclusion and exclude this desktop. That's it. Let's shut down the machine for now. Choose a reason. We choose another planned reason. And the machine is powered off. Now let's go to the internal zone and copy this machine into our spare machines. So we can use this one as a Server 2019 installed and updated image for a later instance. And so we will also change the name from DC01 to Windows Server 2019. And it's the standard version. And well, this is not with a T, I guess this is with a D at the end like this. Windows Server 2019 standard. So we copied this machine for later use. Now we have done this, we can again boot the machine, and now we start configuring this machine as a real domain controller. And to do so, we need to install Active Directory services on this server, because Active Directory services is the toolkit that allows identity and access management on this machine. So this toolkit allows me to create a domain, and for that specific domain add users and groups, etc. So before we added local users and local groups only valid on the specific machine that we created the user on. And by creating users in a domain, we can give the user access right on different machines and different processes, etc. So we can manage all of those credentials domain wide and not only on one machine. Let's log in. And the first thing I'm going to do right now is to change the computer name. So again, let's go to the control panel, system, where is system? There he is. Advanced system settings, computer name, change, and the work group, we can leave it at work group for now, but the computer name will be DC01, like this. And by changing the name, we need to reboot again. So let's reboot again. That was pretty quick. And I guess by now we can change it to full screen. Or at least I hoped that it would. Don't show this message again. And it doesn't, well, it does. And we have a full screen, which is much nicer to look at. Okay, we changed the name, so now we are really ready to install and activate Active Directory. And to do so, we will use this Server Manager tool. We can go to Manage, and from here we can add roles and features, remove roles and features, and add servers, service groups, etc. Features we will not use, but we will use the Add Roles and Features options. Well, we can skip this page by default. For now, we are going to install a role and not a feature. So we will start with the server selection. Well, there's only one server in this pool, and that's this specific server, so this is okay. And for the server roles, we now select Active Directory, Domain Services, and the pop-up tells me that a lot of other roles or features need to be enabled to do so. So let's also add all of them to completely activate the Active Directory Domain Services role. Are there any other services right here we need to activate? Well, I guess not. Later on, we could enable the DHCP server, but we will not do that because in this demo lab, we will work with static addresses instead of dynamic addresses. DNS server will need to be installed as well. The validation process found problems on the server on which you want to install the features. Click continue to install the selected features anyway. Well, no static IP addresses were found on this computer. That's interesting because, or at least it's correct because we haven't done this before. And we still need to do it right now. So let's go to the control panel. Back again, go to the network and sharing center. Change the adapter settings, and we only have one adapter left. So, okay, we need to change the virtual machine configuration as well. So for now, let's just shut down the machine and make the desired changes. While it's powered off, let's go to settings and to the networks and then configure adapter number 2. And this will be the domain controller. So we will start with the internal zone, the DMZ zone, and the external zone. Net network, internal, net network, and DMZ zone. And the net network and the external zone. This is okay. Let's start the machine again. So now we have some more adapters we can configure. Search for the control panel. Maybe we pin it to the taskbar. I thought I already did, but I didn't. Click the control panel, go to network and sharing center, change adapter settings, and now we have more adapters, where the first one being the internal adapter. So let's go to properties IPv4 and change the IPv4 settings to 1, and we have to enable numlock for it to work. 172.16.200.201. And do we need a gateway? No, we don't. At the moment, at least we do not. And the preferred DNS server on this specific domain controller on this network card should be myself. So 172.16.200.201, like this. And let's click OK. Change the properties of the next adapter, go to IPv4, and now we will select the IP address this machine has in the DMZ zone, which is 172.16.100.201. And here we can use 8.8.8.8, and the last one. This one will be the external zone, listening at 172.16.10.201. And also 8.8.8.8, and now all of my adapters are configured. Let's again, in the Server Manager, go to Manage, Add Roles and Features. Select the role-based or feature-based one server in the pool. This is okay. Now we'll select the Active Directory Domain Services again, and we will click on the DNS server like this. Let me see if we need anything more. Later on, we will also install this role, the certificate services role, because this server will also act as an Active Directory certificate services server, but at this moment we do not select it. Maybe some features. Well, I guess for now this is okay. And now we start with Active Directory domain services setup. You can read all of these things. We can restart the destination server if it is required. So let's do that as well and click on the install tool. And once installed, we need to configure a few settings for the domain to function. Now this installation is complete. Let's click close and we see the warning triangle on top with the notifications telling me some post-deployment configuration still needs to be done. We need to promote the server to a real domain controller. So let's do that. Since this is the only domain controller, we can leave the selected one selected, the one saying add the domain controller to an existing domain. Oh wait, this is not correct. Sorry, I thought we could have selected this one, but we don't need this one. The next one is add a new domain to an existing forest, but we also do not have a forest, and you can see a forest like a group of domain controllers. So we will simply add a completely new forest and we have to select the root domain name. So what will we choose as a root domain name? Let's call it Pathway. Well, this is maybe a little bit of a strange name. Let's choose OS Pathway for Offensive Security Pathway. This will be our domain name, OS Pathway. Next. Verification of the forest name failed. The DNS name OS Pathway proposed for this Active Directory domain controller consists of a single label. Well, of course we need to add an extension like .nl, .com, .local, whatever. In my case, we will just choose for a .local domain name. The forest functional level and the domain functional level, we can just leave them at Windows Server 2016. That's okay. Specify domain controller capabilities. We have a domain, a DNS server and a global catalog server. And this will not be a read-only domain controller. So type the directory services restore mode password. Just use the same password as we use for everything else. Password 123. Next. The delegation for this DNS server cannot be created because the authoritative parent zone cannot be found or does not run Windows DNS server. If you're integrating with an existing DNS infrastructure, you should manually create a delegation to this DNS server, but no action is required otherwise. So we don't need to do anything here and just click next. Verify the NetBIOS name assigned to the domain or change it if necessary. It is still loading, so we'll have to wait. And the NetBIOS name essentially is a shortened name for the domain name we already have defined. But since OS Pathway is not very long, this fits very well in the NetBIOS namespace. So we can just leave this one at OS Pathway. Next. The database folder, the log files folder, the sysful folder, well, these are all default settings. They are fine. So next, we can review everything, clicking next. And now a few prerequisite checks will run. This takes a little while and they're done. We have a few warnings. Let me see, I have a default for the security setting named allow cryptography. We can ignore this one. This computer has at least one physical network adapter that does not have a static IP address. That's correct, that's my bridged adapter. If both IPv4 and IPv6 are enabled for a network adapter, both IPv4 and IPv6, static IP addresses should be assigned to both. Yes. We can leave this one for now. A delegation for this DNS server cannot be created because the authority, we already seen this, so we can just ignore all three warnings and we can click install. And now the installation is starting of the promotion of this machine to become a domain controller. Let me pause the video and wait until this is completed. Well, installation has been completed. This computer is being restarted because Active Directory domain services was installed or removed. Let's close this message and wait until the reboot is completed. And as you may notice, booting up the machine takes a lot longer right now because there are way more services that need to be started and some of those services are pretty slow. So yes, booting up, now it's a domain controller, takes more time. Right, let's click Ctrl-Alt-Delete, and as you may notice, we are now logging in into OS pathway/administrator. So we are logging in into the domain. Let's wait a little bit. And right here we have inside of the Windows administrative tools some new tools at our disposal. We have domains and trusts, sites and services, and the one we use most of the time is the Active Directory users and computers. So pin this one to the taskbar. Another one we will use frequently is the group policy management application. So we will pin this one as well to the taskbar. And that's okay for now. And now let's open up Active Directory users and computers. Great. This is our main portal. Let's check back at the server manager to see if everything is booted correctly. We have no notifications and everything is green. So this is okay. We can close the server manager for now. And this is our Active Directory control pane for now. Let's also check DNS. How is DNS performing? We have the DNS services. Let's check its properties. And it listens on all these IP addresses. And I only want this one to listen at the internal zone. Let's check again. The internal zone is 200, 201. So this one. So we will only for DNS listen on this network 200.201. We can forward our traffic to some services. That's fine by me. Let's check monitoring. If we test a few queries, they all pass. So for now, this looks okay. Checking at the forward lookup zones. We have an entry for DC01. Do we also have an entry at the reverse lookup zones? We don't. So let's create one. Let's create a new zone. Click continue. This is a primary zone, so next. And how do we want this zone to be replicated? Well, replicate to all DNS servers running a domain controller in this domain. That's fine. This will be an IPv4 reverse lookup zone. And the network ID is 172.16.200. Allow only secure dynamic updates, also just fine, and select. And now we are going to create a new pointer. And we will create a pointer for the IP address 201, which we will connect to the DC01 like this. And what we did, we created two zones. So the DNS server can now translate the IP address of the domain controller to the name of the domain controller, and vice versa. It can also translate the domain name to an IP address. And this is the configuration we need. This is okay for now, so DNS is configured as well. And the next thing we need to do is to add a few identities into the Active Directory users and computers. And those identities we will use later on. For now, and I will not teach you how Active Directory works, but just follow my lead. Here at the top level domain, we can create a new organizational unit. And this organizational unit is basically just a folder in Active Directory. And to structurize everything, let's give it a name. And we call this the pathway organization. If we pathway organization. And let's not try to use spaces, so like this. And in the pathway organization, let's create another organizational unit. We have users. We have groups. We also have computers. And maybe we'll add a few more later on. Maybe we can also add servers. Let's create a few custom groups. We will create a group, and this group name is called Elevated Rights. We can leave the group scope to global and the group type to security. For now, only have one group. We will add more groups later on. And now let's add a few users. Let's create a user, and this user is called, well, what will we call it? Let's keep it very, very basic. Let's call it simply user1. With as username also user1. The password is again password123. And for now we selected the user cannot change its password and that the password will never expire. Then let's create another one. User2. Password123. And we will not select user must change password at next login. Like that. And again, choose one more user called user3. And select password never expires. So 3 different users. Let's make sure that the names are the same, so let's not use a capital U. Account, profile. Okay, then simply rename. like this. This is okay. User 1, user 2 and user 3. Later on we will add some service accounts, but for now this is okay, and user 1 will be the primary user of client 1 and user 2 will be the primary user of client 2. But we can use them on all the machines. So this is a very, very basic fill-in of the Active Directory. That's done. One other thing we need to do on this machine is to add the certificate services. So again, let's open up Server Manager. Go to Manage, add roles and features, next, next, and select the Active Directory certificate service. Also include all the features that it's needed. So add features, click next. No more features than we already have, next. And now we begin configuring Active Directory certificate services. Let's click next. Select the role services to install for Active Directory certificate services. We need the certification authority. Let's check. This is certificate enrollment policy web service. We do not need this one for now. Certificate enrollment web service, no. Certification authority web enrollment, also no. Network device enrollment service, nope. And online responder. So for now, just keep the top one, the certification authority selected, next, and restart the server if needed. That's fine by me. Click install and let the installation run. Configuration is required. So let's configure Active Directory certificate service. To install the following role services, you must belong to the Enterprise Administrators group. And as an administrator, we do, as I have to say, as a domain administrator, not as the local administrator, but we do. So next, select the role. Well, we have chosen the certification authority. Click next. Enterprise CAs must be a domain member that are typically online to issue certificates or certificate policies. Standalone CAs do not require Active Directory domain services and can be used without a network connection. We choose for the Enterprise Certificate Authority. We can choose between a root certificate authority and a subordinate certificate authority. Root certificate authorities are the first and maybe the only CAs configured in the certification hierarchy. So we choose for the root certification authority, and now we have to create a new primary key. And this private key is a key that we always need to keep private, hence the name. So let's generate this one. Key length of 2048 is fine. A hash algorithm of SHA-265 is also fine. Allow administrator interaction when the private key is accessed by the certificate authority. We can just click next, and we have to give a name to this CA. Well, we have the domain name followed by the computer name followed by CA. For me, this is fine. And we don't have to worry about a distinguished name. So just click next. We have a validity period. So how long the certificates enrolled by this certification authority are valid, and 5 years is fine. The database paths, let's keep them default. Confirm, that's okay. Let's configure this. And close up this one as well. And by now, if we check the administrative tools, we also have a certification authority, which we will pin to the taskbar. And this is our certification authority. The next thing we need to do is to probably save the private certificate. So let's create a backup of that specific certificate, as it is an important piece of information belonging to the domain now. So I guess we can export it by the properties, but let's go to the Microsoft Management Console. So let's follow along. Right click on the Windows button, choose for Run and type MMC like this. And now we're going to add a snap-in. So File, Add or Remove snap-in, and right here we choose the certificates snap-in. Click on Add and we will choose the, I guess, the service account version of the local computer. That's correct. And the service account will be the Active Directory certificate service. Let's see if we are correct. Those are the trusted root certification authorities. I guess we need another snap-in. So again, go to certificates, choose for the computer account. Next, next, finish. And this is the certificate we need to backup. So right click on the certificate, go to all tasks, choose for export, next. And this is not best practice, but for this demo environment, this can be done. We want to export the private key with the certificate. So we choose for yes. We can leave this default. Let's see, include all certificates in the certification path. That's something we want. Delete the private key if the export is successful. Export all extended properties. We can select that one and enable certificate privacy. Well, for this specific use case, let's disable it. Click next. Normally we would secure this with a password. At this moment we don't, or we need to, because otherwise the next button is grayed out. So choose password 123 again. And let's specify a file name for the backup certificate. And this is DC01, like this. And click finish. The export was successful. We will not save the layout with the snap-ins. We can close up this one, we can close up this one, and this is where the certificate lives. So copy and paste this to a location outside of this machine. Let's see if it works. That works. We can keep this file on the desktop. That's fine. So we have installed Active Directory, at least in its basic form, and we have installed the certificate services. This does conclude the installation of the primary server in our internal network, the domain controller. So let's close the domain controller for now. Will we? No, let's leave it running, because next we are going to install another server, but when we start installing clients, then we will need the domain controller, and also for the member server which will be joining the domain controller obviously needs to be running. So let's keep it on and go to the next server to install, and the next server to install is the Internet Information Services server together with SQL. All right. 3 more machines to go, and the next machine we're going to do is the IIS, the Internet Information Server, and the SQL server. So we are going to use another server instance, and we do have a spare server instance. So this is the first time we are going to use a spare machine. So looking in the spare machines, we do have a copy of the domain controller we just created, and we created this copy after we installed and updated Server 2019, but before we installed the roles of a domain controller. So this is just actually a Windows 19 standard server with all of its updates, so we can use this server pretty easily. What we're going to do, I'm going to copy this folder into the internal zone like this. And I am going to change the name of this machine. And when the copying is done, we will call this machine SRV1. I guess that's fine. Just call it SRV and 01. And this one will be our Internet Information Server and our SQL server like this. And let's copy these names here, so we will also change all of these like this. And the next thing we need to do is import the machine or add the machine. Again, go to the internal zone, choose for the SQL server, double click, and what we get is it can't open the machine. And the error is trying to open a VM config with the path to the config file, the vbox file, which has the same UUID as an existing virtual machine. And this means that VirtualBox is trying to import a virtual machine with the same unique identifier ID as a machine that already exists, which is correct because the UUID is the same one as the current DC01 machine. Simply because we copied and pasted it, so we need to change a few things. And the first thing we are going to do is change the UUID of the hard drive file. Because looking at the VDI file, this is the hard drive for the VirtualBox machine, and this drive has also an already existing UUID. So we need to change this one first, which is pretty simple. Let me open up the PowerShell again, and for this we go into our VirtualBox installation folder, which at my host machine is at C Program Files Oracle VirtualBox. And then when we're there, the next thing we are going to do is we're going to execute a command. And the command we are going to execute will change the unique identifier of the VDI file. So what we're going to do, we're going to look into the local folder with a // and what we're going to execute is the vbox manage command. And with this manage command, we are going to choose from its internal commands. So we choose internal commands, and the command we are going to execute is a set HD UUID. Set the UUID of an HD, of a hard drive like this, and which hard drive we will choose is this one. It's in C Virtual Machines VirtualBox VMs. Inside of the internal zone we have an SRV machine, and in here we have a VDI file. So vbox manage internal commands set HD UUID with a path to the VDI file, of which we want to change the UUID. And once we select this command, a new UUID is set on the hard drive, and this is its UUID. So let's copy it by selecting the UUID and right-clicking with the mouse. Now this value is copied into the clipboard so we can paste it, and we need it inside the vbox configuration file. So let's edit the vbox configuration file, and here we have a machine UUID and a hard drive UUID. It is the hard drive UUID we changed. So paste the new ID, and we need to do this here and also at the bottom of this file, because here we also have an attached device, which is a hard drive with the same UUID we need to change. That's it. There are some other values we need to change as well, because the name is not this. The name we have chosen is this. So let's simply copy and paste the name like this. And the VDI file, let's copy and paste the complete VDI file name. We will change this one as well. Now there is only one more thing we need to change in this file, and that's the UUID of the machine, because the UUID of the machine must also be unique, and we can change this UUID to everything we would like. And in my instance, I'm going to change the 6E, I'm going to change it to 7B. You can do this, you can change this value in every value you like, as long as it is unique inside the VirtualBox Manager. Now we save this file, and the next thing we can try to do again is add, and we're going to add the machine again. And now without an error, the machine is added. And if we're lucky, we can boot it up. So let's start the machine and check out if it boots successfully. And when it does, we have copied and pasted an updated Windows Server 2019 machine, which, besides of all the updates, has also the VirtualBox guest add-ons installed. So this way it is pretty easy to copy and paste a machine. And it looks like it's booting, so we're good. When it boots, I'm going to close the machine down to change the settings, add the network cards, and boot it up again. No drag and drop, that's okay. Let's log in with password 123. And this looks fine. So we can shut down the machine to change the VirtualBox settings. And the reason I chose was just a random reason. The reason that we do choose while shutting down a server will be logged in the event logs, but at this moment it doesn't matter because nobody is analyzing the logs. So we can change the settings of this machine. Let me see. Bidirectional is selected because we also selected it at the previous machine. At the display, we may enable a 3D acceleration. This may speed up some things. We can do this as well on the domain controller. And for the network cards, we are going to change this. Of course, the first one will still be bridged. And for the other cards, let me get the IP plan back. Here it is. The IIS server, we start with the internal zone, followed up by the DMZ zone, followed up by the external zone. So this one will be internal, this one will be DMZ, and the last one will be external. Select OK, and now everything is done. We can power on the machine. Since we are going to join this IIS machine to the domain, I powered on the domain controller. And once the domain controller is powered on, it's time to start the IIS server like this. And when the server is booted up, we are going to do one more thing with unique IDs, because what we did, we changed the unique IDs of the VirtualBox configuration. Or machine dependent configuration, I should say, because VirtualBox uses unique ID numbers to distinct one machine from another. But internally, inside the hardware itself, inside the operating system itself, the computer also is identified by a unique ID number. And since we cloned this machine from the domain controller, both hardware components have the same internal hardware ID number. And to change this hardware ID number, I'm going to perform a so-called sysprep or a system preparation. So let's say Ctrl-Alt-Delete and log in. And one thing I need to do is to open up the sysprep folder. Well, let's minimize the system manager pane. Right click on the Windows logo, choose for run, and then type sysprep like this. And this will open up the sysprep folder. You can also manually browse to the C drive, Windows, System32, sysprep, and in here we are simply going to click the sysprep binary like this, and then we get a choose for the system preparation, and the system cleanup action is enter system out of box experience, OOBE, which is okay. We are going to tick the generalize box, and as for shutdown options, reboot is fine. Let's click OK, and this just takes a little while to generalize all the settings and reboot the machine. And while doing so, the internal IDs are changed, so we can use this machine again at least we can use this machine in the domain, so we can join this machine to the domain, because if we wouldn't do the sysprep, the joining to the domain would go wrong. And this still takes a little while. So let's wait until this is done, until the server reboots. And what we're going to do next, we don't have to update the machine anymore. We don't have to install the VirtualBox tools. Restart is going, that's okay. So once we are done, let's set the network settings, the IP addresses for the network cards. And then I guess I think the smartest thing to do is then join the machine to the domain controller. And once the machine is joined to the domain and it's a domain machine, we will install IIS and SQL. So that's the order we are going to do all these things. Let's wait until it gets ready. This takes a little bit longer as our first boot up. And it reboots again, and once it does, we will get the real out-of-box experience, meaning that the startup wizards will run and will ask us the startup questions we have seen before, like these. My home country, the Netherlands, is fine. Your preferred app? Well, for now, let's just choose English, United States. And the keyword layout, US, is fine. Now it's going to ask me again for a product key. We don't have to do this, so we can click do this later. Remember, I did license the domain controller machine before I took a backup of the machine. But because we generalized the machine and generated new IDs, we have to license this machine again, as this machine is be seen as a new machine. So for now, do this later, and I will license this machine off screen. You can do that yourself if you want to license your machine, but you don't have to do it. Click accept. And now for the administrator, let's choose a password. And you know the password 123. Like this, and it will restart again. And now once restarting is done, we can simply log in as the administrator user with the password we just created. This looks a little bit weird, and there we go. A new profile is being created and we are logged in. We choose for yes. In this pop-up we can minimize the server manager right now. We can right click and search for control. The control panel, let's pin it to the taskbar for now. Maybe we need to enter this more often. Choose for small icons, and now we can select the network and sharing center, where we will change the adapter settings. We have all 4 of the adapters. So let's start by changing the first one, and the first one will be the adapter of my internal zone. So let me get back the addressing scheme. And this one will be 172.16.200.202. So let's do it IPv4 1, and we have to enable numlock, of course. 172.16.200.202 subnet mask 255.255.255.0 as we did many times before. And since this is going to be a domain joined machine, this machine has to know the route to the domain. So I'm going to set a gateway 172.16.200.1 and I am going to use the domain controller as the DNS server. So when I'm going to resolve the domain name, the domain server will respond with the right IP addresses for the domain. This is important, and the domain controller listens at 172.16.200.201 like this. So let's click OK. And yes, and just as before, configure the DMZ zone and the external zone. This one is DMZ. So this will be 172.16.100.202. 3 times 255, no gateway. And for the DNS server in this case, well, just leave it blank. That's fine. And here for the fourth network adapter, the external zone 172.16.10.202. No gateway, no DNS. Click OK and OK. And what we can do right now is join this machine to the domain so it becomes a domain machine. Well, that sounds logical, right? So again, let's go to the control panel, click on System, Advanced System Settings, Computer Name, and while we are here, let's click Change and change the computer name to the name of this machine. And we will choose SRV01 IIS SQL as a computer name. And for the domain, this will be ospathway.local. And if we did everything right, this domain name will be found through the DNS of the domain controller, and we get the option to enter domain credentials, so the credentials of the domain administrator. And when they are correct, this machine should be added to the domain as a domain machine. And this might take a little while. The following error occurred, validating the name, a general network error occurred. Right. Then in that case, let's first change the name. Let's see if this works. So we don't change the domain, but we just click workgroup and this also fails. Right. Let me check the network settings. And they seem to be okay. I guess that all of the traffic goes to this one, the primary or the bridged adapter, while all the traffic for the domain should go through Ethernet 02. And I guess this might go wrong because I think Windows adds an automatic route for all the internal traffic mapped on this adapter. But since while joining the domain we are working with the domain name and not with an IP address, the resolvement of the domain name will go through the bridged adapter. So in that case we must make a static redirect, or we have to disable the bridged adapter. We can do that as well. While we don't need internet, I guess that's okay. Let's just, for now, disable this primary adapter and just work with Ethernet 2, 3, and 4. Ethernet 2 does have a default gateway, so resolvement of the name should be okay, I guess. Let's check this. So that's ping dc01.ospathway.local. And this works. So now again, let's see if we can change the domain. Computer name changed. Let's at least see if we can change this name. So srv01 iis SQL. And if this works, we need to reboot the machine before we can change the workgroup to the domain. But I guess we need to reboot the machine either way, because we have to be able to change the computer name, no doubt about it. So let's reboot for now and try again after the reboot. And the reason I guess this is going wrong is because the first time resolvement of changing the domain didn't work for us. So something went wrong while trying to join the domain and not being able to join the domain. But this should work right now. Control System, Advanced, computer name, change. Let's hope one more time. srv01 iis SQL. At least it takes a little bit longer, so this seems okay. We must reboot, but changing the domain went okay, so restart now. As we have seen, this just takes a little while. And this is done. And if all goes well, let's go to System, Advanced, again, Computer, Change. The name is changed. Now let's again join the domain, ospathway.local. And now we get a pop-up asking us for our domain credentials. So use the domain administrator, which happens to have the same password as our local administrator, and this works great. Welcome to the ospathway.local domain, and let's reboot again. And now let's check Active Directory on the domain controller. Let's close up this one, close up this one, close up this one, and let's open the domain users and computers. And here in the computers OU is a new computer object called srv01 iis SQL, and we have to move this machine, or we might move this machine to a new OU. So let's create a new organizational unit below the OF pathway organizational unit. Right click this one, let's choose for new, click organizational unit, and we call this one servers. Well, we can leave that one marked, and there already is a servers OU in here. That's correct. So since it's already there, we can simply move this one to the servers OU like this. This doesn't change anything for now, but later on when we might set or use policies, we can set and use the policies on the right organizational units, and we do not want to set policies on the root computers organizational unit. So the machine now is in the servers OU, and let's get back to the machine itself like this. Let's at least run the command prompt and perform a ping of google.nl in my case, which doesn't work. Oh, it does not. It gets a reply from our internal NIC, but let's then trace this traffic. And what I want to see is if the resolvement of this name goes through the domain controller. It should be. As of now, I am not seeing it. So again, let's root a print to see all of the roots. And looking at the default root, this one goes out through 200.1. over this specific interface, which for now is okay. Let's worry about having internet without enabling the bridged adapter again, because we can always enable it to get internet connection, but in the end we should get internet connection through, well, I guess it's a little bit harder because as a gateway, I have no gateway machine in my demo environment. Of course, I have a DNS server, so I can resolve the domain names, which worked, but I cannot reach the internet because it doesn't have a valid gateway. So I guess to enable internet, we always have to enable the bridged adapter. But for now, I don't need internet. My domain is joined as a domain machine, so we are ready to install a few things. Well, I guess at least the VirtualBox guest add-ons were already installed, so I can enlarge the screen. I should have done this much earlier because we could have done this earlier, but at least now we are working with a full screen. There are some services that seem to fail or that are still booting up. And all of these are stopped, and that's okay for now. All of these services have a delayed start, so these services will start automatically at a later moment. Their startup is delayed, and until they are started, these two will remain red. We don't have to worry about it. We can just go to manage, add roles and features. We can click skip this page by default, click next, choose next because we are going to use role-based or feature-based installation. Select the server from the server pool. We are the only server in the pool, so select next again. And here we are going to install the web server or the IIS server. And these are the required features. We will install them all, so add features. Let's click next. Do we need anything from the feature list on this machine for now? I guess for now we don't, so click next again. Next, now we have to select the IIS roles. Do we need any other roles? Maybe we need some HTTP redirection. Maybe we need some, well, I guess we don't need web dev publishing. Health and diagnostics, we can leave all of them in their default state. Performance, default. Security, let's enable basic authentication. Client certificate mapping authentication, digest authentication, IIS client certificate mapping authentication. Maybe we want to work with IP and domain restrictions. And let's also enable Windows authentication. And let's also enable the FTP server with extensibility. And that's it for now. Let's click next. Let's click install and wait until the IIS installation is completed. Let me pause the video until the installation is done. So now the installation is completed. Let's close it up and review the notifications. Installation succeeded on this machine. So we don't need to do anything right now. And here in the start menu at the Windows Administrative Tools, we do have a new application. And this one is the Internet Information Services one. Let's pin this one to the taskbar. And with this management pane, we can create our websites and the website settings. So we will use this one later on. For now, let's close up the server manager. And what we need to do is download the SQL Server installation package. But because we need internet to do so, let's for a brief amount of time enable the bridged adapter so we can download SQL Server. And we are going to download the Express variant. And since we are using the default Internet Explorer on a server instance, we have to add all of these to the secure list. So let's simply add and close. Well, let's close up this one since I am already seeing results. SQL Server downloads of the Microsoft page. That one seems okay. Let's add Microsoft to the secure list. Don't add that one. And here we have different kinds of SQL Server on Azure, at the edge and on premises. But we will choose to install the Express variant like this. Well, maybe for our demo machine, we need to install SQL Server 2019 Express. Let's see if we can download that one somewhere. And this is also a Microsoft page, so let's click it. Microsoft SQL Server 2019 Express. Selecting a language below will dynamically change the complete page content to the language, which is okay. Installation instructions. And this doesn't work like I wanted to, but just click download and see if it works. It does. Let's save this one to the desktop. And this will just be an internet-based installer, so this is not the complete setup. So we need to enable or keep the bridged adapter enabled. Let's close all the tabs, click the installation package, and now let's see what we are going to choose. I think basic is default. Custom, select custom installation type to step through the SQL Server installation wizard and choose what you want to install. This installation type is detailed and takes longer than running the basic install. Let's, for our sake, choose custom. The media location to download SQL Server 2 will be on the C drive. Well, let's do this one at the desktop. So let's choose desktop like this. And maybe we can create a folder, SQL 2019. So let's download it, all of the files in this folder, and now click install. And the first thing it's going to do is download all the files. And once all the files are downloaded, the installation will start. And the installation will require quite a few steps to go through. So let's do that together after this part is completed. I will pause the video and continue again once downloading is finished. All the files are downloaded and now the installation wizard has been started. New SQL Server standalone installation or add features to an existing one, and this will be the one that we're going to choose. The top one, we are going to install a new SQL Server. We have some license terms. I already read them all and I agree to them. Really? Microsoft Update. Use Microsoft Update to check for updates. Let's not do this one right now. Of course, it's advised to do this in a production environment, but right now in our vulnerable demo environment, let's not install all the updates. Install setup files. So this one is in progress and I don't think this will take that long. Please wait a while, and there we go. And now we have a feature selection. Are there any more features I want to install? Nope, this is all okay. Also, the root directory, the feature directory, and the x86 feature directory is all fine by me. So let's click next. And we are going to create our first SQL instance, and it makes a suggestion to call the first sequence SQL Express, which is absolutely fine by me. This is a named instance. So let's click next again. Java installation location, install OpenGRE 11 included with this installation. Well, fine by me. And now we have some server configuration. And this is the configuration of the credentials. The SQL Server database engine has been started by an account name, the SQL Server Launchpad, well, and the SQL Server browser is disabled. We will enable this one automatically. Let's see what's in the tab of collation. And he really has to think about this one. Let's hope it will show us something. Let's hope it's not freezing anything. Well, this one still works, so we'll have to wait. If I would have known this would have been taken so long, I wouldn't have clicked on collation because I know there's nothing in there we need to select. But I just wanted to show you the contents of this tab. So, there we are. This is just the database engine. We can customize this one, but we are not going to do that right now. So just click next to go to the server configuration. And this is all pretty resource intensive because everything takes a little while to load. And this is a pretty important configuration step because in the server configuration tab, we must select the authentication method, and by default this is Windows authentication method, so authenticate to the SQL Server with your Windows credentials. But I also want especially SQL Server authentication identity, and this one will be the SA identity, which will act as a root administrator for SQL Server. And for the SA account, I will also use the password 123, like this. And all the other tabs we don't have to change anything there. Let me click one, but I guess this will again take a while to load. So let's not click all the other tabs. We don't need to change anything in there. So when this one is loaded, we will just click the next button. And I guess all the other steps are just next install. So when you are working with me, when you are also installing your demo environment based on this video, you may as well click on next. If your machine is faster, okay, so we can click next as well. Consent to install Microsoft, yes, accept, I consent to this. Next, we have to consent to install Python. We will consent to that as well. And a few more features are being added here. Click next. Accept the license term to install Python. We'll have to wait until we can click next again. And I really hope that your machine is a bit faster. We can click next, so let's do that as well. Offline installation of Microsoft Machine Learning Server components. I don't want to do this. Please provide necessary packages for Microsoft Machine Learning Server. Setup was enabled to contact the download server. Provide the location of the Microsoft Machine Learning installation files. I click next. The installation files can be downloaded from. Let's see what we get once we go here. If we go anywhere at all, maybe we can copy this and paste it. Okay, something is downloading. This will not take that long. Do we need to download every single file or just one? That's the question. Let me just browse to the desktop, click OK. And I was hoping I could click next. Let's go to the next URL. And I guess we have to download them all. And since this again takes a while, let's pause the video and wait until these downloads are completed. So all the files are downloaded and I guess on the desktop, yes they are. Let's see, once we go back, choose next, choose for the desktop, and I was hoping I could click the next button right now. Oh wait, there it goes. And the installation finally starts. And this again will also take like 5 minutes, maybe 10 to complete. And then the installation is done and the SQL server is installed. So let's wait until installation is done, close up the wizard, and then close up the installation of this IIS machine and continue to the last two machines, the two clients on the internal network. The installation took like 10 minutes, is completed right now. We have all green check marks, so that's okay. Let's click close and finish up the installation of the SQL server. Now the installation is done, we can disable the primary network adapter, the bridged adapter again. We don't need it at this moment. Let's close everything up, delete the downloaded files from the desktop like this. Let's change this a little bit. We might want to keep the installation folder, the SQL 2019 folder. So let's bring this one back to the desktop and save it on the root drive, the C drive. So let's simply copy and paste this one there. Right, now that's done. There is only one more thing we need to do. Let's click on the start button and check out the Microsoft SQL Server 2019 folder. It says it's a new folder, that's correct. And here we need to start the SQL Server 2019 Configuration Manager. So let's click on this one. And here in the SQL Server Network Configuration, there's a protocols for SQL Express, and for SQL Express, let's enable the named pipes and TCP/IP. So enable yes until the service is stopped and restarted. That's fine. And for TCP/IP also enable yes. And let's see if there's anything else we need to do. I guess we don't at this moment. Well, I guess there's one more thing we need to do. I was hoping that the SQL Server Management Studio would be in here, but it isn't. So it's a good thing we kept the installation file. So let's again go to the installation folder SQL 2019 Express ADV and click Setup. And now we are going to install the management tools. They're here. And I guess this will open up internet again. So that will only work if we enable the adapter again. I was hoping that the Management Studio would be installed by the primary installation, but seemingly it doesn't. You can't reach this page. Let me refresh. This browser is no longer supported. We know. And download SMS, the SQL Server Management Studio. And I was hoping this would work, which it doesn't, because it cannot connect securely to this page. So for this case, let's us install Google Chrome as well. And just when we thought we were done with this server. Add it to the secure list, close gstatic.com, download Chrome. Your current security settings do not allow the file to be downloaded, which is interesting. Well, for now, let's add gstatic. Thanks for downloading. That's again interesting. So let's click download Chrome manually, and we still are not able to download. So let's go to the internet options, and in advance, let's check the download settings. At least I thought they were here somewhere. Or is this at security of the trusted sites? Let's click custom level. Yes, here they are. And when we go a little bit down, downloads is enabled, but it's only enabled for the trusted. So I guess for internet it isn't. So for now, let's enable it at the internet zone. File downloads, enable. Okay. Yes. Okay. And refresh the page by clicking the F5 button. Click download Chrome manually. And now it asks me to save a file. Let's save this one to the desktop. Let's close up and open up Chrome, click run, and it's downloading the installation files, just like Microsoft SQL Express did, but this one will take less time because it's smaller. And after the download, it goes to installing, which is okay. Well, there we are at Google Chrome. Let's not sign in. Let's choose Google as the default search engine. Set your default browser. Let's set Chrome as the default browser. A pop-up will open, and for the web browser we will choose Google Chrome. And let's close up this one, choose no thanks, choose got it, and we are here in Google Chrome. Now let's pin it. Oh, it's already pinned, so that's okay. And now let's again click on this link. This link will now open up in Google Chrome, and here we can download the Management Studio again. And this is interesting because this also fails. Okay, download SSMS. Let's accept everything. Well, this is exactly the same link, right? It is. Let's see what happens when I try to download this one on my host machine. And I can download this file from my host machine. All right, let's click save. And once this is saved, I will copy it to the desktop of my server so I can also install the management tools for SQL Server. Let's move this one, minimize all of these panes, close up the installation because we don't need the installation of SQL Express anymore. Let's see if we can close up. We cannot close up this, but we can close this. We can also close this. And we can close this as well. Now wait until this one is downloaded. So let's drag and drop the installation to the desktop like this. And now let's install the Management Studio. Location is fine, click install. And let's see if there's anything else we need to configure for the installation. But if installation is running like it is, let me see if this takes a long while, and it doesn't look like it's taking that long. So let's not pause the video this time and just wait until the installation is completed. And once you think everything runs smoothly, it looks like it's hanging. Of course, it's not really hanging, but this means that the installation will take longer than it initially looked. So let's pause the video, and let's not pause the video because it's running again. And it's already running the SSMS post installation tasks. Once this is done, I guess the installation is completed and the restart is required to complete the setup. Let's restart since this is pretty fast. And then let's check if we can start the Management Studio. And if we can start the Management Studio, we're done installing this machine. And applying computer settings does take a little bit longer since it's processing things from the installations we did. But this should complete pretty quickly. There we are. Let's click yes, that's fine. Minimize the server manager. Go to network, change adapter settings and close up the bridged variant of the network adapter. And then let's see what we have here. Let's go to Microsoft SQL Server Tools 20. And here we have the SQL Server Management Studio, which by now we can pin to the taskbar like this and click it. And there we are. We can authenticate with Windows Authentication. We can also use SQL Server Authentication with our SA account if we did everything correctly. And one thing is very important, since there will be a connection between the SQL Manager and the SQL Server, there will be a certificate used in the authentication between those two. So we have to select the checkmark Trust Server Certificate. Now let's click Connect. And it seems that we can connect and browse the databases and alter them if needed. So this concludes the installation of the entire IIS and SQL Server machine. We used the machine, so we used a duplicated machine. We changed all of the UUIDs. We also installed Internet Information Services. We installed SQL Server. We joined the domain, we joined the machine to the domain. So this basically is everything we needed to do. We have 2 client machines left in the domain, so let's focus on those 2 and finish up installing our demo environment. So the next thing we're going to do will be the last thing we need to do before we finish up installing our demo environment. And that will be installing 2 more clients to the internal zone that will be a member of the domain. And as you might remember, we had some spare machines. We had a Windows 11 and a Windows 10 spare machine, which we installed previously. And we used the Windows 10 machine for the Commando VM machine we installed in the external zone, but we haven't used both of them in the internal zone. So in the previous video, you have seen that we did a sysprep because the internal unique ID number of the computer, we needed it to change because we can't use duplicated ID numbers in the same Active Directory environment. But since the Windows 11 client is never used and Windows 10 has been used but not in the domain, we don't need to sysprep these 2 machines. In the future, when we will install or use those machines again in the domain, we do need to sysprep them because then they will have a duplicated ID number, but at this moment they don't. What I did is to copy these 2 machines into the internal zone. So they are here, we need to rename them and then we can add them to VirtualBox. But Windows 10 will probably also have some issues with unique ID numbers because Windows 10 has been used in VirtualBox for the Commando VM machine, so we will need the ID numbers of Windows 10 as well. That's what we're going to do. Another thing we forgot in the previous video is of the SRv01 IIS SQL server to exclude the desktop of the administrator in Windows Defender. So please boot up this machine again and make this final change. So let me open up the domain controller. When you boot up the machine, you will go to Settings. You will choose for Update and Security, Windows Security, Open Windows Security. Here you will click on the shield icon. You will click on Manage Settings of the Virus and Threat Protection Settings, and when we scroll down, we have the exclusions folders and we will add an exclusion for the desktop as we did before. But in our demo environment, we want to exclude the desktop so we can copy and paste potentially malicious files to the desktop without Defender interfering. So that's what you still need to do for the IIS server. Now let's rename our clients. And adding these clients to the domain will be much quicker than the installation of the IIS server. Windows 10 will be client 1, or let's say 01, and Windows 11 will be client 02. Now, let's also rename all of those. And I guess we change this a bit more. This is client to Windows 11. I think this will make it more clear on what the operating system is, like this. So client 2 Windows 11 and client 1 will be Windows 10. And then don't use a space. and rename these files of client 01 as well. Then let me see if we open up the VBox file. We might need to make a few changes because this one will not be Windows 10.vdi. This one will be client 01. And I guess this is all for now. Then the VBox file of Windows 11. Let's open it up in Notepad as well. Copy paste the name. And well, we might change this name as well from Windows 11 to Client 02 Windows 11. And this one has been changed as well. Let's save this all up. And back open the VBox file of Client 01 to make the name change as we did with Windows 11. So we changed the machine name here and the location of the VDI file in the second row. Save it all up and now we can import them in VirtualBox. Let's open up the manager. And I guess we will have issues with the first one because this will still have a duplicated ID for the hard drive. Let's try to add it and it can't open the machine. Let's check if Windows 11 works. Machine add Windows 11. And Windows 11 just works fine because Windows 11 is not already in the list. So let's open up PowerShell like this, and we will do the same procedure as we did before. So we first browse to C, Program Files, Oracle, VirtualBox, or at least the folder where you installed VirtualBox. If you have chosen for the default location, this will be the default location. So, well, I'm already there, but just do a CD into the C drive. Let's choose for the program files, let's choose for Oracle, and let's choose for VirtualBox. And while we're in here, we will choose for VBox Manage. And I guess there are a lot of VBox ones. So VBox Manage like this, and we will choose from the internal commands. And the command we will choose will be the sethd UUID like this, and then we need the path to the VDI. And in our case, this is in C virtual machines, VirtualBox VMs, VirtualBox, right? Let me check, virtual machines, VirtualBox VMs. In the internal zone, we do have a client 01 Windows 10, that's correct. And in here we have a client 1 VDI like this. And the UUID changed. Let's copy this command, select everything and perform a right mouse click to copy it. And now we'll open up the VBox file again. And here, let me see the hard drive UUID. We will change this one like this. Below we have attached device hard drive. We will change the UUID again like that. And let's change the machine UUID from 13 to 14 at the end. Save it all up. And now let's see if we can add the machine again. So client 01, Windows 10, and there we go. The machine is added, and the procedure we are going to do now will be the same on both machines. So the first thing we're going to do is check the settings. If I'm not mistaken, this is already set, so this is okay. Looking at the network, the first adapter is the bridged adapter. This one is enabled, so that's okay as well. Now let me open up the IP settings of the zones. There we are. And those will be the IP settings for client 01 and client 02. We have an internal zone, followed up by the DMZ zone, followed up by the external zone. So as a second adapter, it will be a net adapter of the internal zone. Then we will choose the DMZ zone. like this. And for the last one, this will be the external zone. Click OK, and now we'll do the same for Windows 11. Open up the settings, check the copy settings. Well, here they are still disabled, so let's enable them bidirectionally, like this. And then for the network settings, the first one is the bridged adapter. The second one is a network of the internal zone, followed up by the DMZ zone. And finally, the external zone. So both are okay. Now it's time to simply power them on. So we can power on both machines. And remember that the domain controller needs to be running. And let's not power them on both at the same time, because that will take some resources off the host machine. So let's power them on just one by one. Let's see if the VirtualBox add-ons are installed already. Did we forget this at Windows 10? Because, well, I can't create a full screen right now. So for Windows 10, this will be the first thing that we're going to do. We will insert the guest additions CD image to install those. Oh, there we go. It simply took a while. And as I thought, those tools are already installed. So that's okay, and we have a full screen Windows 10. Now let's boot up Windows 11 as well. So let's start Windows 11. Head back to Windows 10 and open up the control panel. So the first thing we're going to do is change the network settings. And since we don't need to download anything anymore, and those two clients will be a part of the domain, we need to configure the network cards the same way as we did on the previous machine. So we will disable the bridged adapter, and you'll see that my machine is a bit slow. It's probably because Windows 11 is loading at the same time. But let's change the adapter settings and simply disable the first one. Now the first enabled network card, Ethernet 2, we will configure this one to be the primary adapter. This one is the internal zone that will talk to the domain controller. So for client 01, we'll use 172.16.200.210. And of a subnet mask 255.255.255.0. And here we are going to specify the gateway as 172.16.200.1. And as the DNS server, we will use the domain controller's IP in the internal zone, which is 172.16.200.201. And this should be okay for Windows 10. Let's open up the properties of the DMZ network card. 172.16.100.210. We don't need a default gateway, and we actually don't need a DNS server here as well. So this is okay. And the last one for the external zone. 10.210. And this concludes the IP configuration of client 10. Now let me check if Windows 11 is already started. Looks like it. Let's make it full screen as well and log in. And here we are going to do the same thing for the network cards. Let's search for control panel. And right click on it to pin it to the taskbar like this. Open it up. Well, you don't actually need to pin it, but something in my system always pins these kinds of tools that I might need later on. But since later on we will log in with a domain user and a new profile will be created for that specific user, this icon is gone in the new profile. So actually you don't need to pin it, but well, something in my workflow just pins these things to the taskbar. Let's change the adapter settings here as well. Let's disable the first one and change the IP settings of this one, of the internal zone variant, which one will be we still need to enable numblock as well, 172.16.200, and this one is 220. And for the gateway, we will again use 172.16.200.1 and here 172.16.200.201, the IP address of the domain controller in the internal zone. This one will be the DMZ zone, properties, 16.100 to 20, like this. And for the last network card, 172.16.10.220. And now we configured all the network cards of the Windows 11 machine as well. Next thing we're going to do on both machines is add them to the domain. So let's go back to all the control panel items and search for system. And while searching for system, this is the Windows 11 pop-up about system. Here we will choose for the advanced system settings. And then we will choose from computer name and change, where we will change this name, which will be client 02 Win 11. And this one will be a member of the domain. Like this, and if everything works well, we should get a pop-up asking us to enter the domain administrator's credentials. There we are. And we are welcomed to the OS pathway domain. Let's click on OK. Changing the primary DNS name on this computer failed. The name will remain as OS pathway. Yeah, that's fine by me. We must restart. Let's restart now. And let's do the same thing for Windows 10. Let's open up the control panel, go to System. And here we will choose for Advanced System Settings on the right. Go back to the computer name, let's change this one, and let's change this one to Client 01. And I think we have caps lock on, so Client 01. And this one is Windows 10 of the domain OS pathway .local. And we need an Y there. So let's use this one and again enter the administrative credentials once the pop-up is shown. There we go. Administrator. Password 123. And we are welcomed to the domain as well. Let's wait until we get a restart. We have the same error here, which is interesting. So let's see what happens once we reboot. Maybe the Windows 11 is already rebooted. Yes, it is. Let's see if we can see any of the weird things. Let's click the control panel. Again, we will go to System, the Advanced System Settings, and check out the domain and computer name. The computer name seems okay and the domain seems okay as well. So this looks okay. Then for Windows 10. Let's take a look at the domain controller. Open up Active Directory. Let's check the computers, and we have indeed 2 computers with the right names, and we can move those computers to this organizational unit under the pathway organization computers. We want to move them, and now they are in here, which is fine, so that's okay as well. Now let me log off on both machines. I want to sign out like this. And which are the users we created for those machines? Let's associate user 1 with client 1 and user 2 with client 02. So open up Windows 10 and choose for other user to see if we can log in with a domain user. So we will use client 1 at ospathway.local, which is the domain, with the password 123, like this. Sign into ospathway.local, and it was client 1, right? We just seen it. Oh, it was user 1. Right. Client 1 of client 01 was the computer name. This one is user 1. And it looks like it logs in with user 1, and we get a startup wizard again to welcome us to the machine and create a new profile for this user. While we're waiting, let's do the same thing for Windows 11. Let's choose for other user. And let's use user 2 at like the video.local. Like the video.local. Password 123, and this one also logs in, so that's okay. And we get a wizard here as well. So checking back at Windows 10, it's almost done, and there we are. So let's just close this one up. Close the browser. Sign into sync. Well, start without syncing data. Confirm and continue. Continue without this data. Make your Microsoft experience more useful. Nope. Confirm and start browsing. And let's agree to this. And we are working with Microsoft Edge. We can choose to install Google Chrome or Firefox or something else right now, but for now, Edge is just fine. Let's remove all these icons from the taskbar and add a few important ones, maybe the control panel. Let's pin this one to the taskbar and maybe just the settings as well. Let's pin this one to the taskbar, and maybe Notepad might come in handy later on, so pin it to the taskbar as well. One final thing we need to do is open up the settings. Open up Update and Security. Open up Windows Security. Like this. And this one we're going to pin to the taskbar as well. So right click the icon, click Pin to Taskbar. And now we can access this pane pretty quickly as well. And in here we go to Virus and Threat Protection, Manage Settings, and then we will make an exclusion. And before we can make an exclusion, we need to enter the administrative rights, the administrative credentials of the domain administrator, because now we are a domain member and normal users don't have access to this part. So let's use the administrator to do so. And we see that there is one folder already excluded, but this one is the desktop of the user, and we need to exclude the desktop of this specific user, which is let's see, user 2, I guess. So let's click desktop, click select folder, Oh wait, we are Windows 10, so this is user 1, and we have excluded the desktop of user 1. And this is what we needed to do. Now the desktop is excluded from Windows Defender. Let's right click on the search part here, go to search and choose hidden. And now this looks fine by me. Let's close up this machine and do the same thing for Windows 11. So shut down and switch to Windows 11. Let's remove Cortana or Microsoft 365 from the taskbar. Let's remove the Microsoft Store. Let's remove Outlook as well. Let's search for Control Panel. Let's search for Settings. Let's open up the settings and go to the Windows Security part. So we'll choose Privacy and Security. Open up Windows Security here and click the Open Windows Security button. Now it opens. Let's right click the icon in the taskbar, click Pin to Taskbar, and now this one is already pinned. And for the last part, search for Notepad and pin this one to the taskbar as well. And now we are in here. We are in Windows Security. Click on Virus and Threat Protection and Manage Settings. And let's make an exclusion for the desktop here as well. And let's exclude our desktop like this. And we can close this machine as well. And this basically concludes the installation of our demo lab environment. Let's close up this one. And the next thing and last thing you need to do is simply copy. Well, first off, let's close down all the virtual machines. So if something is still running, which in our case is the domain controller, we need to close that one as well. And when every virtual machine has been powered off, we need to copy and paste our complete demo environment with all of our demo machines in it. And we need to copy it to a safe location, like an external drive. So when we need to restore the demo lab environment in its basic settings like it is right now at the moment, we can easily do it by copying back all the files and folders. And also when just one virtual machine crashes and you need to replace the machine, you can simply use your backup to do so. So it takes as little time as possible instead of installing everything over and over again. So that's one final action you can do, and then we are done installing our complete lab environment.
Well, congratulations, you made it to the first level, to the first chapter of the complete course. This is amazing because you laid the groundwork for everything that there's to come, because in the next chapter we will build forwards on everything we already discussed, but we will deepen our knowledge, and from chapter 3 and onwards we will really start hacking. So I hope I'll see you at the second chapter, because for now the main intention was to get you acquainted with a lot of the terminology that we use, and I'll hope that we laid some basic foundation, right? So you know what a computer is. A computer is a collection of different pieces of hardware. You got to know what these pieces of hardware are. And you also have to know that on top of a computer, to efficiently use the computer, we will also need an operating system, and we have different kinds of operating systems. We have Windows, we have Linux, they all have terminals. We can all enter command line commands in these terminals. So know the difference about the terminals and the command line commands, at least the commands that we discussed during this course, and which is not that much already. There will be much and many more commands in the future to come, but know that they exist, know how to access the terminal and how to enter a command. That's very important. know something about networks and the differences in these networks, and something about network devices. Know that on top of an operating system we can virtualize other machines, but there is also something as bare bone virtualization. Know that there is the cloud and we can host a lot of things in the cloud, but as a pen tester we can also test clouds. So we will get into this as well in a later chapter. But know all of these things, know that they exist. You already practiced building your demo environment, which was a task on its own, but you can use the demo environment now to test and learn the operating systems better. And this is the main takeaway for now. Please focus on the operating systems themselves and get acquainted with how they look and feel and how you use them. Again, you are amazing because you have finished the first level already. And thank you so much for following along in there. Let me get back to the slides. We just have a few slides that are left and then we are completely done. But from the bottom of my heart, I wanted to thank you now for following along. You did all the things. Let's take a look at the last slides, and I'll hope again to see you at the second level, where we will expand the knowledge and we will build towards really starting to hack. So that's great. For now, the last few slides. And this brings us to the final checklist. And I think this is an important list, especially the first two items on this list, to prepare yourself fully for the next level. Make sure you have a solid understanding of everything covered in this course. And these are the recommendations to perform right now before advancing to level 2. And the first one is to review the course materials and slides. Go over the topics again to reinforce the knowledge. And if you hesitate on something or have your doubts or you don't understand something that is in the slides, please look it up so you'll understand those specific things once we advance to level 2. And you'll have a demo environment, so practice in it. Spend time experimenting with the tools and techniques introduced. Get acquainted with the operating systems, etc. Click on all of the icons. Try if you can see the terminal. Try if you can enter a command in the terminal, etc. So those things are very important to do. And two other things you can do is to research additional resources. Explore articles, videos or guides that go deeper into offensive cybersecurity fundamentals. And you can join an online community. You can engage in forums or study groups where you can discuss and ask questions about cybersecurity, and taking these steps will help you solidify your foundation and prepare you for the next course in the series. And here is your certificate. Congratulations on completing level 1. You are now an offensive security recruit. By finishing this course, you have earned your offensive security recruit certification. You have taken your steps into the world of offensive cybersecurity and have learned many new concepts and terminology, which was the focus of the first level. Well done, and we hope to see you in the next course, of course, level 2 for the offensive security officer, where we will expand on all the knowledge we have gained in this first course. And this, my friends, is really the end of the first level. Thank you again very much. This is my YouTube channel. I'll do this in the ending slide of every workshop or course that I give. But for you, as I told you before, most of the videos in my YouTube are in Dutch, so use the subtitles or just use YouTube or another resource to gather all the important information that is interested for you. Well, all being said, thank you again. Well done. Hope to see you in the next course. Have a great day. Enjoy yourselves and see you. Bye bye. Hello and welcome to the second level, the level of the offensive security officer. We are going to expand all the knowledge we have gained in level 1, and we're going to expand it much more until we get to the point that we can really start hacking. And please during all of the courses, feel there's no issue in pausing the video if you need time to rewatch some things, or if you need time to investigate some materials even further. I will try to explain everything as good as I can, but always research more information if you think you'll need more information to fully grasp the content and the topic we were talking about. Again, I'm very excited about this second level, because this will bring you to the point that you can really start with hacking. We can really discuss all of the hacking stuff, but we still got some work to do. This is going to be a busy course. Level 2 is not that easy, but level 3 and 4 aren't as well. So get used to that. We got a lot of things to do. But for now, thank you again for joining me in this second chapter. And well, let's get start learning and let's get start hacking. Offensive Security Pathway Level 2, Offensive Security Officer. Welcome to the next stage in your journey. By the end of this course, you'll be able to call yourself an Offensive Security Officer equipped with a solid foundation and knowledge of methodologies essential for real-world hacking. And in this course, we will do mainly those two things. We will expand on level 1 knowledge. We will deepen your understanding of key concepts and techniques learned in level 1, and we will prepare for advanced sessions. Gain the skills and insights you need for the hacking topics in upcoming courses. Get ready to level up your offensive security skills and dive deeper into the field of cybersecurity. And this is what we will be doing in this level 2 course. We will, as I said, expand the knowledge we've gained. So we will talk again about Windows, Linux, networking and scripting, but we will expand all of the knowledge that we currently have with the knowledge we need to start hacking. And besides all of those things, we will also discuss OSINT techniques. So we will already start hacking a little bit. Same for social engineering, what it is, and also what we can do to defend ourselves against social engineering, and also know that we can run into employees that are skilled with those defensive techniques as well. But we will start with Windows medium knowledge. First off, let me introduce to you to one of the applications that comes natively with Windows, and this is RDP, or the Remote Desktop Protocol. This is a Windows protocol enabling remote access to other Windows machines. So with this tool, we can simply log in into other Windows machines, also if they support RDP, and also if RDP is enabled and open up in the firewalls. The use of RDP, it provides access to applications, data and resources from a different location with a GUI. Which is always nice, because we talk a lot about terminals, but sometimes having a GUI is so much better. For security, RDP traffic should be secured to prevent unauthorized access. Of course it does. So use strong passwords and use network level authentication. If we look at Windows, and this is our Commando VM from our demo lab, we can simply run mstsc to start the remote desktop connection, but sure as well we can also search for it. If we search for remote desktop connection, there it is. We can also start this tool, and in here we can type a host name or an IP address to connect to that specific machine. And at the show options part, we do have different kinds of options, like advanced options, where there is something about server authentication, user authentication, etc. And we can, in the config screen, so let's search for config screen or control panel, this is called in English. In the control panel we have a system option right here. If you sorted your control panel on small icons, because by default I think we have category like this, so sort them at small icons, and we can click directly on the system part of this, which will open the new settings menu. And in this settings menu, let me go to advanced system settings. And this will pop up this window with different tabs. And the last tab is the remote tab. And this is where we can set if RDP on this specific machine is allowed or if it's not allowed. So by default, we don't allow remote connections to this computer, but we can allow remote connections by using RDP. And by default, using network level authentication, the most secure option is already set. But sometimes on older machines, this is not even an option and this is never enabled. Also on newer machines for backwards compatibility, this is sometimes checked out. But by default it is on, and now we can select users who can log into this Windows machine. By default, administrators, if this setting is enabled, administrators can log in always, but also users belonging to the remote desktop users group can also log in without specifying them here. But this is RDP. And this is what we already talked about, enabling RDP, something about network level authentication, which provides additional security, requiring authentication before a full RDP session is up and running. And sure as well, we have to configure the firewall to allow the RDP port, which is 3389, with restrictions if necessary. So let's enable RDP on our Commando VM machine so we can log in using RDP. We can try this. Let's enable it completely then. Let's go. No, this is my Kiddy machine. This is not where I needed to go. I needed to go here. So again, let's go to the advanced system settings. Let's enable remote and let's enable this one as well. So we can leave this one checked, which is okay, and the default administrator user to connect is also okay. So this is done well. Now let me search for firewall settings. And let's see if our inbound rules enable remote desktop. For the user mode, TCP in and UDP in is allowed. And this looks great because it's from any address, any remote address. So we can simply connect to RDP since it's enabled and enabled in the firewall. Also, play a little bit with this firewall rules because, well, they might come in handy, especially when we are going to change some rules later on from the terminal. You may want to know how this looks, and we have an advanced security firewall, which basically gives us more settings to the same Windows firewall. But from the control panel, we can also start the Windows Defender firewall here. And this is where we can simply turn on and off settings if we have the right to do so. Going to the advanced settings like this will show us the same windows. So going to the advanced settings in the firewall will help you understand which rules are enabled, which options we have at each specific rule. And just as we just have seen, RDP is enabled at this moment. So fine for now. Let's close this up and go back to the PowerPoint. Windows settings and the control panel, we already looked at both of them. For a short while, Windows has multiple interfaces to manage most important operating system settings. Important interfaces we come across are the Windows settings and the control panel. You have both seen them already. The Windows settings is a modern interface for configuring system settings, accounts, devices and network options, and the control panel is a legacy settings interface with more advanced configuration options like user accounts and administrative tools. And I still prefer the control panel above the Windows settings, but you need to know that we have to deal with both of them. So most of the settings we can manage from the control panel, but some settings we can't, and we can only manage them from the Windows settings and vice versa. So if I can use a control panel, personally I still use a control panel, but hey, I'm old. I work with these systems for so long that when I was younger we only had a control panel, there were no Windows settings, but if you prefer the Windows settings, that's fine as well. Windows settings are gradually replacing control panel in newer Windows versions, so chances are that in newer versions of Windows there will be no control panel at all anymore to use. The key features in Windows settings are the system settings like display and sound, our network and internet settings, and account and Windows security. And Windows security is something they did very nicely, integrated very nicely in the Windows settings. So when I play with Windows security, not a firewall but with Defender, I'll usually use the settings to open the Windows security pane. So in that case I'm not using the control panel, but control panel essentials are the system like hardware and path variables, user accounts, and advanced network configuration settings. So for resume, let's check it out again. The classic or the modern settings menu, you can find it in many different places, but the most easiest one is to click on the start menu button, click on the cogwheel here and open it up to open up the modern settings, where we have all different categories like system, devices, accounts, and update and security. And update and security gives us access to, for instance, the Windows Update settings and the Windows security settings, which if we click on open Windows security, a new pane opens to open the Windows security settings. And here we can manage Windows Defender, etc. And for the classic control panel, we can find this by right clicking the start menu button and simply searching for the control panel like this. And as you have seen before, we have also many different categories right here, like administrative tools, for instance, keyboard settings, firewall settings, system settings, etc. And we will mostly use, like when we're in here, we will mostly access the system or the firewall settings, where the system settings will open up the, well, sort of the same settings as we from when we had in the control panel, when the control panel system pane opened. This is kind of the same thing but a little bit different. So instead of using the new settings, personally I will choose here for advanced system settings, opening up the classic interface which was original from the control panel. And here we have access to different tabs for changing the computer name, checking out the hardware, setting environment variables. Remember we talked about the path? Well, here is the path variable. System protection and remote settings. Again, as you have seen before. Next in line is user and group management. And you already know a little bit about users and groups. User accounts are standard accounts, or we have standard user accounts, and we have administrative accounts, accounts with more rights, and the real administrator account by default has full control over everything that happens on the computer. Well, kind of. Some settings are only manageable by the computer account itself, but we will talk about computer accounts later on. The administrator user has most access rights, at least all the access rights that a user can have. And besides users, we also have groups, which are collections of users with shared permissions, simplifying rights management. So to manage user and groups, it's important. We have different places where we can manage users and groups. And by managing them, we mean creating the accounts, managing the accounts, and checking the built-in groups like the administrators group, the users group, etc. And of course, as a best practice, it is to use the least privilege principles. So create groups for specific roles and assign permissions to those groups, so users inside of these groups will get these permissions. But it's much easier to manage groups than to manage permissions of every individual user. So work with groups, that's a tip, and use the least privilege principles. The difference between a limited user and an administrator, and this is more in detail in what I just showed you. For a limited user, a standard user has restricted access to the system. Limited users cannot make changes that affect other users or the overall system. And those users are primarily used for daily tasks such as running applications, accessing files, and browsing the internet. And this has a few security benefits. Obviously, limited users have minimal privileges, reducing the risk for accidental or malicious system changes, which is useful for security purposes. And then the administrator has elevated privileges and full control over the system. Administrators can install and uninstall applications, modify system files, and change system-wide settings. They are required for tasks that affect other users or the entire system, like managing accounts, configuring security settings, and installing updates. An administrator account has excessive permissions, making it a target for malware. It's advised to use it sparingly for tasks that need high privileges. So be careful and spareful with your administrator users. And then for the effective rights when a user is in multiple groups. This is important when a user belongs to multiple groups. The effective permissions on a resource are a combination of the permissions assigned to all the groups that the user is a member of. So permissions from each group add up. If a user is in a read-only group and also in a modify group, the user will get both read and modify permissions. The user receives the highest level of permissions available from any group they belong to. And then the deny overrides allow. That's an important one. If any group has an explicit deny permission on a resource, it typically overrides other allowed permissions. So in the example where the user is a member of read-only and is a member of a modify group, but a specific permission setting has an explicit deny on it, in this case, the deny overrules any read or modify rights. If a deny is into play, a deny will take the upper hand and a deny right is effective for that specific permission. So denies, overrides, allows, but besides that, the highest permission counts for the user. The highest permission from any group that manages permissions, the highest one is effective for that specific user. Then let's talk about computer management, because computer management will also give us an interface to manage users and groups locally on a computer. But computer management is more than just managing users and groups. Computer management is an administrative tool in Windows that provides a consolidated interface to manage various system settings, user accounts, and services. So, and we can we can access computer management by right-clicking the Start menu and choosing for computer management, or use Run, and by Run just type comp mgmt.msc to open up computer management as well. And computer management is primarily used for administrators to monitor, configure, and troubleshoot system components and services. Let's check this out. If we check Commando VM and we right click on the Windows icon, we can choose for computer management right here, or we can search for it as well if we prefer the search method. And by opening computer management, we get a new configuration interface with multiple snap-ins to access the task scheduler, to see all of the event logs, to see shared folders, and the local users and groups option is where we can manage local users and groups. We can see all the default groups here that are available locally on this machine, and we can see all the users that are available locally on this machine. We have a user account, an administrator account, default account, guest, and another account. And the normal user account is a member of the local administrators group, because the administrator account by default is disabled. That's why there is a down arrow there. Checking the groups, checking the administrator groups, we can see that the administrator user and the normal user are both member of the administrator group. So both users have administrative rights on the system. But this is computer management. The key components of computer management are the system tools, the event viewer to view system, application and security logs to monitor and troubleshoot issues, the task scheduler to set up automated tasks to run applications or scripts at specific times or events, and the device manager to view and manage hardware devices, update drivers and troubleshoot hardware issues. Another important one is storage, the disk management, where we can create, delete, resize and format partitions, assign drive letters and manage storage devices. The removable storage management to view and configure attached storage devices like USB drives and external hardware drives, and the services and applications to start, stop and configure Windows services, provides control over essential services that run in the background. So let me get back to our Commando VM. Device manager to manage our hardware, disk management to manage our disk drives, and the services and applications gives us access to the services pane, and here we see all the services in Windows. We can see what the server does by reading its description. We can see the status if the service is start, stopped, running, etc. And the startup type, if it's manual, it doesn't start at boot, but in this case, this one is triggered. This one is triggered start, so this one is triggered from the start. Automatic ones are also running. Those will always start when the computer boots. So we can see all kinds of things here, and finally we can see as which user the service is started. So if this service is running, it is running as a local system user. And to get more information about the service, we can double click the service and we can check all the information about the service right here. So for the event viewer, what exactly is the event viewer? The event viewer logs system and application events, providing a history of system actions and errors. There are different types of logs. We have the application log, the security log system, and setup logs for different aspects of the system. We have log filters, so we can customize the view by event type, date and source. And we can identify events by critical errors, warnings and informational logs to help us diagnose any issues. Let's take a brief look at all of those logs. We still have the computer management open, and this is where the event viewer is. Let's click on the default Windows logs. We will always have the application security setup logs right here. And by clicking the application logs, we can see every application log, so every log created by an application that is in here, and sometimes this takes a little while to load. And for every log we can see its level. In this case it's all informational, the date and time that the log was created, the source that created the log, a specific event ID. This is very handy when we start googling those logs, and we can access this information for all of these, for the setup logs, also for the system logs. And here we have some warning logs. So we might want to investigate those specific log files. And here at the application and service logs, we have all kinds of custom log books like hardware events, Microsoft Office alerts, Visual Studio, logs about Microsoft Windows PowerShell. And we also have custom logs right here. And by right clicking a log file and clicking on properties, this was not exactly what I was searching. Let me see. Oh, filter current log, that's what I was searching. Here we can filter out all the information we need about a specific log file. So maybe we only want to view the critical and the error log files. Maybe we want to see only log files created from a specific source. And log files created by some specific users and computers. So this is where we can easily filter all of those log files. That being said, this is the event viewer. And this holds a lot of information for us as a potential attacker, but also for the blue team. Keep in mind that when a blue team is in play, when there is a SOC, cybersecurity operating system, a cybersecurity operating center, those people, those blue team employees will see all of these logs, at least if there is some kind of synchronization between all of the computer log files and a central SIEM system, but usually they will have all of this information available as well. For the task scheduler, well, its principle is pretty clear. It automates repetitive tasks, allowing users to schedule scripts, applications, or actions. Common use cases for the task scheduler are the creation of automated backups, application launches, and routine maintenance. And creating tasks with the task scheduler is pretty easy. Note that the task scheduler is available as well from here. Let me check, where is it? It's right here. And we can access the task scheduler as a separate application by searching for task manager. Oh, I was not searching for the task manager, I was searching for the task scheduler. So the task scheduler. This will open up the same pane but with less snap-ins. So from here we can see and manage all of the scheduled tasks. All custom tasks are here in the root folder of the task scheduler library, and all tasks belonging to a particular system or particular vendor like Google, Microsoft, Mozilla are in their respective folders. So Microsoft usually has a whole bunch of scheduled tasks, so this might take a time to load. Although I expect it was loaded already, so maybe there's nothing in this specific case. Firefox has a few, Google has none, and there are a few custom ones. Microsoft Edge Updater, OneDrive, etc. And we can create our own tasks in the root folder or in any subfolder from the root. We can create a basic task or we can create a new task like this, where the basic tasks starts a wizard to help us through the task creation, and the new task just gives us a pop-up with every tab where we can fill and manage our scheduled task. So we can give it a name, a description, a user who has to run the task, some triggers, so what needs to happen to start the task, maybe at boot, maybe when something special happens on the computer. When that does, when the trigger is triggered, what action needs to be taken, which application needs to run, are there any specific conditions or settings that we need to take into play while running and scheduling a scheduled task. But this is where we can automate a lot of Windows things, so keep in mind this is a feature and we can use this feature later on as well. The Microsoft Management Console. Without further ado, let me start the Microsoft Management Console. Let me close this up. Let me right click and go to Run and just type MMC to start the Microsoft Management Console. And this is the Microsoft Management Console, which did look a lot like computer management, right? The only difference is computer management is the Microsoft Management Console with all kinds of snap-ins available on default snap-ins, and this is where we have to add our own snap-ins. So we can add or remove snap-ins from the Microsoft Management Console like this. And this is, let's see if we want to do something with certificates, we can add it here. And we will add the certificate management console for my own user account. If I am just a single user without administrative rights, I cannot add the certificate snap-in for the computer account. We can always add the snap-in for the current user account. So let's do this as well, and maybe let's also add the event viewer from here, from the local computer. Click on OK, and now we have our own management console with our own snap-ins, and we can save this configuration as well. So if we want to create a customized view with applications available for us every time we need them, we can save this view, double click it and access it later again without reconfiguring everything. So that's the Windows Management Console. Well, as you have seen, it's a framework that provides a standardized interface to manage various system components in Windows. And this allows administrators to create, save or share customized management tools by adding snap-ins for specific tasks. We already accessed the Microsoft Management Console, and we also have seen the key benefit, and that is that the Microsoft Management Console centralizes management tools, making it easier to administer and configure system settings. As a definition, snap-ins are individual management modules that plug into the MMC interface, allowing administrators to manage specific system aspects. There are different types of snap-ins like the device manager, the event viewer, and all the things I've just shown you. And custom consoles, administrators can create custom MMC consoles by adding only the snap-ins they need, improving efficiency and organization. Like I said, we can save all of these configurations and use them later on. Custom consoles can be restricted to specific users with defined permissions, useful for delegating tasks, and it's a standardized interface. All snap-ins use the same window format and tools, making it easier for administrators to navigate and use all of these tools. So now let's talk about local computer policies. Local computer policies are a set of policies that is configured on a single standalone Windows machine to control settings, actions, and permissions. Its purpose is that it's used to manage security settings, software restrictions, and user permissions without needing a network or a domain controller. And accessing the local policy editor is easily. Just go to run and type gpedit.msc, and gpedit or the local policy is available on Windows Pro and Enterprise Edition. So if you are using an evaluation variant, this will not work. Let's check it out. If we go to run and we just type gpedit.msc, we can open the local group policy console. We just opened the MMC. Well, we can simply add a snap-in here with group policy object like this, if it would work. Add or remove snap-in, group policy objects. Am I not doing the right thing? I thought, yes, there we are. And here we have the same overview, but from our MMC console. Either way, how you get to the local group policies or the local computer policies is not that interesting. Keep in mind that this is the way we can access those policies. And there's a distinction here between the computer and the user policies, where the computer settings affect the computer. So those are applied at system level regardless of which user is logged in. And the user settings are settings that affect the user. They are applied at user level. And those are specific for individual user profiles. And we have a few key areas. Those are the Windows settings and the administrative templates. The Windows settings we can use for like folder redirection, scripts, settings we need to enable or disable at log on or log off. And from the administrative templates we can manage the control over the desktop, the start menu, network settings, etc. And if we check the computer settings configuration, here we also have Windows settings, which manages the security settings of the computer, software restrictions and firewall rules. And in administrative templates we can manage computer-wide system configurations, network settings and control panel settings. So if we click them open, we see it's divided in subcategories, and in each category are specific rules, and we can manage all of these rules. Windows components also have a bunch of rules. So if you check remote desktop services, we can check the connection client and we can configure all kinds of options here. Do not allow hardware acceleration, decoding, do not allow passwords to be saved, turn off UDP on client, prompt for credentials on the client computer, etc. So there are so many things we can manage through the local group policy, and that take effect on, in at least here, on the complete and local computer. And if you want to manage user specific configurations, we can do that on the user configuration part. So this allows us to manage many things on a computer. And this is what we just been through. Some important policies in local computer policy. We have a few important are the security settings. We have account policies to configure password complexity, account logouts and the Kerberos policies. So if we want to have a specific account logout policy, we can do this in the security settings account policies, and local policies where we define auditing policies, user rights assignments and security options like logon restrictions. Software restriction policies. From application control, we can restrict or allow specific applications to enhance security, and executable restrictions. We can limit executables by path, hash, or digital signature to prevent unauthorized software. And from the administrative templates, we can restrict access to specific control panel features, like if we don't want users to access the system icon or the system features from the control panel, we can disable it right here. And the network, we can set network configuration options like offline files and network sharing. And there are many use cases we can think about when we think about local computer policies for home and small business use. For instance, when a domain controller is not in use, local policy provides security and configuration control. Kiosk and public computers, if we work with kiosk and public computers, we can use the local group policy to lock down the machines which are used, if they are public, by multiple users in a non-domain environment. There are some limitations compared to group policy, which is the Active Directory group policy, which in its case it's managed by the Active Directory domain controller and not locally on a computer. So what are the limitations compared to the group policy? A lack of central management, of course, because local group policy only affects the local machine. If we have 200 machines, we have to set the local group policy 200 times exactly the same way, and this is very prone to errors. So the lack of central management and no policy inheritance. Unlike the group policy, local policies cannot inherit settings or apply policies to organizational structures. So it is quite limited, but if we don't have a domain, this is a very good feature to use to manage our computer. Another feature that is very interesting and we absolutely need to know a thing or two about is the Windows registry. The Windows registry is a hierarchy. Sometimes I am really struggling with the English words. The Windows registry is a hierarchical, well, you can read, right? The Windows registry is a hierarchical database that stores low-level settings for the operating system and installed application. That's basically what it is. It centralizes configuration information for Windows, including hardware, software, and user settings. The structure of the Windows registry exists out of 5 different hives. And I can show you this as well. To manage the registry, we use the registry editor, and we can access this registry editor by opening up regedit like this. And when we open up regedit, this gives us access to the complete registry. And down here we see the 5 different hives. So you have the classes root, the current user, the local machine, the HKey users, and the current configuration, where most of our time we are working with the current user, which holds the configuration keys for the current user, and the HKey local machine, which holds the register keys for the local machine. And to show you how this looks like, let's open up, well, doesn't matter what we exactly open up, something like this. And here we have all kinds of settings. In this case, it's a show count setting applicable to the network location wizard from the network, where the show count is set to 0. And we can probably set this one to the value of 1 and maybe of the value of 2, but at this moment we don't know what this setting does. But down here we can configure lots and lots of settings. It's a centralized database. It stores the settings for both the operating systems and the applications. It has a hierarchical, it has at least a structure that is organized into hives, keys, subkeys, and values for clarity. It's integral to system functionality because it affects nearly every aspect of the system behavior. So it's a very important piece. It's a very important database, and it has practical uses for system customization, troubleshooting, and automation. So when in the GUI we change a setting to do like, for instance, when we set a specific theme in the graphical user interface, that setting is pushed to the registry and saved in the registry. So if you are wondering where some configuration settings are stored, you will find them somewhere in the registry. For the location, the registry hives are stored in physical files, so we can find them on the hard disk drive, and most of them are stored in the system32 config folder. The hive of the current user is stored at the home path nt-user.dat. We can show that one as well. So let's go to the home path. And what I'm doing now, I am using a variable with the % marks, and the path that is actually opened is C users user. I am currently the user. So my home folder opens, giving me access to the desktop. And down here we also have an nt-user.dat file. This is this one, and this file holds all the registry keys of the HKey current user. So when we browse this folder, all the data is from this slide or from this file. Then for all the other ones, if we go to the Windows folder and we open up System32, and in here there's a config folder. And I need administrative rights to access this folder. I'm in luck at this moment. I am an administrator, so that's nice. And down here we have the SAM data, we have the security database, so the HKey. That's just not where I wanted it to go. We have the system hive, which is, I guess, for the HKey local machine. And we have multiple different databases here as well, where the SAM and the security database we will talk about a little later. For now, let's check out the next slide. Sure, as you have seen, there is a structure that is in place for the Windows registry, and also some terminology that comes with it. We have a hive and a key, where a hive is a root level folder in the registry that contains keys, subkeys, and values. A hive is a root folder for the registry. A subfolder below the hive is called a key. So again, go back to this. Down here we have 5 hives, but the subfolders are called keys. Then for the subkeys and the values, keys can contain other keys and we call them subkeys to organize settings. And values are the actual data entries within keys that store configuration details. So checking back. If we open this, then these are subkeys, but everything that's in here, like all these values, we call them, like I told you, we call these entries values. And we see this screenshot here, like those are subkeys, we call these one hives, we call these one values. So a little bit of terminology. We have different types of values. For instance, if we right click and we choose a new value, we can choose from a string value, a binary value, a D-word, a Q-word, multi-string, etc. So a string, it stores simply text data. Simple as that. A binary value stores binary data, often used for hardware component data. We have a D-word value, which we use most of the time. This is a 32-bit integer value commonly used for enabling or disabling settings with a 0 and a 1, true or false. We have a Q-word, which is a 64-bit integer value used for larger numeric values. We have a multi-string, which stores multiple strings, often used for lists. And then we also have an expandable string, which contains variables that can be expanded, such as environmental paths. So we have quite a few kinds of data we can add to the register. That's it for the register. Let's talk about the Windows environmental variables, something we talked about many times before. Environment variables are predefined dynamic values that store information about the operating system environment. And already, if you remember correctly, we can open up the system variables through the system. So again, let's open up the control panel. Let's go to system. Let's click on advanced system settings. And down here, let's click environmental variables. And these are the environmental variables. Their purpose is to provide a quick access to system paths, user-specific data, and configuration settings used by Windows and specific applications. Variables are wrapped in % symbols like this, like %temp%. When used in commands or scripts, Windows expands them to the actual values. We have variables available to all users. Those are set at system levels and apply globally across all the user accounts, and common examples are system root, program files, and path. We have used path or user home before, but we can also use system root and path. Let's check that as well. If we go to the system root, we will probably go to the C drive, and we have to use a % sign like this. And this will open, oh wait, I thought we would go to the C drive, but the system root, the Windows root, is available from the C drive, the root drive, and then the Windows folder. But let's see where we go when we use program files. This will bring us to the C program files folder. This is where we can use variables. We also have variables specific to individual users. They apply to the current user session and the current user's settings. And some variables are like user profiles. Well, when user A uses this setting, it will go to the home profile of user A. When user B uses this one, it will go to the profile of user B. And we also have the temp variable and custom paths set by the user. As a best practice, be cautious. Changing critical variables like the path incorrectly can cause system issues, Why? Because the path variable holds different paths. And as I told you in the level 1 course, when the operating system searches for a binary, it searches in a specific order, and in this order the paths or the paths that are available in the path variable are also checked for that binary. So when this path is altered, and the chances are that the operating system cannot find any binaries anymore. So always create backup before making significant changes to system variables. I am clicking, oh, there we are. We have some commonly used environmental variables, and the most important one is the one that we discussed many times before. It's the path variable. Its function is to list directories where Windows searches for executable files when commands are run. It allows you to run applications from any location without specifying the full path. Now let's check this one. Let's go back to our machine, and we will check our variables here. For instance, if we look at the user variables, those are only applicable to the current user. If you look at system variables, all those variables are available system-wide. And if this user uses the temp variable, we will go to the C user drive user app data local temp. Let's check it out. Can we use the temp variable? Yes, we can, and we go to C user app data local temp, just as specified here in the user variables. The user also has a custom path which is only applicable to this user, but this is the system path, so each user will also use this path. So when an application starts, it will first search for this path. We can modify this path if we have enough permissions to do so, but for instance, Microsoft Paint is available in C Windows System 32. Let's check this out. If you go to C Windows System 32, and let's check for MS Paint. There are many binaries available, as you can see. We used this one before. This was the remote desktop connection application. I scroll by it. Yes, I have, because this is where MS Paint is. So when I type MS Paint, the operating system will search for the MS Paint binary, and it will first search in specific folders, but when it cannot find the binary in those folders, it will use the path, so it will also search in each and every of these folders, and when it searches C Windows System 32, it will find MS Paint. So by just typing MS Paint, I can access MS Paint because Windows finds the binary. So when we change all these paths, chances are high that that binaries are not found automatically anymore. So it's important to know that these exist and that we can modify all of them. We can add paths, we can delete paths, and surely we can modify them. Another one is a system root, which points to the Windows installation directory, as we have just seen to see Windows. We have user profile, which refers to the profile folder of the current user, containing personal folders like the desktop, documents, and downloads. So this typically resolved to C users and then your username. We have temp and TMP, which points to the temporary files directory used by applications for storage during processes, and is commonly resolved to C users, your username, app data, local temp. Finally, the program files variable. This one directs to the main installation directory for applications. So usually C program files or C program files x86. And the x86 program files folder is especially for 32-bit applications on a 64-bit system. That about system environmental variables. Now let's talk about Windows security tools. And if we think about Windows security tools, we will usually think about Windows Defender. Windows Defender is Microsoft's built-in antivirus and anti-malware tool designed to protect against viruses, malware, and other security threats in real time. And as I showed you before, we can access the Defender by going to the update and security part, clicking on Windows Security and opening up Windows Security. Usually I just pin this part to the taskbar, so right clicking the icon, choosing for pin to taskbar means that if I close this one, I can always easily access it again. And virus and threat protection, and in this case we are using our Commando VM machine, in which we explicitly disabled the virus and threat protection, but usually on most machines this is where we can manage Microsoft Windows Defender. And Windows Defender has real-time protection, so the real-time protection scans files and applications as they are accessed or installed. It also has automatic updates, so regular virus definition updates to detect the latest threats, and multiple scanning options, which provides quick, full, and custom scan options to meet different security needs. And it is fully integrated into Windows Security, providing centralized management alongside other security tools. Normally, when a new antivirus is installed or a new EDR software is installed, Microsoft Windows Defender is disabled, but when the tool is uninstalled again, Windows Defender is automatically enabled. So in that way, Windows is never without an antivirus scanner. The Windows Firewall, as we also have briefly seen, the Windows Firewall is a network security tool that monitors and controls incoming and outgoing network traffic based on security rules. It has inbound and outbound rules, which are configurable rules to allow or block specific traffic. It knows different profiles, so separate profiles for domain, private and public networks to manage network security based on the location the network is coming from or going to. And then we have some application and port blocking, the ability to allow or block applications and specific tools for more detailed control. It helps to protect against unauthorized access, ensuring that only trusted traffic is allowed. And the firewall we have already seen, so let's continue to BitLocker. And BitLocker is an encryption tool that secures data by encrypting the entire drive, protecting it from unauthorized access if the device is lost or stolen. And surely Windows BitLocker has many features. Most important ones are the full disk encryption, which encrypts the entire disk and not just individual files, so securing all data on the drive. It knows it has a TPM integration, so it uses the Trusted Platform Module chip for secure key storage and hardware level security if a TPM chip is available in the system. If it's not, it can still work, but it does not use the TPM to store the security keys. And it knows a recovery key, so it generates this key, allowing access to the encrypted drive if needed. And Windows BitLocker is primarily used on laptops and mobile devices to secure sensitive data. So if a laptop or mobile device is stolen and the thief that is booting up the operating system cannot enter the code to boot up the machine will simply never boot, because that code is needed to decrypt all of the files to start and boot the operating system. So if the key is unknown, the complete system is encrypted, and even accessing the drive at a low level, the thief will not be able to access the files in plain text. All those files are encrypted and contain ciphertext. And the BitLocker feature is available from the control panel. So looking back at the control panel, we should have the BitLocker drive encryption right here. And at this point, BitLocker is off. My virtual drive is not encrypted, but we can turn on BitLocker if we wanted to. The Windows User Account Control, or UHC. And UHC is a security feature that prevents unauthorized changes by prompting for permissions or administrator credentials when system changes are attempted. Its features are a permission prompt which warns users before changes affecting system stability or security. Elevation of privileges. Standard users need admin credentials to make system-wide changes. It has adjustable settings. It allows customization of the UAC prompt level from always notify to never notify, and it helps prevent malware and unauthorized applications from altering system settings or accessing sensitive data without the user approval. Let's check out this one real briefly as well. Let's see where it is. It's in user accounts. And then we can change the user account control settings right there. And this will tell us what to do. And at our attacker machine at this point, we are never notified. So apps try to install software or make changes to my computer, or I make changes to Windows settings, just simply never notify me. We can change this to notify me only when apps try to make changes to my computer. Do not dim my desktop. But this is the same setting, but now my desktop is dimmed. I will not see anything on the desktop or can click anything on the desktop anymore. And I have to enter an administrative account password to continue with this change. And the most permissive one is the always notify me when apps try to install software or make changes to my computer, or I make changes to Windows settings. Usually this setting is set to always notify, but I have turned it down on my attacker machine. So here it is off. Can we check the example? Let's say if we choose for always notify me when I want to make changes, let's choose for OK. And now let's make a system change. Let's go to the computer management. Yes, I want to access this as well. And I want to add a new user. And let's call this user test. And the password of test, user cannot change password and it never expires. Let's create this user. Let's close it up and let's add it to the administrators group. And this should have notified me if UAC was in effect at this moment. Let's delete this one again. Okay, so now it does notify me. User account control asks me if I want to allow this application to make changes to my device. So before I can start the application, I have to say yes or no. If I choose for no, then the application will not start and the system-wide changes will never be made. As you can see, my desktop is dimmed and I can click nowhere at my desktop, but I have to make a choice between yes and no. If I choose yes, then because I am currently a local administrator, I do not have to enter a password. If I was just a local user without any administrative permissions, I should have entered an administrative password right here and now. So now let's disable this. Again, do you want to do this? Yes, absolutely I want to. And it is disabled again. So now by clicking this, changing this, it will not ask me anything. Now it does because the new change is in effect and we have disabled it again by now. So that was UAC. Now for Windows privileges. Windows privileges are specific permissions granted to user accounts or processes to perform sensitive operations within the operating system. Some privileges are high risk because they allow access to critical system functions and Windows tightly controls which accounts have them. For example, backup files and directories, shut down the system or change the system time. Each of these actions know different Windows privileges. Windows rights, normal Windows rights and file rights are assigned to users or groups to allow or deny access to system resources, files or actions like logging on locally, accessing the computer from the network or opening a specific file. So the differences between Windows rights and Windows privileges is that privileges control which actions users and processes can perform at system level, while rights focuses on access permissions for specific resources and actions. That's the main difference. And we cannot easily check the permissions. To check the permissions, we can do this in a CMD or PowerShell terminal. So let's open up CMD and type in the command whoami/all, and whoami/all shows me the privileges that are currently in effect for my local administrator user. And as you can see, and we will get back on this later on, the current CMD terminal is opened with mandatory level rights, meaning, or with medium mandatory level rights, meaning that I am currently acting as a normal user and not as an administrative user. Let's open up the command prompt by right-clicking on it and choosing this one to run as an administrator. I can do this because I am an administrator. And if I again choose whoami/all, you will see I have many more privileges and I am running at the high mandatory level. So running the command prompt elevated in the high mandatory level gives me all the access of my administrative account, but running it without elevating it, it just runs the command prompt as a normal user without all of the elevated privileges, which again is a security feature. So when working normally on this machine, I cannot make the mistake to do system-wide changes that might affect system stability. But it doesn't matter, as this normal user I do have a few of these privileges. The state disabled doesn't mean I don't have these privileges. So if this privileges is shown, I can use this privilege when I need the privilege. The privileges that are not shown here are the privileges I cannot use. As you have seen in the elevated session, there were a lot more privileges than I currently have, but I can shut down the system, although the state at this moment is disabled. I can change notify privilege, I can bypass reverse checking, this is enabled. I can remove the computer from the docking station, I can increase a process working set, and I can change the time zone as well. So these are the privileges for my current user. Talking about Windows processes and threads. A process is an instance of a running program containing its own memory and resources. Each process has a unique process ID, a PID, and can include multiple threads. We can see this if we go to, for instance, the task manager. And down here at the processes tab, we can see all the processes that are running. And all of these processes with a greater than sign, we can click out and we can see all the multiple threads that are running. So there is one main process, in this case with one main thread, but there could be more threads. And a thread is essentially the smallest unit of execution within a process. A process may contain one or more threads that execute code independently. Multiple threads in a single process enable concurrent execution of tasks, important for performance in multitasking environments. Multi-threading allows for parallel tasks within a single process, increasing efficiency and responsiveness. So know that processes on their own can spawn multiple threads to increase performance and speed. And now it gets a little bit more technical, but still this is important to know, especially in later levels when we are going to talk a little bit more about antivirus evasion. We have a user mode and a kernel mode in Windows, and there is difference between both of them. Let me discussly brief the differences. The user mode is a restricted processing mode where applications run with limited access to system resources. This prevents direct access to hardware and sensitive memory areas, reducing the risk of system crashes. And all applications, drivers and services use this mode by default. But there's also a kernel mode, and this is an unrestricted mode where the operating system core and trusted components will run with full access to hardware and system memory. The risk: errors in kernel mode can lead to system crashes as there is no isolation within the kernel mode. The use of the kernel mode is essential. Operating system components and low-level services require kernel mode access. User mode is safer but limited in access, while the kernel mode has full control but is more vulnerable to critical errors. And here we have a little diagram separating user mode from the kernel mode, where normally we as a normal user and all the applications just run in the user mode, and if we need to make changes to the hardware, we will do this in the kernel mode, but we will do this through the Windows API and the DLL files that translate our request to a kernel mode request. So we will make requests through the kernel mode, but we will never fully work inside of the kernel mode. But in the kernel mode, what do we find here? The operating system kernel, file system drivers, kernel mode drivers, the hardware abstraction layer and the hardware itself. So all of these drivers can have access to the hardware directly. So if something goes wrong inside kernel mode, chances are the hardware is at that moment failing or permanently damaged. Down here we see Windows APIs, so let's briefly discuss the Windows APIs. Windows has multiple APIs, and together they form the core set of application programming interfaces provided by Microsoft for interacting with the Windows operating system. It allows developers to create applications that work with Windows system resources, perform tasks, and handle user interactions. Programs call the Windows API functions, which then interact with Windows kernel or libraries. So through the API we can access the kernel and we can request kernel actions. Windows API is divided into various DLLs. Some examples are the kernel 32 DLL and the user 32 DLL to modularize functionality. And the APIs are supported by Windows versions from Windows NT to the latest Windows 10 and 11 versions. So the Windows API has been available for a long time, although the API is changed a bit over the years. Of course, there is now more integration with the operating system than there was in the past, but the API is available for a long time. There are pros and cons for using the Windows API. Some advantages: we have direct access to Windows capabilities by calling on the API. There's a high performance for civil level tasks, and there is extensive documentation and legacy support. The disadvantages: it's platform dependent because, well, the Windows APIs work for Windows only. It has some kind of complexity. It requires understanding of C and C++ and Windows internals to fully work with the APIs and understand them. And there's a limited modern user interface components. Developers often supplement with other frameworks. Let's discuss the two most important Windows APIs, the kernel 32 and the user 32 DLL. Kernel 32 is for base services, process and thread management, memory management, and system information. So it contains APIs for creating, managing, and synchronizing processes and threads. For the memory, functions for memory allocation and management, like managing virtual memory. And for system information, functions to retrieve system-wide information like CPU usage and memory stats. User 32, user interface. We have Windows management, APIs to create, modify and handle Windows and their properties. Message handling, the Windows message loop, essential for user interactions and event handling. Input handling, functions for handling keyboard and mouse input and dialog boxes and controls. Functions for standard dialogues and controls like buttons and text boxes. And then there's the ntdll.dll file, and we call this the secret API. ntdll.dll is not technically a public API intended for direct use by application developers, but it is an essential system library in Windows that provides low-level system services. The ntdll.dll, which is short for NT-layer DLL, is a core Windows system file that contains native API functions, which are low-level functions for interacting directly with the Windows NT kernel in the kernel mode. It serves as an interface between the Windows API, the higher-level user-facing APIs, and the NT kernel, the core part of the Windows operating system. The file itself is found in C Windows System 32. And is loaded into every process on Windows, and this API is not documented for general use. NTDLL functions are undocumented or lightly documented in most official Microsoft resources. And here we see a little example where we have a user application that calls a function read file to open a file or to read a file, which is available in the kernel base DLL, but it forwards this function to the ntread file function in the ntdll.dll file, where we perform a syscall to the kernel mode. So through ntdll.dll, we will access the ntread file function here in the kernel mode, and which is executed here, and the output is transported back to the user. As a little example, know that the ntdll file is used to translate user mode calls to kernel mode calls. Now, understanding Windows core security components. Windows security mechanisms are system components responsible for enforcing authentication, access control, and user session security. So, it's important to ensure secure user authentication, to protect sensitive data like credentials, and to manage access to resources. Some key components on a standalone Windows machine are the LSI, the LSAS, and the SOM. And we will discuss each and every one of them, starting with the Local Security Authority, LSA, and the Local Security Authority Subsystem Service, LSAS. While LSA and LSAS are closely related components in Windows security, they serve distinct roles. LSA is a logical component within the Windows security framework, responsible for enforcing security policies and managing sensitive security-related data like user authentication access tokens. Think of LSA as the brain behind Windows security. And for LSAS, LSAS is a process running in Windows that implements LSA's functionality. It handles the actual execution of tasks like authentication and credential management. So you can think of LSAS as the body that executes the brain LSA's instructions. LSA functionality. LSA is responsible for defining the security policy of the system, including authentication like Kerberos and NTLM, like access control rules and privilege tracking. It manages sensitive data like the LSA secrets, for instance, service account credentials, and security identifiers or SIDs. It determines whether users or services have sufficient privileges to access resources. And for LSAS functionality, this one runs as a service to perform the actual security tasks defined by LSA. processes logon requests and verifies credentials using the SUM for local accounts, Active Directory for domain accounts. It encrypts and stores sensitive data like cached credentials, and it generates access tokens for authenticated users. It's a high-value target for attackers as it stores and processes sensitive data like credentials and tickets. We'll get back on this one later on. Talking about the SID, the security identifier, Windows always uses the security identifier in the background rather than the username. LSA creates the SIDs of local users and Active Directory creates the SIDs for domain users. A SID on its own is divided in 4 parts, but you do not need to remember all of these parts. The SID consists of 4 parts. First off is the S, which indicates that this is a SID. The R, which is the revision number. This is always 1. The X is the identifier authority or the issuer of the SID. Typically this is 5 for both local and domain users in Windows, where 5 represents NT authority. And finally the Y, sub-authorities of the identifier authority, such as the domain identifier, the SID of the domain, and the relative identifier, the RID, which specifies whether it pertains to a user or a group. And down here we have an example SID, so the S, the 1 and the 5, those are pretty basic and always available. The RID in this case is the last part, which is 1001, which means it is the first local user on the system. And below we have the RIDs below the 1000, which are reserved for well-known SIDs. So an administrator will always end with the RID of 500. Local system has 18, authenticated users has 11. Everybody and nobody have 0. So the RID is an important part to identify users or user groups. Then the security account manager, the SUM, and this is a database that stores hashed passwords for local accounts. We already have found the SUM when we were searching in the C Windows System32 config folder. Down here is the SUM file, which on its own is again a registry hive. The key features of the SUM is that it stores the NTLM hashes for the local accounts and it's accessible only by the system and during the boot process. It verifies credentials for local account logins. And knowing this, we can see how all of these components interact with each other. So at 1 we do have a user login where credentials are submitted. Then the LSAS processes the submitted credentials using the SUM, the local SUM, or Active Directory if it's a domain user. So LSAS processes the credentials and uses the SUM or the Active Directory domain controller to verify if these credentials are correct. Then the authentication protocols like Kerberos and NTLM or another protocol, those protocols are used to verify the specific credentials at the SUM or at the domain controller. And then an access token. LSAS creates an access token defining the user permission. So at the moment that the user is authenticated, it receives a token from LSAS. And the token gives the user access based on its access rights to specific services, files, processes, and actions. And that's how these components basically interact. There are some common attacks on LSA, LSAS, and the SUM. For instance, credential dumping by extracting NTLM hashes or plain text credentials from LSAS memory or the SUM database. We also have the patch the hash, and we will get back on these attacks later on as well. But the patch the hash attack uses NTLM hashes from the SAM database to authenticate without knowing the plain text password. Pass the ticket, where we use Kerberos tickets stolen from LSAS for unauthorized access, and SUM dumping, where we extract the SUM data from the SUM file offline to retrieve the hashes as well. Then another feature in Windows are the Windows shadow copies. Windows shadow copies are backup snapshots of files or volumes created by the volume shadow copy servers, VSS, to allow point-in-time restoration. And this enables recovery of accidentally deleted or overwritten files and support file versioning for forensic and disaster recovery purposes. The key feature of the Windows Shadow copy is to operate in the background with minimum disruption to system performance. Where are the shadow copies stored? Well, the storage mechanism, shadow copies are stored on the same volume as the original data by default in reserved storage space, which is configured using the VSS settings. Shadow copies are stored in a hidden area of the same volume as the original data by default, referred to as the shadow copy storage area. And this storage area is managed by VSS and does not appear in the normal file browser, so we cannot find it by using Windows Explorer. There are some limits. Storage is typically kept to a percentage of the volume size, so you don't run out of disk space because of the Windows volume shadow copy service, and old snapshots are purged when the storage limit is reached, so you may not always have access to the old snapshots. How do they work? A Windows service that coordinates snapshots of volumes or individual files is the VSS service. Snapshots capture the state of a file system or volume at a specific time, and it's incremental storage, so only change data since the last snapshot is stored. To access shadow copies, we can use the previous versions feature in the File Explorer to restore older versions of files, and when we do so, we in the background will use the volume shadow copies to do so. Tools like VSS Admin, vShadow or PowerShell commands through WMIC. Now, this is a quick example. You don't need to remember these at this moment, but later on we will use this as well. But we can create a snapshot of the root drive, in this case the C drive, and this shows the way how we do it with VSS Admin, and here we show the way how this is done by WMIC. To delete a snapshot and to check for, well, this is still Dutch, that's not what was meant to be, and to check for known snapshots, we can both use VSS Admin with the delete and the list flag. Another thing we need to discuss is the alternate data streams, and this is not per definition a Windows feature but more of an NTFS feature. But alternate data streams, ADS, allow files to contain additional streams of data attached invisibly to the file. The primary or the default data stream is what you see as the main content of the file, while alternate streams are hidden and not visible in traditional file explorers. The purpose, this one was introduced to provide compatibility with Apple's hierarchical file system, the HFS file system, which supports resource forks. NTFS implemented ADS to store such metadata. ADS does not alter the file's primary size, as shown by typical tools like the Windows Explorer. So how do they work? In NTFS, a file can have one or more streams. The format for accessing alternate data streams is like this. So we have a file name, file.txt, with a double point, and behind the double point is the stream name. This is the hidden data attached to the file. So to write file to an alternate data stream, we can echo data, in this case echo hidden content, and we pipe it to the file.txt in the alternate data stream by using the double point and the name of the alternate data stream, the name of what the content must be named in the alternate data stream. And to read this, we can use more, because more is something like type, or we can these commands are executed from the terminal. So to read data in the terminal, we can use more. We can use more on the file.txt to show the txt data in this file. But if you want to show the data in the hidden file or in the hidden part of the alternate data stream, we can use more and we can pipe the hidden alternate data stream to the more command to view the content. To check for content in the alternate data stream, we can check this with the command prompt like dir with a / and the capital R, and we can check it with PowerShell as well by using get item, the path to the item, and then use the dash stream with a star. Well, we can also use external tools like forensic tools, ADS spy, and streams.exe, which is a sysinternals binary. We can use that one as well. Let's check this out real quick. So let's open up Windows, and now let's open up the command prompt again like this, and I hope this is readable because I don't think I can change the font size very well. Let's see how this looks. Oh well, this goes pretty good. So let's make it a little bit bigger, even like this, right? So let's go to the desktop, and to make things easy, let's create Notepad to create a txt file with the content of test, and we will save this on the desktop, and we call this one test.txt, like this. So now when I perform a dir on the desktop, I will find the test.txt on the desktop, which has a size of 4 bytes. Now let me echo data, and let me echo this to test.txt and to a hidden alternate data stream like this. So again, when I perform dir, we still have test.txt, which is 4 bytes in size. But when I perform a dir with the capital R like this, we can see that test.txt has a hidden alternate data stream, and this one is called hidden-data. And this one is 9 bytes in size, so this one is actually bigger than the original file. So now to see the content of the normal file like this, well, this still contains the test string that we inserted there. And now let's show the hidden alternative data stream, and this one contains data because we didn't enter any data. If we entered data, this data would be available here, but this way we accessed the alternative data stream to enter the data we added in that specific stream. But know that by default, alternate data streams are not visible here in the terminal, or also not here in the file explorer or in the desktop, because opening the file just works normally just fine, and we don't see any other data. And this concludes the Windows part. Now let's continue by learning more and gaining more knowledge about Linux. So let's start Linux medium knowledge. Okay, let's talk about Linux and how we can expand the knowledge that we have gained in level 1. There is still a lot to learn, and I trust that you already played with Linux a little bit. We installed at least Kali Linux in the demo environment, and I hope that you already clicked around a little bit and entered the first command, so you have some basic understanding of the system and some of the features that it contains. But let's take another look at Linux to learn even more, and let's first look at the directory structure of Linux. And as you might know, the root in Linux is always shown as a /. So where in Windows it is C with a double dot, in Linux it's a /. And from the root there are some default folders that are always available, like the bin folder, the boot folder, the home folder, etc. And all of these folders contain their own subfolders, as you can see in this image, and there are a few important folders. Like for instance, the home folder is a folder that contains user specific files, settings and configuration. So each user has their own home user folder containing a lot of their home specific or their user specific files. And this is a little bit like the users folder in Windows that also contain all the user specific files like the documents and the desktop. Well, in Linux this is the same, but it's called /home. We have the etc folder, which contains system configuration files, and this folder is important for service settings and initialization scripts. The var folder contains variable files like logs, spool files, and temporary data from applications. The user folder contains user installed applications and their resources. This folder on its own is split into subfolders like bin, lib, and share, as you can see here in this image. These are the default folders, subfolders from the user folder. Then bin and sbin, those are essential folders for binaries, for executable files, for basic operations and system maintenance. The bin folder is the folder containing normal applications, and the sbin folder is the system binary folder. So the binaries in the sbin folder are almost always related to system maintenance, system administration, and most of these binaries can only be run by a super user or the root user in Linux. The dev folder is for device files. So device files for hardware like SDA for hard drives and TTY for terminals. So like I told you, everything in Linux is essentially a file. Also, the hardware is a file, and these files, we can find these files in the dev folder. And then the root folder, this is the home directory for the root or the admin user. So the root user has its own home folder here in /root and not in the -home subdirectory. So this is a little bit different from all the other users in Linux, which have their home folder in the -home, but the root user has their home folder directly inside of the root, and this one is called the root directory. So now let's talk a little bit about permissions, because we discussed permissions already in the first level. We have seen how permissions are calculated in Linux, and this slide shows us how to change these permissions. First off, changing these permissions, we can do that with the chmod command, and we can use the permission style in many different formats. We can use the first format where we simply say, okay, change the current permission, and from the current user add the executable permission to this specific file name. So this user gets execute rights on this specific file name. Or we can use the numerical value, and as you may have remembered, 777 is full control for everyone. So this command just changes everybody's permissions on this specific file name to allow full control to read, to write, and to execute. You can also change the ownership. If you might remember, there are a few in Linux. There is an owner user and an owner group, and this is Windows. This is not what I was searching for. So let me change this one to Linux. There we are. Let's close up all of these. Let's clear this up. And if we do ls-la to see all of the security properties, we can see down here we have the owner user and the owner group, where we have rights for the owner user, rights for the owner group, and rights for the rest of everybody on the system. So we can change the user and the group which owns the file or directory as well. And we do this with the chown command or the chown command, where for a specific file name we can change the ownership to a new user and or a new group by using this command. Just changing the group ownership, we can also use a different command. We can use the chown command, but we can also use the chgrp command to change the group ownership on a specific file name. So how to calculate u plus x to add the execute right to the user of a file so you can use the numerical values. Do you have any idea on how to calculate this? It's pretty simple actually, so we first need to know the current values, right? Because without knowing the current values, we can't calculate anything. So let's say that the current values are 644, which means that the user has read and write at this moment. The owner group has read and everybody else has read as well. So the write 644. So the first part, this 6, which is RW dash, this one is the user part. So we need to add 1 to the execute writes. So this way, read and write becomes read, write and x. And as you may remember, the first bit is simply a 1. So by adding 1 to the user part, we can use 744 as the new write. So chmod 744 with the file name will change the current user's write to the current user's write plus the x plus executable, because the 7 in the first place is for the user, and the 7 simply means read, write and execute. So by knowing the current writes, we can calculate this command as well to use the numerical value instead of the ASCII part, the ASCII one. That about file and folder permissions. Let's talk a little bit about text editors, because we work a lot with text in Linux, and it's nice to be able to edit text. There are many different text editors, all with their pros and their cons, but there are 2 primary text editors for the CLI in Linux today, and those 2 primary text editors are usually installed by default. Not always, but many of the times Nano or Vim is available by default, and Nano is actually a simple text editor which is easy for beginners, and of those 2, Nano is still for me the preferred text editor, because when I edit text in the GUI, this includes only very simple textual changes. When I need to do more advanced editing, I'll use external editors like Sublime Text, but for now, let's focus on these 2. Nano is a simple text editor. To open a file, we simply type the command nano with the file name, and to save and exit, to save the changes and exit nano, we use Ctrl plus O to save and Ctrl plus X to edit or to exit. For Vim, which is an advanced text editor, a little bit modern than the old VI text editor, but this one is really for experienced users. So we can open a file, but when we open a file, we cannot edit the file. To edit the file, we have to enter the insert mode, so we can use the I to switch to the insert mode. And when we made some changes, we can exit it with $WQ. So since you occasionally deal with a lot of text, it's advised to learn one of these 2 text editors. You can always install better GUI-based text editors like Genie, Mousepad, Atom or Sublime Text. For a little example, let's switch back to Kiddy. And do I have something we can edit? Maybe we can edit this double-click jack HTML or this Python variant. Let's edit the Python. To edit Python in Nano, simply type the command. Let's autocomplete this with the tab key, and now just press enter to see all of the contents. And as you can see, Nano also colors the text based on what it knows. We can make some changes here. So let's print something weird here. Instead of closed, we change this to the door of port is shut. And to exit Nano, I press the combination of the Control key with the X on my keyboard like this. And I can choose to save the modification I have just made. Yes or no, let's choose the capital Y. And for the file name, I just keep the current file name, so I just press enter and that's it. To use VIM, the same way we can also open the Python port scanner like this, but when I touch my keyboard right now, no changes are being made. So to make changes, I have to press the I button. And you can see on the left bottom corner, we are now in the insert mode. So at this point, I can make the changes. Now, to save these changes, I can press the double point like this. This is not what I was meant to do. Press the escape key to exit the insert mode. Now I can enter the double point key and I can save and exit the VIM editor with this command, double point, the W to save everything, to write every change to the file, and the Q to quit VIM. Like this. So, well, you can choose which of both text editors you prefer. For me, that's Nano, but maybe you like VIM much better. Either way, know that they exist. Besides Nano and VIM, there are more text-based tools available in Linux. So for text editing and sorting, we can use many tools. We have the cat tool, which displays the content of a file. So we cannot edit any of those contents, but we can display it. We have head and tail, which views the beginning, the head, or the end, the tail of the file. We have less to view files one page at a time. Sort to sort lines alphabetically, and unique to remove the duplicate lines in a text file. And then we also have other commands to work with text. For finding and filtering data, we can use grep, which searches for patterns within files. We can use the find command to locate files and directories, and the locate command to quickly find files. And this is database dependent. So the locate command searches in its own database, and the database only contains the data if the data is sniffed. So when I add new data, the locate command will not find it right away. This will take some little time, but mostly of the time the locate command is pretty useful. Let's again switch back. So, as I told you, I could also use the cat command to output everything about this text file in my terminal like this. So this just gives me an idea of the content of this file. Again, unable to change anything. I could also use the head command like this to only show the head, and the tail command to show the last part of the file. And usually we use this with log files, and if we only want to see the most current logs in the log file, we can use tail, because this only shows us the end of the file, so we don't have to scroll endlessly downwards to find the newest entries. Less, well, since this isn't a lot of text, we only would have 2 pages, I guess, but this is the first page, and to enter the next page, or to go to the next page, I have to press the space bar like this. And I'm at the end now of everything there is in there, so double point Q will exit it. And this way we can also view textual files. And of course with grep we can search for patterns within files. So let's grep py in this Python file like this. Maybe there is no py in here, but a p really does exist, so let's try port. And this simply finds every line that contains port within my file. Now, to find files, we can try to locate a specific file. So let's locate the proxy chains configuration file like this, and this will output all of the paths that contain the proxy chain.conf file. Well, this actually is proxychains.conf with files, so this is not exactly what I was searching for, but this is the file that I might be searching for, so this way we can easily find this file. You can also use the find command. The find command is not dependent on a database, so this looks a little bit different. As you can see, we can find in the root and every subfolder from the root. We can choose a name, so let's also use proxy chains like this.conf. And if I would run this command, it would work, but it would also try to search the directories I have no access to. And when I do, the terminal will output an error telling me I don't have access to a specific folder. So to bypass this, I'll simply do this magic trick, and surely I will explain this trick later on. But for now, know that this works. And now it doesn't generate any errors while I'm searching, but when it finds the file, it simply outputs the path. And this works. So these are commands that you will use pretty regularly. Now for the basic Linux commands. There are many of them, like Ctrl-Alt-T, which is a shortcut to open the terminal, which might become in handy because we use the terminal quite often. So let's close up the terminal and let's press Ctrl-Alt plus the T button like this. And this will open the terminal, but it opens the terminal as root. So I opened two terminals at once. Let's do this again. So Ctrl-Alt-T opens the terminal. Ctrl-Alt-Shift-T opens a root terminal like this. Then there are more commands like echo, which prints text to the terminal or the file. The man command, we already discussed the man command to access manuals of a specific command. The touch command creates an empty file or updates a timestamp. The sudo command runs command with super user privileges. We cannot use or run every binary with our default user. To run some binaries, we need super user privileges, and to get those, we can use the sudo command. Of course, if we don't know the root password, we cannot run these commands because sudo will also ask us for the root password. mkdir command we have already seen at level 1, which creates a new directory. For instance, mkdir new folder creates the directory called new folder. rm, which removes files and directories. At least we have to use the -r or the recursive flag with the rm command for directories, because we have to tell the system to remove every file and subdirectory when we delete a directory. It's not simply one file or one thing. A directory contains more than one. The cp command, which copies files or directories. So to copy file 1 to copy file 2, we use this command. Move moves or renames files and directories. So in this case, move file 1 to a new location. This command keeps file 1 in their original or removes file 1 from their original location and moves the file to the new location. So this is a little bit different from copy, because here at the copy command, file 1 stays at the original location and a copy of file 1 is created in the destination location. And finally, the history shows commands you have previously run in the terminal. Basic commands, most of them we have already seen at level 1. But we can also chain commands, and this is where it gets pretty interesting. So at the CLI, there are multiple ways we can change commands together. We have all these variations with 2 times the n sign, 2 times a pipe sign, a semicolon, a greater than sign, 2 times a greater than sign, and a pipe. So let's discuss them. This variation, the 2 times an end sign, we use this one to run the next command only if the previous one succeeds. So let's demo this. Let's open up a terminal again and let's browse to the desktop. Then let's enlarge the font and I can try to make a directory like this. Make a directory called testdir and only go into the directory if the command succeeds. Like this. So the command did succeed, and because the command succeeded, this command was executed and always browsed me to this directory. So this works. Let's get back to the desktop and remove this directory with the recursive flag as we just discussed, like this. And let's clear the screen. The next variation runs the next command only if the previous one fails. So it's the opposite of the previous command we discussed. Let's just echo something to the terminal like this. And now let's run this command if the previous one fails. This one still outputs hello because this one succeeds, so this one is never printed to the terminal. And for the semicolon, run commands sequentially regardless of success or failure status. So with the semicolon, we will run every command no matter if the previous command did succeed or did fail. We will just simply run the command. Now for redirecting and piping, we also have seen this in Windows. With the greater than sign, we will redirect the output to a file. So normally the output is shown in the terminal, but with this icon, the output is redirected and saved in a file. And if we want to append the output of a command to an existing file, we can use the 2 times greater than sign to append the output to a file. Because if we would use a single greater than sign, the current file that already exists would be overwritten with the output of the command, and we might lose data by using only this. So if you want to append, use this variation, and the pipe icon passes the output to another command. So if one command processes output that can be used by another command, we can chain these 2 commands together, where the second command can use the output of the first command by chaining them with the pipe symbol. Now let's discuss the users and permissions. And to understand users and permissions, we have to discuss a few important files. First one being the etc password file, or the etc passwd file. So from the root, in the root there is an etc folder, and in the etc folder there is a file called passwd. And the purpose of this file is to store essential information about all user accounts on the system. Each line in this file represents one user and contains details like the username, the user ID or the UID, the group ID or the GID, the home directory, and the default shell the user uses. Let's check this one as well. So we can get the file in etc called passwd, and here we find all of the users that are available in Linux with their user ID and their group ID, their home folder, and their default shell. So my Kali user uses the ZSH shell by default. For every user that has a no login, those users have no default shell available. So this way we also can enumerate which users are interactive users and do log in into the system, and which users don't interactively log in to the system. But this is how the passwd file looks like. And since this file is readable by all the users on the system, it doesn't store encrypted passwords directly. Instead, it points to the etc shadow files for the passwords. So let's also take a look at the shadow file. And I can't open the shadow file because the permission to do so is not allowed. Now let's open up a Kali terminal or a root terminal like this. And try this one again. This was the shadow file, and this outputs all the data in the shadow file where we have the password which is encrypted for the Kali user. So the shadow file, this file securely stores users' encrypted password hashes and some password related policies. As you just have seen, each line corresponds to a user and contains fields for the hashed password, password aging policies, account expiration dates, etc. And this file is only accessible to the root user or the super user, protecting users' password from unauthorized access. Then there's another file called the sudoers file, and the purpose of this file is to control the permissions for users and groups to execute commands with sudo or with super user privileges. And this file defines which users or groups can run specific commands or gain root access, including the conditions and the restrictions. So always edit etc sudoers this file with the vi sudo command. You don't have to do this, but editing this file with the vi sudo command, make sure that the operating system checks the syntax of the file before saving. So it's harder this way to make errors in the file, and if you make errors in the file, this can lock you out of the computer. So you have to be aware of that. We can also take a quick look at this file. But I will probably not be able to do it like this. So again, it wasn't shadow, it was the sudoers file. And this is how the sudoers file looks. So it contains quite a lot of data. And the important part of the sudoers file is this part. And we will get to this part a little bit later. So later on I will explain what this specifically means, but know that this file exists and specifies which user can use the sudo command. So the root user can simply use sudo for every single command. And also members from the sudo group can use the sudo command on every single binary. And if we exit this terminal, and I will enumerate the groups that my current user, the Kali user, is a member from. And the Kali user is member inside of the sudo group. So this means that the Kali user can also use the sudo command on every single binary. But more about this later. There are many tools that can help us to create and modify users. And the first tool is the user add tool. And this tool simply creates a new user. So to create a new user in a Linux system, we can use user add command with the name of the new user. And this command will guide us to the creation process of a new user. To add a current user to a specific group, we can use the user mod command or the user modify command with the G flag, with the group name and the username to add this user to the new group. And to delete users, we can use the user del command. As we already discussed, we have sudo and privileged access. With sudo we can run commands as a super user, and the su command just changes to the super user. So when I'm a normal user and I want to execute one single command as a super user, I can use sudo, but with the su command my complete context changes to the super user context, meaning that every command I will enter every command as a super user. So basically I'm working as a super user. Most of the time we don't always want to run every command as a super user. So normally we simply use the sudo command for the times we need to execute something as a super user. For password management, we can change a user's password with the passwd command. And then there are special permissions like sudo and sgit permissions. Sudo is set on executable files to run with the owner's privileges, because normally when we execute a binary, the binary is executed with the current user's privileges. When we set the sudo command or the sudo bit, we will run the binary with the privileges of the owner and not of the current user. And the sgit, when this is set on a file, this will run with the group privileges instead of the current user privileges. Also, more about these two later on, but no, they exist. That's the most important part for now. And now it's time to talk about the Linux processes. So we have seen processes in action in the Windows operating system, and now we are going to take a brief look at the Linux operating system. So again, what is a process? A process is an instance of a running program or a running command, and each process is assigned with a unique process ID or a PID, which is no different than the Windows operating system and how Windows handles processes. There are different types of processes, namely foreground and background processes, where the foreground process runs in a terminal and takes user input, and background processes run independently of user input, often launched with the ampersand sign at the end of the process. So foreground and background processes with an ampersand run a command in the background, and jobs list the background tasks. So this is basically common knowledge to run something in the background. Let's open up Linux like this, and let's say we want to run nano in the background. We can simply append the ampersand sign to this, and now this is a suspended task. And if you look at all of the processes, you will see that nano is running, but in the front as a front end, but not as a backend process, because in the front end we are not, as a user, see nano on screen. And this is the unique process ID, which is also shown when we background a process. And let's look at the jobs command. The jobs command tells me there is one backgrounded process, and this is nano, which is in editing mode of the Python file. So the ampersand and jobs, ampersand to run in the background, jobs to show backgrounded tasks. Processes can be running or can be behaving in different states, and the most important ones are the running, the sleeping, the stopped, and also the zombie state, where a running process is actively using CPU resources, meaning that the process is doing something in the background. It is active and it is running. But it can also be sleeping, and when a process is sleeping, it waits for resources or for user input. So it waits for some kind of input to start being active, to start running. A process in a stopped state is passed by the user. This process won't do anything until it is unpassed, until it is started again. And a zombie stated process is a process that finished execution but still has an entry in the process table. The entry shouldn't be there, but it's still visible. So we call this a zombie process because the process actually doesn't exist anymore. And to manage processes, we have multiple commands. We have the ps command, and this is the command you just have seen while I was working in the terminal. And the ps command lists all the active processes for the user. The top command is the real-time process monitoring tool, and htop is an enhanced version of top, so it's a better variant. And this one has a user-friendly end interface. Let's show you top, because htop, I guess it's not installed by default. Let's see if htop is there. It isn't. Do I want to install it? Well, let's install it for now so I can show it to you. This will take just a brief moment because the tool is not that big. Using top, we can see all of the running processes in the terminal like this. We can see the process ID, the user that is running the process, a lot of other metadata, CPU usage, memory usage, etc. So this can be interesting to watch. Now showing you the same overview in htop. It looks like this. It has more colors. It has a little bit of more data in it, but essentially it is the same. So press F10 to quit, and we can manage processes like this. And personally, I'll usually check all of the user processes with simply the ps command like this. But top and htop gives a better overview of the processes than killing processes, because sometimes we have a process that is stuck, a process that needs to be exited or quit, and we can kill this process in many different ways. We have the kill command, which terminates a process by its process ID number. Kill all, which stops all processes, and we can use the name of a specific process. And we have the pkill command, which finds and kills processes based on different patterns. So let's kill one of the processes. If I'm not mistaken, we still have a backgrounded process, right? We still have the nano process we did start in the background, and it's still there. So now let's just kill the nano process. Let's do a kill all. And we will kill nano like this, which in this case doesn't seem to work. Same as for kill, we can kill the process like this. We get no error, but still looking at the process list, it failed. And maybe the application just ignores our kill signal and we have to forcefully kill the process. And we're gonna talk about signals in the next slide, this one, because processes do accept different kind of signals. And all of these signals are identified by a numerical value, 1, 9, 15, like you'll see in the examples. But in the screenshot below, you will see a lot more examples. But for the hub variant is to reload a process. So to kill the process and start it again. The 9 variant is the kill switch, and the 9 variant will forcefully kill a specific process. And 15, the term signal, is to gracefully stop a process. And if I'm not mistaken, it is the 15 signal that is sent by default by the kill and the kill all command. So signals can be specified in 3 different ways, like I told you, with a numerical like this, with the sig prefix, so -sig, and the name of the signal, so hub, kill, and term, and without the sig prefix, so only -hub, kill, and term. But usually, to make it easy, I'll use the numerical value. So now let's kill the process by forcefully killing it with 9. So instead of kill like this, let's add the /9 signal, the force signal, and now I get a notification that something is killed. Checking our process list, we are correct. Forcefully killing the backgrounded nano process just works. So that's good to know. So to kill a process called Firefox with this specific PID, we can use multiple ways, and these are all variants doing the exact same thing. This way we will kill Firefox, at least gracefully. with its process ID. This will forcefully kill the Firefox process. We can kill all Firefox processes with the kill all command, and the name we can force it with -9. And we can also kill all Firefox instances of a specific user with -u username. And we can also use pkill in the same way we use kill. And because pkill is more versatile than kill, since you don't need to know the PID, the most used method to force a process to be killed is to use pkill, because I like this method the most. Pkill -9 with the name, because it also accepts the name and not the PID like in kill. This one is for me the most versatile method to kill a process. Pkill, force with -9 and the name of the process. But again, like with kill all of the Firefox processes will be killed when using this method. So if you specifically want to kill one specific process using the process ID, like this example with kill, is the best way. And if we talk about processes, we also have to discuss services and daemons. Services are background processes that run to perform specific tasks, typically a system startup. And the daemons are special types of backgrounded services running continuously, often awaiting or handling specific tasks, like SSHD for SSH connections, HTTPD for web services. So these are services waiting in the background to perform specific tasks, so they await a specific signal. But the common traits between the services and the daemons, is that they both run in the background and often end with a D, like SSHD, HTTPD, etc. And in the case of cron, it doesn't end with a D, so this is a different one, but usually daemons end with a D to indicate it's a daemon. If you talk about services and daemons, we also have to talk about service management and how we manage all these backgrounded tasks, services, daemons, etc. And it's good to know what systemd is, because systemd is important if it comes to service management, because this is the default service manager on the most modern Linux distributions. On the old distributions, we usually use the init binary or the init process to manage all of these processes and services, but now we use systemd. We can also use system, or systemd is a variant of system. Why do we use system or systemd instead of init? Because systemd has an improved boot performance. It simplifies service management with the systemctl binary or the systemctl application, and it also has powerful logging and dependency management, which was a little bit harder with init. And down here we have a little cheat sheet style of the basic systemctl commands, the system control commands. So the application from system we use to control services and daemons. The first part is for starting, stopping and restarting services. We also always start the same way, right? So we start with sudo because we cannot manage services when we don't have any super user permissions. So we need the super user permissions. So we start with sudo and then we call on the systemctl binary. And the thing we tell the binary is what it has to do. So it has to start, to stop or restart some service name. Basically, pretty easy like this: starting, stopping and restarting a service. We can also enable and disable services, meaning that if a service is enabled, it is enabled to start at boot. So when the Linux distribution starts, the service will also start and run in the background. And if some service is enabled and we don't want it anymore, we can simply disable it. The same way as we did start, stop and restart, we'll start with sudo systemctl and we tell it what to do. Simply enable or disable a specific service name. And we can also check out the status of a running service or maybe a stopped service, but at least if something is known as a service, we can check its current status. And we can do this with systemctl status and systemctl list units with type is service. And this lists all of the services on the system. And this will just show you the status of a specific service. So if you want to see all the statuses of every service on the system, we'll use this command below. Networking basics, which is also pretty important. We have a lot of networking tools available in Linux. And to understand these tools, you at least got to know a little bit about what these tools do, what a network is, etc. But I guess by now you will have a pretty good understanding of what a network is, and in a later chapter we are also going to build upon the knowledge we already have and expand it with networking knowledge. For now, know that there is a ping command that we can use to simply test connectivity. And the ping command is the same command as if we use it in Windows. Windows knows a ping command and Linux does the same with the same command, although the arguments used for this command differ between Windows and Linux. So the basic command is just the same. Arguments are a little bit different in both systems. So let's perform a ping command and let's see if Google is currently responding to my ping command. And Google does respond, and we know this because we sent out 46 bytes, and this is the time it takes to get a reply back. This is the time to live value. This is the time that it takes in milliseconds. And if we perform ping in Linux, it pings continuously without stopping. So we have to press the shortcut Ctrl+C to end the ping loop. In Windows, by default, it sends 4 pings and then stops. So there's a little bit difference in behavior as well. Pinging something that doesn't exist, something like this, will not reply to anything and will simply, if we wait long enough, time out. But it takes a while before it generates the notification. Let's not wait on that. Well, we can show our current IP settings with the IP command. We want to show everything, so we use the -a argument to show everything. And now we just simply see all of the network adapters with the IP settings we configured manually. Remember, we configured it while setting up the demo environment. Here in our network drop-down at Edit Connections, we have all those connections. And we can see all their IP settings right here, but surely we can see them in the terminal as well. And the way to do this is with the IP command. Just entering IP without anything, this shows us nothing. So we really have to tell it what to show, and usually you will use the A for everything. On older variants, we could use the ifconfig command, and we still can. I thought this was not in use anymore, but ifconfig, which is depreciated, but still shows, just like IPA, it shows every information of every network adapter that we have on the system. The netstat and the curl and the wget commands, we will get back on those later on. Also, for file transfers and remote access, we can use SCP to copy files over an SSH connection. We can use rsync to synchronize files and directories, and SSH acts as a secure remote login option. So we have all kinds of commands and tools available to help us. Remember when we searched through the system with the find command, we did something weird. Let me show it you again. Remember when we used find that we used this last piece, a 2, and pipe the 2 to def null, where def null is actually just nothing. So everything that is 2 will not be shown on screen. So what exactly is this 2? What does it mean? Well, that's what this slide is all about. This is about the different kinds of streams we have available in our Linux system. Streams are channels through which data flows during program execution in Linux. And there are three main types, as you also see them here in the title: std in, std out, and std error, where std in is the standard input. So this stream is used for receiving input. The out is used for normal output, and the error stream is used for error messages. So streams provide a consistent way to handle input and output across different systems, Linux and Windows, because Windows also uses these streams. Streams offer a method to separate error logs from output for better debugging and monitoring. So although it seems that everything is simply put it out inside of the terminal, everything that the terminal shows is actually coming from different kinds of streams. And all of these streams have a number. So stdn is stream number 0, and this captures input from the user or from another program. The output stream is stream number 1, and this displays normal program output to the console or other programs. And stream 2 is the error stream, the stream that displays error messages separated from the normal output. So what we did in this example is simply tell the system that every error it receives on the error stream, simply pipe it through def null to not show it on screen. So each time the find command tries to enter a directory where we have no permissions over, so we cannot search inside of that directory, normally we would see an error message clouding our output, and I simply don't want to see those error messages, so I use this last part to mute all the error messages. Not doing this shows all of these messages. That makes the output pretty cloudy. But when I simply say, okay, every error that is generated on the error stream, do not show it, we don't see all of these errors, and we simply get the thing we are searching for. Redirecting the streams in Windows and Linux, and I've just showed you a live example of this. But to redirect the out stream to a file in bash, you already are familiar with the greater than sign. If we want to output, if we want to show the output of the Python script called script.py, not on screen, but we want to have it in a specific file, we can use the greater than sign to pipe all of that output to output.txt in this example. And what actually happens is that the out stream is captured and piped through this file. To redirect the error stream to a file in bash is almost the same, but now we use the 2 in front of the greater sign to pipe every error to the errors text file. Redirecting the std out and std error stream to a file in bash almost looks the same, because first we are going to pipe the normal output to this file, and then we are going to pipe the error stream also to this file, the end1, which is in this case is this file now. So what is actually happening is that the error stream is redirected to the output stream, and the output stream is already redirected to a file, so both will be redirected to this file. And then, as the fourth example, to redirect the error stream to a data sink to suppress error messages. This is exactly the example we have just shown in the terminal. It is done like this with the error stream. Forward this one to the sink, and the sink is /dev/0. slash null in this case, not 0. That's all about streams for now. There are a few more Linux topics we need to cover, and one of them is the interactive shell versus the non-interactive shell, and this is pretty important. Know that there are two kinds of shells, an interactive and a non-interactive shell, and there is a difference in both of them because the interactive shell is actually the shell that is invoked while logging in, so during login. When a user logs in interactively into a system, the shell is invoked, and this is a shell is invoked, then this is an interactive shell. So with an interactive shell, we can read login information files, like all the configuration files belonging to a profile, like the .bash profile or the .profile files. An interactive shell is, as the name says, it's an interactive shell, meaning it expects user input. The path, if there are path variables, it works in an interactive shell. Interactive shells read startup files, shows you a prompt, and we have some alternative names for it, like the login shell, the full shell, or the user shell. And this is a big difference from the non-interactive shell, which is invoked to run commands without user interaction. So this is often used in scripts and automated tasks. An interactive shell does not expect user input and may not source login specific configuration files. It doesn't work with path variables, or sometimes very limited. It shows you no prompt, it has no job control, it has no access to the error stream, which in an interactive shell we do have error information. It has no auto completion with the tab key, and there is no history browsing as well. And we have some different names for the non-interactive shell as well. If you hear people talk about a limited shell, a simple shell, or simply a dump shell, they all refer to the non-interactive shell. And we are going to see both shells later on, but for now, know that there is a difference in between those two. And the shell we are working on in our examples is an interactive shell, of course, because we are opening the terminal or the shell after we interactively logged in into the system. But many background processes, when they execute something, use a non-interactive shell. They don't even have access to an interactive shell, even if they would want to. And we talked a little bit about the bash profile and the profile files. So let's talk about important profile files. And there are a few. The bash rc file, which exists in the home directory, the bash profile file, which also exists in the home directory of the user, and the profile file, well, as you can see, it also lives in the home folder of the user, because this sign is for the home folder. We can simply test this like this. Let's say I am currently in the root. So my working directory is the root directory. And if I want to go to my home profile, so the home profile of my current user, I can use this symbol. And now I am in home Kali. And this is my home profile. So if I want to go to the desktop, I can also use this as well. This will go to my home profile and the desktop folder. Easy as that. But in my home profile are the bash rc, the bash profile, and the profile files, and they all serve a different function. The bash rc file configures the interactive non-login shell for the user. So every time a new terminal is opened, it defines environment variables, aliases, functions, and custom prompt settings. This file is loaded every time a new shell session is started. So every configuration line we write into this file will be executed every time we start a new shell. The bash profile file, this file is executed for login shells, such as when you log in through the console or SSH. This file sets the environment variables, and typically this file sources the bash rc file we discussed here to ensure the settings from bash rc are applied in a login shell. So when we have a login shell, an interactive shell, the bash profile is loaded and the bash RC file is loaded as well. And for the profile file, a general purpose initialization file for login shells. So this works with non-bash shells like sh and dash. This file, the profile file, sets up environment variables and session settings. The file sets up environmental variables. Okay, so that's a duplicate sentence. But it sets up environment variables and session settings and is actually similar to the bash profile file, but more generic and is sourced by shells that aren't bash specific, like the dash and the ZSH shell. So they all serve the same kind of purpose, mostly to source other files, set environmental variables and session settings for the shell. But know that these three files can exist. All these files can contain interesting information, sometimes with login credentials, most of the time with configuration settings, but these are important files. And then there is one other, that is the ZSHRC file, and this one is actually similar to the bash RC file, but for ZSH terminal users. And know that Kali at this moment uses ZSH as its default shell. So this file configures the interactive shell for ZSH. This file customizes the prompt, sets aliases, environmental variables and functions specific to the ZSH terminal. And Kali Linux typically comes with ZSH as an alternative to the default bash shell, providing enhanced features for better user experience for command line interaction. The ZSH shell in Kali Linux provides a more powerful and customizable shell environment compared to the traditional shells like bash, with features like enhanced autocompletion, syntax highlighting and improved history management. ZSH is designed to boost productivity for both regular users and security professionals. Kali users especially benefit from the pre-installed Oh My ZSH framework, which offers easy configuration, themes and plugins to tailor the shell to their needs. So a more modern shell with a little bit more features than plain bash. And this covers it all for the Linux medium knowledge. Let's end this one up with a few questions. What does the command chmod u+x filename do? And I guess you already know the answer. This one adds the execute permissions to the file for that specific user. Which command would you use to terminate all the instances of a process called Firefox? And let's add to the fact that we want to forcefully kill all the processes of Firefox. We can use kill all and we can use pkill with the -9 and then appended by the name, in this case Firefox. What is typically stored in the etc directory in Linux? Are these user home directories, system configuration files, temporary files, or user installed applications? Well, if you remember correctly, the user home directories are in the /home folder, so I guess that's not the one. Temporary files exist in /temp, so also not in /etc, and user installed applications usually reside in the bin directory. So the one that's left is B, system configuration files, and that is the correct answer. Which command is used to add a new user to the system? Well, this is a basic question. As you might remember, the command we use to add a user to the system is simply user add. What is the purpose of the ping command? I guess you know this one as well. We usually use the ping command to send a request to another networked device to test connectivity between both devices. And if you get a reply, there is a connection between the devices. And for the last one, in which file are hashed passwords typically stored in Linux? etc password, etc secure, etc shadow, or etc keys. And if you remember correctly, the correct answer for this is etc shadow. And this was everything for Kali Linux. Now we'll advance to networking medium knowledge.